45% lead. California, no one's really voted yet. Well, no one's really reported the counting yet. So yeah. So as of right now, let's see. Biden still at 94, Trump still at at 72. Did he pause the live stream?
No, I didn't. Keep going. I'm not sure what you're talking. I'm just trying to get the second monitor up and running.
All right. Now let's go to foxnews.com, see what they're saying. So on Fox News' commentary, it says that Trump has a 63% lead in Michigan. In Arizona, they have an 89% lead for Biden. Pennsylvania is really 72% for Biden. Now, Fox News is projecting that Jamie Harrison lost to Lindsey Graham, which I'm actually kind of surprised by that. It really seemed, it really seemed like Lindsey Graham was done for, considering some of the really stupid things he said over the past few weeks. So that's interesting.
Yeah, it definitely is. I was totally expecting Lindsey Graham to lose there from the media display. Bear with me, guys. I'm trying to get the second monitor up so you can see what he's looking at as well.
Fox News is reporting that the Democrats have regained control of the House. Well, they are retained. And but there's still a battle for the Senate. What else? Cory Gardner losing in Colorado makes me very happy. But yeah, in the major cities like New York and Chicago, the riot police are out in full gear. So yeah, let's see.
Sorry about the behind the scenes look of what's going on here, guys, but I'm doing my best. We got Sash totally blocked by that monitor, which I'm fixing.
Remember when we talked about this? A Trump-Biden tie could lead to President Nancy Pelosi.
Yes, I do remember talking about that on our first podcast. I think we talked about that. Whatever's gonna go on, it's. I know I can't move it right now. I'm in the middle of other stuff. Let me add here, display capture.
All right. Wait, let me take a picture real quick. All right. For the Snapchat. So, okay, now it's being projected that Trump has 115 votes and Biden has 129 votes. Let's see. North Carolina is dead heat right now. It's a massive toss-up. Ohio is 52% Trump with 87% reported voting. Oklahoma went to Trump, no surprise there. Fox is reporting that Utah has been won by Trump, no surprise there. The one we should really watch out for, though, is Texas. Imagine if Biden wins Texas. Joe Biden has just won Illinois. No surprise there. They're historically blue. So the polling in Texas, the 64% are reporting. Wait, I already said Texas, I think, but 49% Trump, 49% Biden, 64% reporting. It's on a spectator index. Let's go to a more recent poll. Wait, the camera's off? Wait, I'm looking at the polls, dude, fuck. Okay, now, let's see. Okay, now, okay.
All right, guys, sorry about that dead air time. We're going to try to pick things up here in a little bit. What's that?
Show the
Hold on a second. So what I've got to do right now, because my second monitor is not working, is I got to do a little reconfiguration on OBS. You guys are going to see some of that. I do apologize. So, Sash, are we still sitting at 7294? Has anything been updated? And where did you get that number from?
Okay, the first number I got from CNN. Now I'm on Fox, and they're reporting that Biden has 133 votes, and Trump has 115. But then CNN is
All right. Looks like for the moment we've got no one watching, so I can take some time to fix this. We're going to go into two camera.
But CNN is projecting Biden has 98, Trump has 95.
All right, so what do you see that's going on that's interesting, since you're the one looking at the news right now and I'm not just yet? What are the most interesting developments? You said Texas is at 64%.
Yeah.
How many of those counties are complete in that 64%?
I'm not sure entirely, but right now it's going Trump's way.
Right now it's going Trump's way, you say. All right, so...
This entire election is going Trump's way.
All right, so now back that up. What do you see that's showing that?
All of the states that are reporting more than 50%, like Pennsylvania and Florida,
Right.
are going way towards Trump's end.
I see.
Ohio, too. Imagine if Trump wins California.
That would be something.
Not likely, but we'll see. Not likely.
All right, let me see if my hotkeys are working here. Looks like they are. Excellent. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to bring up a new display capture so that you guys can see what we're seeing here. And we're going to check out some of the news together. Not the best start we've ever done. Maybe we should have started a bit later, but we're learning. I've got some loud...
It's only our 5th episode.
Something like that. All right, let's go.
Or 5th, yeah. It's our 5th episode. And we're doing it at a completely new location.
One camera, one PC. I need to add a display capture. And it's going to be mine.
How do you think the U.S. is going to look if we have 4 years of Trump or 4 years of Biden? Like, what scenario do you see for each?
What scenario do I see for each one? That is going to be... That's an interesting question. So I think that if Trump wins, we're going to see much of the same. We're going to see more polarization. We're going to see more tribalization. Things like that. I don't know.
I do think his second term is going to be way different. I think he'll be much more toned down. He's been, during this election cycle, he's been way more toned down. He hasn't really toned up the rhetoric as bad as he did in 2016.
Sorry, I'm not really paying attention to you much because I'm having some tech issues here. Not able to display even my own screen for some reason here. I'm trying to work through that. What are the numbers again for Biden? For Texas, because that really interests me probably the most. They were saying that Biden was in the margin of error already. Give me New York Post. He's just saying good. All right, here. So I think I'll be able to do something like this. Guys, just bear with me. I am doing my best to try to get this up. Window capture. I already did that part.
Biden wins New Hampshire.
All right, I do have a way for us to get some gravy on the screen. Check that. Take a look at the screen. The people can see this. So we're here. We're at New York Post, and we can switch this over. We want to see the election live maps, and we're going to drill into Texas here to take a look at that. And
Yes.
you've seen these already. Why don't you go ahead and read them to me so we can start talking while we're putting the display up on the screen for everybody.
So we were talking about Texas. So 73% have reported the polls.
All right.
Wait, no, they just closed the polls in Texas, but they're only counting 73% right now.
All right, so we're taking a look at Texas here, guys. Remember, that's 38 electoral votes, and we've got Donald Trump, of course, being the
51,
incumbent,
yeah.
and he's sitting at 51.5%, with Joe Biden at that 47.1%. So we're seeing pretty much right along the lines of the trend continuing of Austin bringing in quite a few Democratic votes, but it doesn't really look realistically that it doesn't look realistically that it's gone blue already. Oops.
Like you see so many people from blue states moving there. Like I thought it was for sure going blue.
I don't think just yet. I think we're still a pretty long way away. Hold on, my mic stand's not quite right yet. I can't twist it at that angle.
You hungry?
I'm not worried about food. I'm still trying to get all this tech set up there, Sash. That's absolutely the farthest from my mind. I wouldn't mind a drink. Is Raj here yet? I was hoping to do a masala tea with him. No, I guess he's not. Hey, there he is. How you doing, Raj?
Raj, come say hi. No, don't be.
Oh, no worries, no worries. You got to talk into the microphone. I don't know if anyone's there.
For a productive day. The turnaround for elections is really high. That is important.
Yeah, it's actually the turnout has been very historic.
I think he's talking about the turnout to his restaurant, not the turnout to. Yeah, that'd be wonderful, Raj. Some masala tea would be absolutely excellent.
I know sugar, please. Thank you. I don't like sugar in my tea.
All right, so we need to update these numbers.
It's going to be funny.
And let's go ahead into 2, and let's see if I'm doing that right. Nope, I'm not. It's 3 that I wanted. All right. I still have not mastered this microphone stand just yet. There, I think that's what I want. Yeah. I think that's working. It looks like my levels are all right. I'll check them here as well. Remember,
1, 2.
yeah, we don't have our headphones in yet, which we should get in to make sure, just in case anybody starts watching. Oh, somebody is watching. It's Dan. Hey, what's up, Dan? How are you doing today? Are you still with us? We're having tech issues getting set up live from a restaurant at the moment, so we're doing the best we can. Let's pull this into 1 camera mode, and let's see if I'm doing that right. I am. Excellent. I'm getting better at this stuff. All right, so our score right now from New York Post is 118 to 108. They don't have an interactive one, which I'm going to go check out
Look
in
at
a
Pennsylvania,
moment.
wow.
But
going
let's
blue.
let's
I mean,
go
red, sorry.
let's go into Texas like I wanted to do before. Let's take a look here. I'm going to jump in here. So taking a look at this, we see Austin go blue as always, and we're seeing Houston go blue, which isn't that surprising. And then border countries, I guess. Yeah, border states, border counties, borders of counties. But this is pretty much, this is solid. I think a lot of the fear porn was being reported over that, and it seems to be a lot of nonsense to me.
There's no way Trump loses Mississippi, come on.
And here we're going to look at my home state,
Maryland.
Maryland. It's a dark, dark day. I didn't even vote this time, but nonetheless,
Biden won.
here we are. What's that?
Biden, like Maryland is historically blue, right?
Yeah, Maryland is always, always, always blue. And even my county, my county is not reporting anything in. All right, so nothing's reporting in but Howard County, and they pretty much are already calling it. That's pretty funny, but since it always does go blue. Hey, what's up, Seago?
How are you?
Why don't you take a seat here and take over my mic so I can get the second mic set up?
It's getting hot. I need the fan.
Oh, wait. Okay. All right. So, yeah, go ahead and get into your shirt and then come on out. And I got to get this second mic set up. It's Vietnam. It's going to be hot. We're going to live with it. Yeah, Dan's here listening passive. All right. I am really kind of just trying to get all these tech things worked out because I don't have a second monitor like I anticipated, and I'm falling behind. Let's take a look and see what the headline of Drudge Report is, and then maybe we'll listen to some clips because it's 5 minutes from additional closings. So it's going to 3. We've got them calling 135 for Biden and 115 for Trump. Clashes are beginning outside the White House. We're going to take a look at that one in a moment. And let's see where they're bringing us for national map results. But it looks like Politico.
115.
135 for Biden. Okay.
I'm on Fox.
Okay. I didn't see it update, but
I have to save it.
okay. Just save. Not save as.
Drudge.
Cool. All right. And what's Trump
Actually,
at
no,
right now?
Biden has 195 now.
195. Come on. All right.
All right, so here we are back. 195 for Biden is what's changing. So Jessica, you'll see 3 Firefox tabs down there at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
Go ahead and click on that third one for me.
Third one.
That's right. And now hit the number 3 on the numpad right there.
Number
On the
3.
physical keyboard.
Okay.
Nope, numpad. There it is. Good. Now the people can see your screen as well. So
Oh, cool.
go to make a new tab and go to drudgereport.com. And then through there, we will get to Politico and see why it just jumped up to 195.
Now Biden
Yeah, they still have 135 on
Biden's
Drudge.
207 at Fox. So click that national map result right there. And this is the Politico that Matt Drudge has decided to use for this election. And I was looking at Fox
Oh,
News
they
on
just
this
updated.
209.
209.
All right, so I'm guessing California just closed then.
209.
Yeah, give that a save.
Trump is at 119 now.
I'm fixing Trump's right now.
Yeah. All right, so update that to 119 as quick as you can.
119.
Go ahead, save that, and let's scroll down on that map and see the differences. So California did get called, which we know is 55 points. Oregon and Washington, which Trump had 0 hope for anyway.
Yeah.
So this looks to me like a pretty solid Trump victory. On all he would need is Nevada coming in. So Jessica, open up a third tab here and Google Interactive Electoral College Map. And let's go ahead and make our own and see what the scores are at. Because it seems to me that we're following closely in the 2016 trends. We're seeing a lot of the exact same states go the exact same way. Pennsylvania hadn't been called yet, is that correct? Go back to that fourth tab that you had open.
This one?
Excellent. So
Pennsylvania
is leading Trump, which is very surprising with the reporting and the polling that we've seen coming into the election. But it's exactly what we would expect realistically.
Yeah.
So
Can we pull up the maps from last year?
we
To-
can
to
absolutely
completely
So
compare
if you
the
want
two?
to go into your DuckDuckGo tab there.
Well, I was doing that for
Yeah,
you, the electoral.
College Interactive Max, the road to 270. Click on that. CNN.
Okay.
I guess we'll use you for now. But we're
CNN.
not turning
Oh,
ad blocker
my.
off, so please don't ask. Turning ad blocker off. All right, so jump into that map and build your app. Okay.
All
Let's
right.
give Texas to Trump.
Texas to Trump.
All right, let's give Florida to Trump.
Florida to Trump.
Yep, let's give Wisconsin and Michigan to Trump.
Wisconsin and Michigan. Whoops,
Minnesota.
Minnesota. I give Minnesota to Trump. Whoops.
Iowa.
How do I undo that one?
Iowa.
Iowa
Yeah,
to
all
Trump.
that. And now give Pennsylvania to Biden.
Pennsylvania to Biden. All right. How do I? If I
Pennsylvania-
just
think you
click
keep
on
clicking.
it. Oh, just keep clicking it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just click on Pennsylvania to Biden.
So
give
then I
Nevada
can-
to Biden. Give
Nevada.
Colorado to Biden. I think Trump still can't win Colorado, but I'm just saying. Arizona, give that to Biden. I meant Nevada. I meant Nevada. Yes, you're right. Colorado, Trump will not win. I meant Nevada.
Arizona
should
to
be-
Biden.
And then
Georgia.
the battleground is real.
Yeah.
So
Georgia, North
give
Carolina.
to Trump.
Georgia to Trump. Oh, oops.
Yeah. Well then. All right. So put Minnesota back in the battleground.
All right. So that's
Yep. And then he's at 250. So he's got to win Ohio, Minnesota, or North Carolina if he takes Pennsylvania and Nevada, which is pretty interesting.
New Hampshire went to Biden.
New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Give that to Biden. I assumed that. All the East Coast to Biden.
Yeah.
Yeah. It still doesn't.
What
mean
about
my
North
predictions
Carolina?
It's
are.
a
North
toss-up.
Carolina, I don't know. Biden could come for that one.
Gigantic
Yeah.
toss-up right now.
Gosh.
All right, so guys, I'm going to put Sash and Jessica back in the conversation. I just
All
want
right.
to take a look at that. I think Jessica wants to talk about 2016 maps on Android.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull that one up. How do I do that? 2016. Sorry. Keyboard's so far away because the mic is in the way.
Florida has declared Trump the winner.
All right. No super surprises there, but okay. So final.
Declared Trump is the winner, or
Yes.
you're just saying Fox News is declared? Okay, that makes way more sense.
Yeah.
Probably a Wikipedia page, Jessica. Do 2016
okay.
Electoral College results.
Oh, okay.
Yo, Biden is losing. Biden is actually winning in Iowa.
In Iowa?
Yeah,
Huh.
that went firmly to Trump back in 2016.
Yeah,
While
that's what
only
I'm.
61% are voting.
Oh gosh. The news is ridiculous. Actual results, final results, election results. Which one would you like? Would you like what we said? Would you like what actually happened?
Between Trump and Biden in North Carolina, Trump is only.
Do I have to
leading
hit
by
3 again to
70,000
show them, or
votes.
are they still seeing everything? All right, cool. You guys have been seeing me go through everything. All right, so that's the real one we have, and then this was the one we made. Sorry.
Sorry.
Not good at this. All right, so Arizona went to.
I'm looking, dude. Shit. Calm down. Wait.
Arizona was red last year,
I
or
gotta-
last
I gotta look at
election.
this.
sorry.
Wait, okay, wait.
It
Ohio.
looks-
About what you're reading. God.
Okay, Ohio, 91% have reported, and 53% are supporting Trump. Ohio seems.
93 for Ohio.
No, like that's just the amount of people that have been polled.
Oh, polls.
Yeah, 93%.
90.
Okay,
Sorry. So what I'm trying to clarify
Here,
with
here.
Stash, because he's the one looking at the results right now, is whether he's talking about 93% of Trump or whether he's talking about 93% of precincts are reporting in. But it looks like Jessica's right in front of Politico, so she's going to pull this up on Ohio. Is that right?
On Ohio?
Yeah. And if you don't see it, then go to Fox News where Sash is looking, so Sash can pay attention to the screen and
Okay.
then just talk about what's going on. I've almost got the third mic up and running. Style of that mic, that one's got to be on this stand. It's almost impossible to hold. Here you go.
all
All
right.
right. I'm pulling up Fox News.
Also go on CNN as well.
I was on CNN's Electoral College, but do you want me to go to the actual
If you click
results?
on the stage, drill down on the stage, you should get the results. Click on Ohio. What we're talking about. Oh, no,
That's the interactive, this one.
click on Ohio. That's Politico.
Oh,
Click on Ohio. Go back to Politico.
huh. Well, if it goes to Trump, then he's so close. Like, then it's entirely down to. If Ohio does go to Trump, then it's entirely down to, well, to Minnesota and North Carolina.
Keep talking.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were. It
Closer
looked
to the
like. Oh, okay. It looked like you were disabling mics, so I didn't want to talk. Oh, cool. All right.
So the biggest surprise of tonight has got to be Lindsey Graham regaining his seat. I thought that guy.
What happened?
Lindsey Graham won again.
Oh,
I thought he was a good honor.
wow. Okay.
Like some of the really stupid things he said over the past few weeks made me think that he was going to lose. But it seems like he won his seat again.
Yeah, it looks like in 2016, if we're still going off of our own interactive one, in 2016, Minnesota went blue, and North
Oh, yeah, Minnesota
Carolina
did.
went red. So in our interactive, if we give that one to Biden
I think that's gonna
and
go
this
to.
one,
I predict that Minnesota will go to Trump this year.
really?
Yes.
You think that he's going to take all three of what we considered the battleground states?
Yes.
Wow.
It comes down to the fact that you had those riots in Minneapolis,
Oh yeah, true.
and that
But
pissed so many people off. I think that would be it. I think Minnesota is firmly going to Trump.
but there's the fact that we have to consider that if Biden gets elected, we are probably more likely to see the riots stop.
Right,
Whereas
stop.
if Trump gets elected, we'll probably see them continue. So
But you
wouldn't
have
it
to
make
realize, though-
sense that the rioting states would go for Biden just for peace?
But most people don't see it that way. Like Trump has done a very good job at blaming the Democrats for this.
I guess, but
because look at the cities this is occurring in: Portland, Minneapolis.
Mhm.
I think New York as well. I'm not sure, but it's mainly been in blue cities where the civil unrest has taken place.
what's Kenosha's politics?
I think they.
Yeah.
Kenosha. I think
That was another big area. Yeah.
Wisconsin. I'm pretty sure.
Wisconsin. Yeah, I thought Wisconsin. Oh, Wisconsin is leaning Trump, but it's not over yet.
Okay. Only 59% are reporting. Oh, it's about to rain.
Oh. Well, we are in Vietnam. We are in Vietnam. Rain happens.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be the dry season now.
I think the dry season is a myth. Like, just from what I've experienced in Vietnam, the dry season is a myth. All right. Then I really want my tea.
All right, go ahead. I've drank mine. Not yet. Is there any left? I'll take that last sip.
Sika, can you pass me some napkins, please?
Thank you, Raj. All right, I'm back down here. Let me see if all the levels are going well. I haven't looked at the chat in ages. All right, so this is pretty. Iowa is now edging towards Biden, kind
That's
of.
interesting. That
Yeah,
is
kind
interesting.
of stronger than I would expect it, with 67% of expected vote in. There's got to be some dishonesty around that number. We're gonna check that in just a moment. Now let's see if I can get another microphone working. Bum-ba-da-dum. All right, we're gonna enable this. Go ahead and talk into that microphone. Remember, you got to talk into their side.
Yes, I can.
I'm not sure yet. All right, do give me another test, Jessica. All right, so my computer's picking you up, but OBS is not just yet, so I'm going to have to jump into that. Now I'm the one doing dead radio. This is terrible. All right, active sources only. Yeah, right. That's exactly what's going on. Sorry, still learning.
We gotta move the table in.
We gotta move. Calm down. Okay, everybody, calm down. You are now going on things I care 0% about. Don't need to be so worried. All right, this is really, really interesting. Taking a look at these, I would like to get a better feel for how much is reporting. Ain't got that ready yet, Bobby. Got a friend from LA actually wanting to give me a call and tell me what's going on. Maybe I should answer that. What's up, my dude? All right, you
We don't really have a speaker.
what are the streets like outside right now? All right, go ahead. Yeah, it's all I can hear right now. Yeah, I can hear you. So what's the vibe in Cali right now? All right.
Okay. Let's see. Where are we? We're still at 207.
All right, and I'm back. I'm not a very good host, but
But neither
I'm
am
back.
I. I'm still pretty new to this.
yeah, I mean, at least you guys have been doing it for a couple of times. This is the first time I'm here.
Josh has been doing this longer than me.
Well, I mean, YouTube, yeah, but not really radio. All right. Oh, we're feeling some rain here in Vietnam.
Right.
We might need to move our table closer to the center of the restaurant. So,
All right.
what were you just looking up?
I was looking at if there's been any change in the votes.
Has there been?
Wait, I'm checking.
If there has, Politico has not updated yet.
CNN.
Ah, CNN. They may not be called tonight. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
All right, man. Well, if you go outside and you see something else, give me a call and let me know an update. I'm gonna go back to my screen here because I got dead air for a second. I'll catch you, man. If you see something, I'm still working out the tech of how to get someone to call in, but I should have that done soon. So if you see something, give me a holler over text, and I'll figure out how to patch you in. All right?
All right.
Yeah, I think that will work. All right, man. Catch ya.
Minnesota's leaning blue.
Sorry about that. So that was my friend in LA who was driving all through a bit there, and he said that everything seems really peaceful. He was worried up in Orange County if there might be some Trump protesters who are already out demonstrating, if they might not have something to say after Trump lost. You see, you're cut out of the frame here, so I need to fix that.
That's all right. I'm not really doing much here, but.
All right. Well, I'm not sure how to get. Maybe I need to do this. I don't know how to get another audio input capture, but I think I just figured it out. M1.
Wonders of technology.
Yeah. All right, I think that mic will be live now.
The
You
blue
wanna
one?
give that blue one a test there, Sash.
Test mic 1 2.
Wow, that one's super loud. Try it again.
Test mic 1 2.
All right, so we're gonna turn the volume down here.
Is that the blue one?
Yeah. And then turn that up. Give it another test there for me.
Test mic 1 2.
All right. So we've got that third one working.
Still working out all the kinks, but
Yeah, that's exactly
we're
right.
getting better.
So I'm going to jump into my seat there.
Okay.
And hand this off.
I bet our sound is wild, especially with the street behind us. I wonder how well we're able to be heard. I haven't checked the chat in far too long. We haven't lost all of our viewers yet, so we must be doing something kind of right. So 119 and 209 is our latest score here. As I was saying, I just got a call from a friend of mine living in LA, and he said things are pretty peaceful, and honestly, he said he was worried about the Trump voters. I think what Sash and I need to probably loose our lips, it is 11:24 in the morning here in Vietnam. I think it might be time for a beer. Stika, will you call out a bay beer for me and a glass? I think that's what I need.
As they
No.
No, I'm not going to be doing shots.
No,
I'm
I'm
a
not doing
respectable
shots.
adult. So yeah, if you could call that and then fix that camera so that we're all in the
three of
frame.
us are in the
Yeah,
frame.
might have to back
Okay.
it up a little bit.
No, not me. Just Josh. Just
This
Josh.
is our beer. You're bringing the camera closer to include more people in the shot. I'd just like to point that out for the audience. Well, if the audience was wondering why the camera was getting a smaller shot. All right, now point it towards me.
So
A
90,
little bit that way. And then, no, not that far. In between the two. There you go. And then make it tilt up. Yep. There, not so far. A little bit less. There you go. We're good.
All right. So CNN says that 94% of the votes have been tallied, and they have Trump at 50% in North Carolina, with Biden at 48.7.
And they're saying 94% of the expected vote is in on this. Interesting. You've been looking at Fox News most of the time, is that right?
It's actually CNN.
But when Fox News, awesome, thank you, Raj. Fox News, we are seeing Arizona has flipped.
Wait, Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona went for Donald Trump in 2016, no
Really?
question. Thank you, Raj. Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
shit.
Absolutely. Georgia, we're expecting without question. Iowa, so Fox News has 603% has Trump back in the lead. Let's take a look here at our Politico map, and let's see what they're saying now. Remember the one that we made for ourselves, we said Minnesota, Ohio, or North Carolina, any of those could put Biden in a firm lead, assuming he does flip Arizona, and
Imagine if
and
it
we
becomes
assume
a
Pennsylvania.
tie. I haven't drank any water.
I think that's your water that was just delivered. So, guys, fill your cups with whatever bitter brew you're drinking, and let's just try to get along, because who knows what's happening. This is looking very Trumpy to me, though.
Trumpy, okay.
Very Trumpy. Wisconsin, they're putting Iowa back, and Pennsylvania. Remember that consideration. Oh, sorry, I'm speaking away from my
Mail-in
mic.
ballots, dude.
Dude, the mail-in ballots can go into the toilet after tonight.
Imagine though if they like come out 1 week later saying Biden won.
Yeah. Thanks, Raj. If they come out,
Yeah, that's been my prediction for a very long time.
if they come out 1 week later and say Biden wins, then we've got
Riots in the street.
Bush Gore Part 2, right? But no, much easier, because there's an incumbent. There's a man in the White House that would have to be dethroned or kicked out. And go get Trump out of that White House. I'll watch.
And now you have the right wingers riding.
Don't chew into the microphone, for the love of God.
Okay, sorry.
Turn it off while you're chewing. Here, sorry about that. We haven't eaten today. We just got here, so when the owner put down some food on our table, we all jumped on that. We'll be a little more considerate about chewing into your ear. I know that's one of the grossest things in the world. So, what things that I'm finding most interesting right now is that, no, Arizona doesn't surprise me all that much, but it's such a heavy margin that I'm a little bit surprised.
Same here.
And how many people are we looking at? So how many people are they now saying? How many people are they now saying actually have voted? We've got to be in 150 million already, right?
That's
Probably more.
insane. How many people vote on average?
Like 120, 130 in 2016. More people voted in 2008 than 2016. 2012, I think, was a lackluster turnout. The time Obama won, it was a huge, unbelievable turnout. I'm not really sure what the levels are like. Jessica, give me another test in that microphone.
Hello? Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Oh,
What
we
is
have
that?
cake.
Thank you so much.
Cake.
Is this happy birthday Navi cake?
Happy birthday.
All right.
Thank you.
How good can this get? We get cake.
Get cake, man.
Raj told us he was going to cook
Get
us
cake.
delicious breakfast, and he delivers cake. All right. I'm an American. I can roll with those punches.
Cake for breakfast is an American tradition.
It
What do you think
definitely
donuts
is.
are?
Right. Donuts and Pop-Tarts alike.
Don't forget pancakes. They actually have cake in the name.
Trump has gone down to 117 on Politico. I find hilarious. I'm not sure who they took from him. I do wonder why Nevada has got nothing. Are they like late closers or something?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this cake is fucking delicious.
It's a lemon meringue cake, and it's awesome. So, I don't know. This is looking all stars for Trump. It really is all the way through the board. I don't see how he can.
Trump train keeps on rolling.
Trump train has no brakes, so they say. What I've been told in the memes.
Yep. We're going to keep winning until we're tired of winning. Apparently.
So, my friend in LA is going outside to see what he can see how everything's going in the outside world. That'll be pretty interesting for us to report back to. I'd like to see if we can get some news. I wonder.
This cake is delicious. Holy shit. Oh. Well, why'd you mute me?
Sorry for the dead air, guys, but cake is delicious.
You guys are killing me. I want to stab you both.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, we're not going to do that because we don't support violence or we'll get kicked off of YouTube. Let's take a look here. I'd like to see a list of the poll closing times. I think most of the continental U.S. is already closed. $270towin.com. All right, so 6 p.m. I'm guessing these are all Eastern time zone because there is no daylight savings time going on. It just ended 3 days ago. And so we see, where are we now? 11, we saw California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington. So, yeah, all we've got left is Alaska and Hawaii. Everyone is closed, and everyone's just continuing to pull in. But let's see what's going on right now on CNN Live. I bet it's pretty hilarious.
Are they losing their minds like they did last year?
I think they're. This is Yahoo.
You're right. Those advertisements fooled me pretty well, I guess. This isn't CNN, it's Yahoo. Yahoo Finance,
I got to go on
ABC.
CNN,
It looks like they're not streaming to YouTube. What fools. How could they just give away the Zoomers' love? There's no way they'll ever be relevant after this election, ever, ever, ever again. Like, airports can only keep you so much. So, we've got her talking, and I'm pretty sure if I unmute it, everyone's going to be able to hear, so I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Probably expected,
There it
but
is.
Texas, of course, something that seemed in play late in the race, and some of these polls that, frankly, they were media polls, they were internal polls to the campaigns, to the super PACs. I mean, we had so many numbers to work with, and just like in 2016, frankly, most people who were reading those polls were all thinking that we might see a major realignment in the Sun Belt in this election, and that's just not happening. And Democrats were also very confident about potentially taking as many as winning back as many as 15 additional seats in the House of Representatives, and instead they're seeing some surprising losses in places like Miami-Dade County. They didn't pick up a couple of seats in Texas that they were really optimistic about. A congressman in Staten Island.
She really brings up a valid point. We haven't taken a look at the House of Representatives or the Senate battle at all right now. Not really much reason why.
I'm turning my mic back on.
All righty. You've still got sound up on the board. You back live. Cool.
So, I told you a few minutes ago that Fox is reporting that the Democrats have retained control of the House. Really? Yeah.
Fox is reporting that, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if we can find anything relating to that.
Imagine if the Senate goes blue.
Well, I think we'll see Mike Pence as president for at least a minute. I mean, it's a pretty funny thought. I don't see how it could actually happen.
The whole scenario about Pelosi becoming president is much more likely.
Well, no, because if Trump wins as clearly as decided as it's looking,
I mean, yeah.
so the Democrats are suspected.
Something. They're
Yeah.
going to pull something, man.
Are there clear rules as when you can contend victory? Are
I'm
there
not sure.
backings of it has to be within this or this or this?
Yes, December 13th is the last day. Well, remember how it works in America is every state has to vote, right?
Right.
Not every person. So the states will have their own laws which state when they need to have their elections decided. And the government has set one law saying that by December 13th, all states must report in.
By what?
December 13th.
Okay. That's by law. Okay.
Federal law.
So this is going to drag out for a month and a half then.
It could. I mean, how long did Bush v. Gore drag out for?
I wasn't even here.
Yeah,
There.
we're too young.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Bunch of Zoomers at the table. Dag on. All right.
We're pretty old Zoomers.
Yeah, your grandfather's Zoomers, so I can say, okay, Zoomer to you. But besides that, you're just the boomers of Zoomers.
I think I'm much more of a millennial.
Yeah, you're not.
Huh?
You're not. If you don't remember Bush v. Gore, you're not a millennial. All right, so I want to know Bush
you
v.
don't remember
Gore.
9/11.
You don't remember 9/11, you don't remember Bush v. Gore. Court
That's not-
case. They were back to back, guys. It
Really?
was the lead up. Yes.
Bush
You
v. Gore was
stupid.
2000.
And 9/11 was.
2001.
That's back to back.
That's a
Thank you.
year.
Decided December 12th, 2000.
Oh.
So,
Wow.
9 months away after a giant. Yeah, that was back to back then. You guys don't even remember because you've lived in a Zoomer world your whole life. 9 months of two things happening was back to back in
Not in
1999.
2020, it's not.
True,
2020.
true. In 2020,
it's just every month had something new.
yeah, right. That
I
is
don't
true.
even remember half of this year.
Corona. There, I just brought it
That could
all
be the
back.
alcohol, though.
No, it's not even that. It's just January Kobe, February Corona. Then you got oil prices go negative. Nobody remembers that.
Where
Right?
did the murder hornets go?
Huh?
Where did the murder hornets
The murder hornets.
They're still
They're
kicking.
gone.
No, they're still
no
kicking.
one talks about them anymore, except for memes of bringing up where did they go. Like, that's how relevant they are.
I think the murder hornets turned to be a too complicated trope. Nobody could tell if they were just normal hornets or if they were like a special kind, and we had no video evidence of them. It was like NASA ran the whole project.
Well, NASA did declare that aliens exist.
And that the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere.
What?
They just found water on the moon again and said it was new. Yeah, I swear they find water on the moon every 3 or 4 months, and they're like, oh, look, water on the moon, we found it. And everybody's super happy.
We lost it, then we found it again.
So in the House race, the Dems have retained control. Not that surprising. I don't know how many of these have actually been flipped.
That one
like
QAnon supporter in Georgia won.
Yeah, I heard you read that aloud.
That was pretty stupid, but
The Dems have flipped one seat in the Senate. Do we know who that was? Collins?
one seat in the Senate.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, it was Colorado.
No, it looks like Collins won healthily. Colorado, you're saying. Let's take a look there.
Corey
Gardner lost to Hickenlooper. He got destroyed, it looks
That's what
like.
he deserves, man.
Oh, yeah? Is he Bad News Bears?
Basically, it started with Jeff Sessions. Jeff Sessions wanted to go on a marijuana crusade there and like take out the pot and shit.
Nice.
And then Corey Gardner was in the middle. Basically, Gardner told people, I only voted for Sessions because he promised not to come for the weed. But then Sessions comes for the weed. And that's when it really started. And just Colorado has just been trending blue for a very long time.
I see. That makes sense, man. Like, I don't know why Jeff Sessions would be like, the weed in Colorado instead of, like the heroin in Baltimore. But that's Jeff Sessions for you. Effectively ineffective.
No, but he got fired right after that, though.
Sessions?
Yeah.
He should have been fired long before.
Yeah.
He should never have been given a spot.
No, that
All
guy's
right.
a fucking...
I want to hear a little bit more about what Corey Lewandowski is saying.
Sit here right now in the 11:30 hour to think about having anybody come down and call anything.
Oh, I wasn't suggesting calling, but I was wondering if we would hear from him at some point.
Yeah, I don't think that's been determined yet. I think we're going to wait and see some more of the results as they come in. But I can tell you, as we sit here right now, we're very comfortable knowing.
I was looking in the chat for a while.
Ohio, we've tracked this very, very closely. I know the network's uncomfortable in calling some of these states, but we feel very comfortable with our position in Georgia, our position in North Carolina, and as we continue to go through this exercise, we know that the message that Donald Trump has given the American people over the last 4 years is resonating, and that's why he's continuing to win.
If it comes down to Pennsylvania, Corey, it could be a few days, could be longer. Those mail-in votes, they have time to count them. They couldn't even open them until tonight after the polls close. Is the president prepared to be patient to make sure that every vote is counted?
Around.
The president, of course, he wants the votes counted. We have to make.
I don't think people can hear you when the broadcast is blaring. Go ahead. I muted it.
I'm surprised that Corey Lewandowski is still there because if you look at it, everyone around Trump has either been indicted, they've been to jail, or they've turned on him.
You're saying you're surprised Corey Lewandowski stuck around 5 years almost. I think he was named in 2015, wasn't he?
Yeah, I'm surprised he's been around that long.
Well, I think he's jumped. Through some hoops, and I think he's changed roles a few times. And I think Trump has a history of keeping loyal people around him a long time, and so.
I mean, Michael Cohen, he turned on him.
Well, hold on. He kept Michael Cohen around for the long time. How long was Michael Cohen Trump's attorney?
For like 13 years.
Right. That's a long time.
Fair.
So.
But it's like right when he became president, though. It's like his entire administration has been a revolving door.
Oh, yeah, it has. Because you fuck up, you walk the plank. Like, he's had so many people sell out, and he's had so many people just trade their opinion completely and talk about how bad Trump can be. And, like, when you talk about that, like, what do you expect him to do? He's gotta keep a revolving door. Like, absolutely, there's no question. I don't see any other option for him. He's got people leaking things to the press. He's got people leaking things to the FBI. He's got no choice but to keep a very, very, very tight ship. All right, and you're still eating. All right.
I'm really
Well, then turn that off and put that down. I don't want to have to baby your mic volume because you can't pull the mic away when you gotta chew. So anyway, we'll go back into listening to what NBC is saying. I want to hear. She's outside the White House now.
There is no anticipation that we will actually get a decision before the morning hours at the earliest. Savannah.
All right, Hallie Jackson, going to be a long one. We'll fit in a quick break right here. We'll continue with Decision 2020 election night coverage in just a moment.
And of course, we tune in right as they're going to commercial. So they are going to roll out, and we're going to stop watching them for a time being, because what is more repulsive than commercials in this world? We are bringing it to you 24/7, not a commercial break, just times when Sash chews into the microphone. But besides that, it's not so bad. And I guarantee you, advertisements are more repulsive. So Colorado flipped a single Senate seat, probably because Gardner didn't protect them weed. But nothing else seems really all that close. Oh, wait, I spoke too soon. Montana, Bullock, and Daines. We got Daines up 1% with only 34 of the vote in, though, so that's really, really difficult to see. And they need 4 flips in total. Well, I guess, Collins did win, and you can count her a Democrat, but she came through when you needed it. She put Kavanaugh in there.
What state is she from?
Collins is Maine, I believe. Let me double check this. Click that Maine button. Collins and Gideon. Yeah, Collins is Maine. But the House of Representatives really was the referendum on, is the red wave being lied about and suppressed by storm? Is the red wave really happening? And we see no evidence of this, but when you look at what's her name, AOC, and you look at Ilhan Omar, the people of Minnesota did not vote in Ilhan Omar. You know that. And
Well, there is actually one thing to take into consideration with that.
what's that?
Minnesota has a gigantic Somali population.
Not gigantic enough. I know it's gigantic compared to Fairfax, Virginia's Somali population, but it's not gigantic compared to the Minnesotan population in Minnesota.
But you have to realize a district votes her in.
I do realize that, and there's not a Somali district in Minnesota. And especially not ones with voting rights. There are ones on visas. There are ones on green cards. Green cards can't vote. Refugees take years and take literacy tests and take history tests to be able to get to vote. It's a Fox News talking point that Somalians put her in, and the left is freaking fine with it because Murdoch is their controlled opposition. All right.
That's a fair point.
We're going live on Facebook.
What was that guy you were listening to about the voting, of the messing around with the voting on Sam Tripoli's channel?
Dr. Shiva, I think.
Isn't that the guy who claimed to make the internet? Shiva?
He claims to have invented. I don't know if he says invent. I think he says invented, but invented's a dumb word to talk about when you're talking about
The internet?
the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if I am live on Facebook. Facebook seems very hard.
Facebook sucks.
Upcoming live videos and events.
Now.
I had one. I've clicked go live on OBS. But I'm not sure if it's working. So Dr. Shiva was running for House of Representatives, and pretty obviously his ballots just were cheated from him. There was an algorithm designed to count his ballots at a lower ratio than his opponent. And he's been complaining about this on quite a few popular channels, Sam Tripoli's tinfoil hat being one. I'm trying to get Facebook going, but let's see if I can do that.
So the Spectator Index is reporting that the NASDAQ futures surge because Trump is performing better than they thought.
Really?
Yeah.
Now that's a little bit
Futures
interesting.
are surging.
That is a little bit interesting. So, after all this, Trump still is better for the market, huh?
Oh my.
All right, let's see if this is the button to go live on Facebook.
Cross your fingers and knock on wood.
Spectator is now reporting that, Fox News projects that Trump has won Ohio.
How close was Ohio? It was leaning red, right?
Yeah, it was leaning red. Let's go to Fox.
Pull up our.
Hey, guys. It looks like we are now live on Facebook. We're coming at you from Vietnam. So good morning for us in Vietnam for another 9 minutes, and then a good morning to you from Vietnam in 9 minutes. Go ahead and fill your cup with whatever bitter brew you're drinking, because today we are covering the elections. Right now we've got Biden sitting at 209 points, and he is being trailed by Trump, the hopeful Trump, at 119. I think Sash is saying to me that my numbers are way wrong. So, Sash, what are we at? 223 Biden. That ain't 270 yet, bitches.
And 166 for Trump.
Uh-oh, 66. Trump, the devil confirmed. There it is. We are absolutely positive that that's what's going on. Politico seems to be a little bit behind. They really do. Take a look at my screen, guys. Here we go. 209 for Biden and 120 coming in. So has Nevada been called in what you're looking at there, Sash?
No, Nevada is still blank.
It's a beacon of shining, shimmering vagueness. That's excellent. All right, Nevada's not getting us any love whatsoever, but I guess Texas is still comfortably Trump. And what about Pennsylvania on the polls that you're looking at?
Let me look at it. 1 minute.
I need to learn a little bit more about... Oh, no, I haven't hit the go live button. Motherfucker.
Okay, so
I'm going to have to do that whole thing again for Facebook.
Right now it's 56% for Trump and 41% for Biden.
Hold on, I'm going to ask you again because we're still not live on Facebook because Facebook is a retard. Good morning from Vietnam, Election Day Special. Go live.
No, he's from Delaware. He was
Not what he keeps saying. He keeps saying.
Talking to the mic, Sika. You're an actor. You should know this.
Right. Sorry. I thought we were waiting on you. I thought we weren't live.
All right, guys, we are now finally live for realsies this time on Facebook. It's not the event that I scheduled on Facebook, but nonetheless, it is a live event happening right now on Facebook. I have my scores out of date, sitting at Biden at 209 versus Trump at 119. In just a moment, we're going to go to Sash and explain why that's wrong and what the current status is. But I would like to remind you that we are good morning from Vietnam because it's still morning here for another 6 minutes. But if you're coming to us from the U.S., and especially if you're East Coast time, you've got 6 minutes until the morning. So, my friends, please fill your cup up with whatever bitter brew you're drinking because today it's Trump v. Biden. Sash, why don't you tell me how many electoral points does Trump really have?
Fox News right now is projecting 204, and for Biden it's a 223.
204 and 223. That means the last time I looked at the map, I am way out of date. You've told me a moment ago that Nevada still is not reporting. Is that correct?
Hold on, let me check, dude.
That's pretty interesting. Nevada has, it normally
Nevada
is
0% reporting. reporting.
All right, they
Zero.
might be,
Wow.
perhaps they could be a caucus state, which means only like the county will report a single time. I'm not so sure if there are any general election caucus states left, but Nevada could be something weird like that. It's only 6 points. Trump is the incumbent, but I kind of have a bad feeling that Nevada, because of some of the casino back alley deals, might flip to Biden today. So I'm on the Politico map here,
Right,
and
Las
now
Vegas.
that people can see it, we're showing 209 to 120. So I've got a couple questions for you. Is Texas still staunchly red in the Fox News map?
Let me check.
All right, Sash is going to give us a check on here. I am following my own advice and filling my cup up with a bitter brew. We've got Pennsylvania on the Politico one still reporting strongly for Trump, so that's such a good example of all that fear porn. Now, of course, the talking point may be that since Democrats are super scared of COVID, they might have all cast their vote early, and Republicans have big old balls of steel, so they casted their votes now when you're supposed to. All right, Sash has an update. What are you telling us about Texas?
Yeah, Fox News is reporting that Trump has officially won Texas. They have that check mark there.
All right, so that explains, if we go back to what we've got on the board, we have Trump at 204 and Biden at 223. So that Texas edition there is probably pretty strong. What about Pennsylvania? Has that been called? Because we're showing on Politico with 54 expected votes in a 56% for Donald Trump, which is expected, but compared to what they told us on the news and the Rasmussen polls where Pennsylvania was falling, it absolutely is a different story. So tell me, what's Pennsylvania looking like on Fox News?
Okay, so right now, it's only 54% are reporting in. So, and what they've got is 56% Trump, 41% Biden.
So it absolutely is showing the same thing that I'm showing on my screen here, and that is a Trump slaughter fest. That is more what we expected from the good people of Pennsylvania. We didn't really expect that Philadelphia and Pittsburgh could pull their entire state down to the ground. But here we are with a lot of good wins and secures for Trump. We see that North Carolina is still showing about 2% in for Trump, which is pretty strong. North Carolina was one they were worried about, and Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Florida, every single swing state there is, Trump, 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 Trump. What do you make of that, Sash?
I'm not surprised, but at the same time, I really thought he was about to lose.
The media did a pretty wonderful job making us all think so.
Yeah,
but
he did. He did. Last time, I actually thought Trump was going to win.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, Sash and I did a really interesting episode of Good Morning from Vietnam maybe 2 weeks ago where we started to look at the Drudge headlines every single day leading up into the election in 2016.
Yeah,
and those headlines said, what'd they say, Sash?
Trump.
Trump, 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 Trump. Like they really did. They talked about Hillary's falling numbers, and now we can see that in the past 2 years, Trump really has soiled away from Matt Drudge's good graces or whoever got the keys to his server. You know, like it. He's
Basically,
dead.
The rumor was that Matt Drudge became a victim of Trump's revolving door policy.
I believe that Matt Drudge is 100% CIA and has been CIA since his foundation in the 90s. I think the only way he was able, you guys are Zoomers, so you might not know this, but Matt Drudge wrote a story once. Matt Drudge didn't always post other people's stories. Matt Drudge was the man who broke the Monica Lewinsky-Bill Clinton scandal back in 1999. He had an email list, and he would send good news out over the email, and sometimes it was racing tips. And he would just talk to people in L.A. and send emails out. Total CIA, total intelligence guy. And then in 1999, he broke the story of his lifetime with Monica Lewinsky and with Bill Clinton. He got impeached, much like our beloved Donald Trump here. Hail to the hammer and sickle. I don't think you can see it there. I'll have to lean in a little bit later, but I am
Yeah,
I can't even ironically tell if I'm being unironic or not. Am I being unironic ironically, or am I being ironic unironically?
I just don't think you care.
There it is. And I like Vietnam, and their government doesn't bother me much. My government bothers me way more than the Vietnamese government does. So if you ask me who I'm a bigger fan of, guess what? It's them. The primary goal of a government should be not to bother people.
It seems like the U.S. is the opposite.
Yes, be as bothersome as you can.
Bother, bother, bother.
Bother, bother, bother indeed. Oh, my. All right, guys, so if anyone's listening there, I'm having a hard time keeping track of all the chats. We are live on 2 different YouTube channels. Sincere Geodesy, my YouTube channel studying about geodesy. We're also live on Facebook on my personal channel. And then, of course, the main channel for the podcast that Sash and I do every Monday at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time, excuse me.
Daylight savings.
No, not daylight savings. We've kept it 7:30 through daylight savings. We changed our time.
Yeah.
To keep it the same time, because Vietnam is smart and they don't have daylight saving times, because you can't save daylight. Like, you have the same amount of daylight every day because, like, it's the daylight. And that's how daylight works.
Burn daylight?
You can burn midnight oil, but doing it during daylight is dumb. And that channel is, guys, Good Morning from Vietnam. We're still a pretty small channel, so you'll have to set your channel filter to search channels only, and then we will be the second hit right under a Vietnamese music channel with some advertisements. So Politico seems to be slow on the draw. I wonder if Drudge has abandoned them yet. I'd like to pull up to Drudge's headline and see where they're at. The OBS is not with me yet. Here they are, 209-120. Yep, they're still rapping political. They probably have these automatic updates, but here's what's interesting to me, people. 50% to 48.5%. What do we take those percentages to mean? Are they now chances of who will win, or are they how much of the general public vote has been submitted for each of these candidates?
That's a good question.
It is. Matt Drudge, fix your shit. You're being ambiguous.
Ambiguous. That's a nice way to put it.
Yeah, I think it's an accurate way to put it, actually. Like, oh no. I just realized when we jump into this stream, Jessica's audio is not even a part of it.
It's not working?
There's Jessica back. Well, I apologize, guys. I didn't realize that in certain screens, Jessica's audio is disabled. So I was cutting out my own little sister in her Kanye West shirt.
Yeah. I don't know if they can see it.
No, probably have to step up. I can't have your microphone and a second camera because I lack a USB hub. I could give up the mouse, but I like the mouse. Yeah. So I'm not going to do that. All right, we are in CBS News, which is what Drudge recommends for the Battleground Tracker. We're going to go back to NBC. Let's check real quick if it's a commercial. It's too slow to load, so we're going to look back over here. Everything seems to be slow. Alabama, this is the Battleground Tracker, and you lead with Alabama? What? Drudge, once again, maliciously ambiguous. So we're going to go back, cut this off, and see if we can get this. Let's see.
Still advertising stuff.
I'm not sure. The audience can't see them. They're looking at just us.
Ooh,
fresh fruit juice.
What is this?
Mixed fruit juice being brought, subject to our host, Mr. Raj.
That is delicious.
Looks like Joshua didn't get one. He's in the mic right now. Here comes more.
Oh, thank you very much, Raj. I appreciate that tremendously. Cheers.
That is delicious. Yeah. This is no sugar? No added sugar?
No sugar, no.
Yeah.
I have a friend texting me, actually from India right now, and she's wondering, oh no, is it Biden, is it Biden, is it Biden? Because Biden does seem to have more points. But he's got the points in the wrong places. He's just got them in the wrong places. NBC, I'd like to listen to her. She's not as dumb as she looks.
That's really not the case. So that's something that's got, I think, Democrats a little bit on edge as we head into what's looking increasingly like a pretty long process of counting ballots in this, what they hope is a rebuilt blue wall. That seems like it's going to be the question we're trying to answer here for a while.
And we're just flagging that Alyssa Slotkin, one of the Democratic women, Michigan, elected in 2018, CIA background, Pentagon background, she's down considerably, and that's because it's same-day vote, not early vote. She's told her supporters in a live stream, we're not going to see results tonight, we'll reconvene tomorrow.
Okay, so they're calling it at night because they feel like this early vote is not going to get counted tonight, so you're not going to have an accurate reflection of what's going on in Michigan.
We've got another call here. You see it on the screen there. Virginia, NBC News projects that Joe Biden will win Virginia's 13 electoral votes.
In Idaho, the president has won Idaho's 4 electoral votes. In Georgia, it's a squeaker. It is too early to call. We await
A squeaker in Georgia. That's kind of hard to believe for me, to be honest. But they're saying North Carolina's pretty comfortably Trump. They just said Idaho won. Oh, my goodness. Look at that. Pennsylvania. That's amazing. It's nice to see the expected votes here. Let's listen to him a little bit more.
However, we are projecting that Joe Biden has a lead there.
Minnesota, it is too early to call. Michigan, too early to call as well.
And let's go to Texas. Too early to call, but the president has jumped out to a lead there in Texas, so we continue to watch that one. In Wisconsin, too early to call. We were just discussing that one with Chuck.
Iowa's too early to call, as is Montana. Nevada, we're just starting to see our first votes coming in from Nevada. That's too early to call. Hawaii.
Nevada was one mentioned by Corey Lewandowski of the Trump campaign as a potential pickup for the polls haven't suggested that. And
that 1% there in Nevada, it seems like they're being a lot more conservative, so they're much more like our Politico friends here, where Fox News is just like, report all the states. So 204, 223 might be a little ambiguous on our end, but I'm calling it. Like some of those things like Pennsylvania where he's got a 10% lead, like I just don't know how there's a likely chance. Our best. Maybe I'm streaming to one too many, but it says that the OBS reconnection was
giving them ratings right now.
Yeah, it's true. Like the more they scream about Trump and run stories about Trump being Trump, the more people tune in, and the more, like, they're definitely going to things like that. There was a parody channel on YouTube that was like, what if Biden does win? Like, all of the journalists are out of job because all they've been doing for the past 4, 5, maybe 6 years is just
5 years, yeah.
complain about Trump and things like that.
Ugh.
Like, there goes the social justice warriors. What do they have to fight against if Orange Man Bad isn't there anymore?
They'll find ways. They will find ways. They will find ways.
That the social justice
They
warriors will continue to be social justice warriors.
But you also have to look at it like this. What you're seeing on the right is that they're turning into what the left was back in 2016.
Yeah, and like the problem with how polarized our political narrative has become is that now there's no centrist view anymore.
Like it's like wrong with being a centrist.
Right, but both sides will hate you if you are.
Yeah, exactly. So we were just talking about the fact that it's not cool to be a centrist anymore.
It's not. I mean, like, one of my favorite channels on YouTube is PSA Sitch Undaily, where he and his friend and Adam Friended Forever basically do these EFAP videos, which is every frame of pause. So they'll talk about a video on critical race theory, and then they'll spend 8 hours dissecting it. And they tongue-in-cheek.
They'll talk about a 15-minute video on critical race theory and spend like 8 hours dissecting it to clarify.
I mean, fair. That's true. But if the video's an hour, they also spend 8 hours dissecting it.
True.
So, you know, they're like accordions. They can grow and they can shrink as they're making music. Anyway, I've never used that simile before, but I think it's pretty damn good. And so they jokingly, tongue-in-cheekly refer to themselves as the enlightened centrists, making fun of just what you're saying, that if you're a centrist, everyone's like,
Everyone.
Everyone hates. I don't hate you.
The people
I
on
mean,
the
I
left
might,
hate
but.
you, the people on the right hate you, like, the other centrists might even hate you, like.
That's very true. You guys don't have to stop the conversation just because I sat down.
Oh,
But yeah, I would definitely agree. The centrists are the taboo at the moment.
What is that guy?
I don't know, but our stream can't see it. I'm going back to the news to see if there's anything that worth us listening to or taking a look at. Politico has Biden up to 223, but still has Trump pretty low. They're refusing to give Pennsylvania or Texas to Trump.
Come on, guys. That's a losing battle there.
50 to the fact that Politico is lagging much behind.
It is Fox News.
Right, but that's his point.
True.
His point is.
It is Fox News.
Right, but that's his point.
True.
His point is, like.
Check CNN.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely will pull up CNN here. I've got this CNN that's the interactive,
Yeah,
and
that's
I don't want to move that because this is my call. What we see is Minnesota, Ohio, and North Carolina, but that was the assumption on Biden taking Pennsylvania. Like,
right.
he's got to get 2 of them now. Oh, sorry, I did that backwards. I meant to say North Carolina both go blue, but
yes,
the food
here is very good.
Food is pretty money.
Speaking of which, hey Raj.
No, Justin Barrett,
can I get some
you
Rajma
are gay.
masala, not spicy. Thank you. No. Yeah.
You flagging for that?
No, I timed him out.
Oh.
Jumping into my channel saying you gay. Like, at least use proper grammar in your insults. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Well, what are you talking about?
Oh, someone jumped in our chat and said you gay.
You're gay? Why?
No, not you're gay. That
You
was
gay.
correct grammar.
Well,
Even
why
if
did he
he
say we're
spelled it-
gay?
He just
I don't
said-
care.
Well, what's his name?
Justin Barrett is his name. You gonna go hunt him down?
Fuck you, Justin Barrett.
I think he's gone
Piece of
now.
shit.
Yeah.
I think he's
motherfucker.
gone now.
Oh, there's the guy who is on your YouTube channel.
Yeah, Dan Morris. He stopped in. I think he's in bed already. He said that he got a pretty early morning. In the morning, the next morning. Here we are, crushing and going. I want to listen to a little bit of NBC because everything I'm looking at looks like Trump. And I
Go on,
don't know.
InfoWars.
InfoWars. Good Lord.
Why?
Why?
Let's just see what they're saying.
Live now.
I just want- just for a few minutes. Come on.
All right, let's see what InfoWars is doing and saying. Let's see if Alex Jones is still pro-Trump, right?
I don't know.
We don't know, man.
I mean, I know he's got a little blue leprechaun in his pocket. Is that? Can I say blue leprechaun? Is that anti-Semitic? What's his website? Infowars.com.
Yeah.
Wow. Infowars.com. And I'm sure he's got to be streaming all night, like live election coverage. There it is.
He's with Roger Stone. Surprise? No.
He's streaming with Roger Stone right now.
Seems like it.
Perhaps I need to buy more penis pills to be able to watch this. Because it's not giving me a play button.
No, you need to give him money before you can watch his live stream.
Oh, okay. Well, join us. I'm trying to join you, Steve. He's with Steven Crowder. Oh my. And the Blue Leprechauns do clutter
Who's
together.
the blue leprechaun?
Use your imagination. I'm not going to say it on stream.
Oh, okay.
looks like nothing on the flat Earth. The InfoWars channel. But let's check out Steven Crowder.
Steven Crowder.
Well, it said that he was streaming with Steven Crowder, and Crowder is doing a live breakdown. I really don't like this guy, but let's give him a listen.
No one does. He's a
right.
shit.
Oh, chat's disabled for a stream. He's so scared.
Interesting
But I
character.
don't read what they say and believe it. So
Yeah, you are an interesting character. You know that, but that's not an insult. You.
Well, I'm sure as much as he complains about getting flagged for transformative rights violations, I'm sure I'm going to get flagged for playing his channel. But anyway, let's
gut level,
go.
yes. What do you
I
think?
agree.
Okay, good. All right.
I mean, he better be. My God, if that walking corpse is the president and people buy into that,
I tell you what.
I don't know what to
have
say,
you actually
Steven.
tried to watch a full Biden rally? I don't mean 5 or 10 minutes. A full.
Oh,
Biden
he's
rally?
going to make fun of how old Biden is. I've heard that bit many.
Biden what?
How old Biden is.
Trump is like 74. Who cares? Fuck.
Yeah, but Trump is lively and energetic.
Like it. Biden acts like a dementia patient sometimes.
Do you think Trump takes some, like, Seroquel?
I don't know.
Like, that's been a long-standing rumor that he takes
I think
stimulants.
that it's not hard to be a 74-year-old man with that much energy. I think it's also not hard to be a 74-year-old man with Biden's level of energy. You're 76.
Biden is 79.
79? Holy shit, the dude's old.
Oh my.
Are you serious?
Or is he 78?
I thought he was 2 years older than Trump.
Oh.
He's probably... No. In 2017, he was 75. So he's 79 now, dude.
Oh my.
All right, we're going to have to get to the bottom of this. We're going to go to biography.com, political figure / Joe Biden. And he was born in 1942, which is 4 years before Trump. Trump's 1946. And they were born within 2 months of each other because that's the way that it works.
So Biden's 78.
Google how many presidents we've had born in 1946. It's weird. Fire dogs. So he's 1948. Yeah, you might be right. Interesting.
78. Fuck.
What an old friggin' dude. So I want to hear what they're going to say about the Senate, but it looks like we just missed it. Nonetheless, we're going to tune in here for a moment. I'm not sure why they're not saying anything they should be. Maybe they don't have anyone to pay for advertisements, and so that's exactly what they're doing, which is pretty funny. What's up?
Your dad.
I don't care. If he doesn't come in here, there's no problem with that. He's free to wander on whatever lunchtime shindig he's doing. Nonetheless, we've got the House projection plus 12 seats for Democratic control. How interesting is that? And the Senate sticking still with 11 unknown, forgive me, but still high on
which
Republicans.
states are at play for the Senate? Like, who specifically?
I don't know because, as most of our listeners will probably be aware, the entire House of Representatives goes up for election every 2 years, but senators stay in this rotation, so only 33% of the Senate goes up for election at a time.
33.
How else are you going to split 100 people into 3 ways? 33.3. Like, that is the reality of it. You want to know how much of the Senate is in for contention overall, or are you saying still outstanding?
Like during this entire year, like which Senate seats were up for grabs?
So here's the map that the people can see right now. If you can get close enough to see the computer, you'll see that not every state goes up, obviously, at once, but we've got a lot of Midwest red, and then just some fringe. I think only one's been flipped. Yeah, according to Politico.
The only one that's been flipped.
That's been flipped, yeah.
How many do they need to flip?
4. They need to flip 4 to get control.
Like complete control?
Well, there's no more supermajority in the Senate, is there?
Is there?
That depends.
On
Like
the filibuster's been destroyed.
It has?
It has.
Really?
Thank you.
It's been a long-standing argument. Yeah, but Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell have destroyed the filibuster in the Senate.
Doesn't Mike Pence still have the nuclear option?
Define the nuclear option for me. The only thing I know about Mike Pence
like
is if they're
Senate goes
tied.
50-50?
Yeah, sure, Pence, but that's always. He is the president of the Senate.
Yes.
Or maybe he's the president of Congress. It's been a while since I've had my government class. I think he's just the president of Senate.
He's the president of the Senate.
So not that many really here were up for grabs, and we can see here that
Yeah, how many were up for grabs and how many they need to flip 4? They
Yeah.
flipped 1. How many are open?
still uncalled or 11.
11. Okay.
Oh no, Politico's reporting 10.
10 remaining seats. Okay. So they need to get 3 more of those to flip.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So it doesn't look like they already had control of the House, and it does look like they'll maintain strong control of the House.
But do you think they'll get the Senate? I mean, there's 10 open and they only need 3.
No.
Any more?
No, it looks like to me this is a giant status quo election. Wouldn't you agree, Sash?
Trump's rhetoric has definitely been much more establishment, and so have his policies.
Yeah, but no revolutionaries are coming out. I don't know if you can really call voting for Biden a revolution.
No, hell no.
No.
So what is that the point? Is that the point, to leave the revolutionaries with the only option being revolution?
Yeah, because
Maybe.
no one's going to go for it.
All right, so one of you, as I was walking away before, one of you was mentioning riots.
Yeah.
Well, you forgot a really important thing. No one from the hood's coming to a riot in December. It's
Wait, what?
cold. No one from the hood is coming to a riot in December. It's cold.
That is true.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
I forgot about the cold. I live in Vietnam.
Get
Well, what
Chicago
about
to
the South?
riot in December. Where? Florida, where they get shot for rioting, or Texas, where they get shot for rioting?
Fair.
Like, Arizona went blue. You guys can riot. I mean, Tempe and Scottsdale were beautiful, but
Well, if they set things on fire, then they'll all be warm.
how do you get enough of them together?
It wouldn't be hard. They've got the
Together like
tools.
Penguins. Antifa penguins.
Remember, they need a sheer number of NPCs to hide the real militants and the real dominance and the real violence, right? They need the masses to turn out. And the masses aren't going to turn out in December. It's cold.
People do things even when it's cold, like New Year's. and
Do they
stuff
do
like
things
that.
prolonged
Do they
outside?
riot
where
on
Yeah,
New
like-
Year's
like-
Eve? They
No,
don't.
but everyone's outside even though it's cold, or like the Christmas parades and things like that. People go outside even when it's cold.
And what are they doing? Walking like penguins?
Yes.
Okay.
But you can't riot when people are walking like penguins.
I think they might try.
No, it doesn't work. It straight up doesn't work. That is the reality of it.
But then again, by the time December rolls around, people's heads have cooled down a bit.
It's already cold in a lot of the world.
No, like their minds, like they're not as all what's the word, panicked as they were in November when the elections were taking place.
I mean, I don't think people have any reason to be panicked because it's the status quo that's winning, right?
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
nothing, no one's life is going to get different, and no one has real fear that it will because Trump's going on now.
Right, that's another thing that's different in 2016, where they were pushing the narrative that like people will die if Trump gets elected.
Nebraska, they're calling here. I want to listen because this is one that I chose as Trump, but they hadn't called yet.
Which is a swing congressional race, is neck and neck. So Biden is way overperforming the Democrat. Trump is underperforming the Republican nominee.
Vote or day of?
At this point, because of the way our system works on the district, that I can't tell you from here, but I can just tell you. Oh, I went back one too many here. As you can see, it's mostly today's vote. So already that's a strong indication there that that one electoral vote, which we thought was going to lean Biden, it does. Let me give you a little update here in Maine so you can see that electoral vote. We got half the vote in. Look, you can see there's still a lot of vote that needs to come in. Let me show you where things stand in Maine 2 here a minute. This big red blob is Maine 2. And again, we got a good half of the vote here, but you can see, I believe, there we go. In the 2nd district, Trump is ahead by 13,000 votes. This is a very rural congressional district. We shall see. I mean, it looks pretty clear that Biden's going to win the other 3, but they could split it 1 and 1.
Yeah, I remember Maine isn't
It happened in 2016. I think Biden needs every electoral vote.
Maine.
So does Trump. So they're both
Yeah,
going to
Maine
need these
won.
official votes.
Yeah, Maine's
Trump won
not.
Maine.
Maine's not winner take all though. Maine splits up their electoral. But you just heard what he said. He slipped up. I muted it right as he said it, which is why I looked over. I want to rewind.
What did he say?
And get that back.
People were left at
Let me see if I can rewind this.
in sub-freezing vote. For
Yeah.
2016.
It happened in 2016. I think Biden needs every electoral vote he can get.
Oh! Every electoral vote he can get.
downer.
We're not the only
All right,
ones
we've got
saying this
some,
looks strong
some
for
new
Trump.
information.
Let's jump back here.
Minnesota, where it's too early to call, but we can now characterize this as Biden leading in Minnesota.
All right, let's go to New Hampshire. We're projecting that Joe Biden will take New Hampshire, another northeast state going in his direction. Colorado, formerly red, then purple, now blue. Joe Biden takes Colorado.
Georgia, looking for some of that Atlanta vote right now. That's too early to call. North Carolina is too close to call. Florida, this is one we have been watching since early in the evening. An important lead, Trump lead right now in Florida, but we are still calling that one too close to call.
These are both a couple of races where we're being very cautious. In Arizona, it's too early to call. We await more vote, but Biden is leading there.
Michigan, too early right now.
Said to be waiting for a lot of mail-in vote in Michigan to be counted. In Texas, it's too early to call, but Trump has jumped out to a lead in Texas. And
Trump's got a much more sizable lead in Texas from what we were seeing before, just to point out. It does look like he's going to take that for sure.
Montana, too early as well.
All right, let's roll on to Nevada.
Really expecting
That one
anything
is too
different
early to call.
for Texas.
Probably not, but the past week has been full of headlines about Texas falling.
Just more fear, or
More than likely, just more fear. That's the only thing that makes sense for me. Like they're also, they keep going back to the point about how
people from Cali are moving to Texas.
no, the mail-in vote.
Ah, yeah.
I remember part of their theory is the fact that the mail-in votes are enabling voters for the first time in history to come forward. And so we're seeing these huge, I want to listen to this one more time.
Hard with the mask over her face.
That could determine who will be the next.
Will gain or lose seats.
The Republicans being above 200, I talked to a Republican official about this literally over the weekend, who said, gosh, we just hope to be at 185, 190 House seats.
They're doing
anything 200 plus. This is gravy for them. Look, tonight's election, I mean, this does feel a lot like, to me, like 2000, 2004, meaning very evenly divided. Every individual state is kind of a knife fight. And it's, it feels as if the battleground map we're about to see develop here maybe a battleground map like the 2000 battleground map that is just etched in our minds.
We're getting word that former Vice President Biden has arrived now. Let's go to Kristen Welker. We expect to hear from VP shortly.
All right, let's take a listen to what Biden's got to say.
The lights from his motorcade that has just arrived. So I anticipate we are in within just a few minutes from hearing from Vice President Biden. And I think Casey really hit the nail on the head. I think you are going to hear Biden try to rally his supporters to try to prepare them for what now seems like it's going to be a somewhat likely protracted battle for him to get to the White House. There's going to be some counting that goes on in the next few days, but I anticipate that we will hear a measured optimism from the former vice president when he addresses the crowd here. It is worth noting that what you are seeing is a drive-in event here, and this is characteristic Biden. This is what has really been the hallmark of his campaign and how he has chosen to run this campaign. Socially distant people now getting out of their cars, as you can see, but largely socially distant, and that is a
So Sash just sat down, didn't see what was going on, and asked, "Oh, is Biden conceding already?"
No. He's optimistic and rallying his supporters.
Rallying his supporters.
Isn't that what before the election is for?
He tried, no one would show up.
But this is going to go into the Trump column, an absolute must-win for him.
Yeah, they're in their cars.
380,000.
Probably makes Biden's speech a bit more bearable.
Yeah, just tune into the radio. If you snooze out, we won't
Just to
know.
remind you where there was 300,000 votes 2 cycles ago. So as we see, the difference was that. Let's
So
go.
Miami-Dade.
Joe Biden won it by nearly 3,000. Hillary Clinton won it by nearly 300,000. So you want to know where 200 of the 300,000 votes is? It's sitting in Miami-Dade County. So there's no doubt Miami-Dade County, even as, you know, he could feel good, he added, I mean, Osceola County.
So Mr.
Biden needs
Your
all
mic's
the
off,
votes.
don't worry about it. Mr. NBC is just trying to say that Florida's still in play because of Miami-Dade. And, I mean, well, that's the county of Miami, so that's the most liberal county, and it's a big population compared to the rest of Florida. But that he is saying that even though NBC's already called Florida projected winner as Donald Trump, he is saying it's still...
Democrats really have to get their base out. And
As
this
he
was
said,
something that people
Biden
were
needs
whispering.
every electoral vote he can
The
get.
downside
Every
of doing
electoral
a
vote he
virtual
can get.
campaign.
Well, I have to tell you, Casey, this is not something that was unremarked upon down in South Florida. There were folks who were Biden supporters sounding the alarm about this very issue. Interesting to see in Florida, Biden actually did win some of the swing districts. Pinellas County, for example, one of the swingiest counties in Florida. He prevailed there, but it's Miami-Dade that ultimately sunk his chances in Florida.
Yeah, that's right, Savannah. And I've neglected to mention that my grandparents live in Pinellas County, so you can drive down the street and wave down the I-4 corridor and wave to Chuck's mom on their way by in Orlando. The issue with Latinos that's playing out.
Do you know what the issue with Latinos is, Jessica? Because this white woman's about to tell you the issue with Latinos.
That Democrats might lose.
What is the issue in Latino?
Sometimes they don't vote the way you told their brown asses to vote.
They neglected to really pay attention and engage, and my sources are saying they would have had to do this potentially years ago. This is something that the Trump campaign has been working on for a long time, but we'll have to see if it plays out.
The Latino infiltration of the Trump party.
And this is Wilmington, Delaware. Joe Biden about to come out and address his supporters.
All right, here comes Biden.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
He hasn't been paying attention.
We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
No.
But talking to the folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process.
I find it pretty funny that
I'm
as
grateful
Biden
to
is
all
speaking,
my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Well, so Biden is laying down exactly what Sash was saying earlier. Once he's done eating, we'll get him back into the conversation. But so Biden's basically saying we might not know the result. Yeah, right. We might not know the results today, but the mail-in voting will come and save us. Like he even said. Let me give you a little volume here, Sash. He even said that that they will win Pennsylvania, is what he said. And like, let me remind you guys where Pennsylvania is at right now, because he's saying
it's
that
squarely in Trump's corner right now. If they steal this election, dude, oh my God.
Like, I mean, will it work?
It might work. Remember on Monday, I told you, right, that I think that if it comes down to the wire the way Biden just mentioned it, the Republicans will turn on Trump and the courts will turn on Trump.
But how do you see that, though?
If you see the rhetoric coming from guys like Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham, they've been really throwing Trump under the bus.
Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham are establishment to their core, and they're just playing to their Republican constituents now with the current meta. But I would agree both of them would sabotage just for the sake of it. I really don't doubt that. The question is, what about the rest?
All right. Well, let me give you another example. So, Mitch McConnell basically killed the stimulus bill, but he pushed Amy Coney Barrett.
True.
Maybe he's doing that as a way of getting Trump out. Because the stimulus would definitely help Trump.
Well, there are a lot of political theorists who think that the better move for the stimulus was to wait And so let me explain their theory, and then you guys can talk about what. Oh, actually, I can mute them from here. No worries. I don't need to go to the soundboard because of the different layout. Let's just think about this theory. Trump gave people cash money. Gave people money in their pockets, no matter if they paid taxes or not, no matter what they did.
Signature, so you knew who it came from.
Exactly, and he fought hard for that signature. And that went out to all Americans, poor and rich alike.
We got it.
We got it out here in Vietnam. It's crazy. You got denied? How?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Oh, that's funny.
Trump's racist.
Trump's racist.
Trump
It's
is
because you're
racist.
brown.
Yeah,
He was like, you good white folk living in Vietnam, have some money. Not you brown Colorado child. You smoke the marijuana. Jeff Sessions told me not to pay you.
I was so
It's how they think he acts.
I was so pissed.
I know. That's a lot of money out here.
Wow.
I really wanted to use that money to day trade, which I would have lost. So
Right.
So, yeah.
At least he's honest about it, ladies and gentlemen. Well, so the theory is that people are now hurting and want more money. And they'll see Joe Biden and they're like, we don't know if I can mute you. We don't know if your rich, crusty ass will give us money, but we know his rich, crusty ass will because he did it already. So, by making them hurting, it cements it. And then now in the days of the re-election, to help his public support, he gives another boost.
I see. So, no money yet, so that they don't have it. And they know that they probably won't get it if Biden's in. But if Trump's in, then they might get it again.
That's exactly right. Now, Sash, since you're the one that's been on your phone the most watching the numbers, Politico is now saying 223 to 174. I have on our scoreboard 223 to 204. What are you reading, and do you think that I've got the right scores, or I should update mine a bit?
CNN has Biden at 215 and Trump at 165. You got that?
Biden at 160,
215.
215. All right. So, yeah, we're going to back these.
And Trump is at 165.
Interesting. So, Politico has them both higher. So, I guess we'll keep them at 223 to 204 right now.
And let me check Fox.
It looks like...
That's assuming Trump takes Texas, right? Which...
Yeah.
Have they given Trump Texas yet in
I
Politico?
might have to stop this on Facebook.
No. Bye, Facebook.
Yeah, bye, Facebook.
You suck anyway.
I'm stopping the stream on Facebook to try to make it better on YouTube.
Okay, let's see. Fox News.
I guess I'm going to start it back up on Facebook so that I can say
Fox
goodbye.
News has it projected Biden at 237 and 210.
237 and 210. How interesting. I wonder what the difference is there.
But then again, Fox News is more pro-Trump, so take that into account.
Sure.
But it looks like the pro-Biden people aren't giving Trump certain states.
4 million mail-in votes in 2016. And let's take a look here at how many votes they're at right now. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they got 2 million. Okay, I think my number of mail-in votes from last year is wrong because this is surprising me. But the way that it reads in Maryland, the way the law is, if the number of mail-in votes isn't to the discrepancy of the votes casted on Election Day, so we looked today 1.3 million versus 700. Let's say there were only 200,000 mail-in votes.
Okay.
They wouldn't count any of them. They would throw them all away.
That I don't understand.
It can't technically decide. So let's say there's 1 million votes in Maryland, right?
Okay.
200,000 of them are mail-in votes. 500,000 of them are for Biden. And then 50,000 of them are for Trump, 50,000 are for Kanye West.
Okay.
So 200,000 mail-in votes. Even if every single one of them was for Trump, Biden would still win the election. So they never count any of the mail-in votes.
So if the mail-in votes can't change,
Because they can't change the election.
if the mail-in votes can't affect the election, they don't even bother.
Correct. The reality of the Electoral College is that your vote doesn't matter. Your state's votes matters. The states vote for the president. How the state chooses who they vote for, up to the frickin' state. Nothing to do with your vote being counted. Unless the state's law says that they give out their votes based on who voted, like Maine.
Maine, the voters basically decide then.
More directly than Maryland voters, right? Like, I don't know how Colorado works, but Maryland's a winner-take-all state. And it's a winner-take-all state with laws that exclude mail-in votes rather easily.
How many states are winner take all? Can we find that out?
Like something like 95%.
Yeah, I kind of knew it was a lot, but
Most of them.
kind of what I thought. Do you know if most of them have the same laws and with the mail-in votes?
I do not know about the mail-in vote law. I just know that individual votes don't matter and never have.
That makes sense. We're a republic.
I mean, we're not meant to be a democracy, right, in the first place.
Yeah.
And as such, we're not.
Nope.
Yeah, that's
Democracies are dumb.
That's exactly right. And that's by design, and that's the plan, and that's exactly where we are.
Which is why I don't know if it's a talking point of the far left, crazy people, or if of the general left, but don't they want to get rid of the Electoral College?
Well, there's definitely works in place to try to get rid of the Electoral College. I mean, but then everybody knows that California and New York would decide elections, and the rest of the country's not okay with that. So it's hard even for a Colorado Democrat to know that they'll lose all the power the second that they do that.
Right.
So what's worth checking out? What should we take a look at next? What are you reading on Twitter there, Sash?
Georgia.
What's up with Georgia?
Donald Trump 15 minutes ago said he'll be making a big statement tonight. A big win. Well,
you win this round.
I'm gonna let you finish, bye. Just saying.
We can jump into Twitter here and see. You said real Donald Trump tweeted?
Yeah.
I'm following him, but you know how it is on Twitter. You never see his posts unless you go look for him. Vote, vote, vote. 22 hours ago. This is been. Oh, my. 11 minutes, and his tweet is already tagged as being misleading. We are up big. They are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it.
Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. You know, so many polling places went down yesterday.
What's up?
So many polling places, the machines malfunction.
Yo, yeah, every year. Sash is talking about machine malfunctions. Yeah, that happens all the time, every year. Raj, can you put my beer back in the fridge? There you go, my man. Thank you very much for the constant service. So we can see here, guys, that
Oh, Twitter.
right.
I got nothing else to say about that.
It's hard. It's hard for me to show it because I've got the top right. Oh my! Look at it. Everyone's getting blocked. Everyone.
Who's getting blocked?
None of
Twitter's removing Trump's tweets because he's saying they're winning. This is hilarious. So what Trump did say is we are up big. You can see here, guys, that I can't actually show you that tweet. And then our camera's blocking it, unfortunately.
Wait, why is our camera blocking it? Can't they see your screen?
They can see my screen minus the right-hand side. See.
Oh. Can't you move our...
Yeah, I'll move our camera for a moment.
Because that's important. Show them that.
The weather today has been really nice.
Yeah, there we go. So we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the election. That's pretty funny. Trump keeping it real as he does up on the Twitter. We will go back here and give a listen to what our NBC friend is saying now. Because Trump is coming soon, and we are going to make sure that we get you that
we talked a little earlier in the night about how we're entering the narrative-setting phase of this campaign and the fact that Democrats don't feel as strong about it. They will feel much stronger about it if they can point to Arizona and Georgia as examples of places where the suburbs moved decisively for them. If their advantage spreads out farther across the map, that is going to make it a lot easier for them to make the case that it is very clear who is the winner of this election. And to your point, Savannah, I think that's part of why you're seeing the president and his team be so pugnacious, frankly, about trying to make sure that these kinds of things do not get out into the ether, because this is going to be this kind of narrative fight going forward. And just to button up with the nightmare scenario, I have been having a couple conversations with Democrats who are looking at the map, nervous about that, and starting to think about, okay, what if we do end up with a tie? What if we go to the House of Representatives? Then it's decided by House delegations. So each state gets a vote. If Texas, for example, is controlled by Republicans, the delegation likely would cast their vote for Donald Trump. Does that put us in a scenario where Democrats not focusing enough on the House of Representatives, heading into this perhaps being overconfident on that map, come back to bite them? I honestly, I'm not ready for any of this, at least not until we have some more drinks ahead of today's show.
Let me go to Andrea, who's been watching the president's latest.
Well, on the president's latest tweet saying that the election is being stolen, Twitter has flagged it, saying some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election or other civic process. So
probably
Twitter
the
is
line
calling them out.
asserting that there were ballots cast after Election Day, which of course there's no.
I apologize. I've had the 269 as my phone screensaver for about a month.
It's your fault.
I really have, and it's like however, I had it a slightly different scenario. I'll admit that.
We're going to banish you to the
But it gets close, yeah.
All right, we're going to take
I guess
a
it's
break.
nerd hour here as we get into the wee hours.
Are you trying to compliment me, right? I take it as a compliment.
He's still not in shirt sleeves yet, so our
No
decision,
more snacks for Chuck.
Decision 2020 election night coverage, a little punchy, but we'll continue after this short break.
And they're back to commercials, so we're back for you.
They were just talking about his tweet, too.
Yeah, they were. We just got our breakfast delivered, so we were trying to.
The president is lying to the American people through Twitter.
Yeah, they say that a lot.
That's why they flagged his tweet. It didn't even say what they said it said.
What did they say it said?
They said that Trump said that votes were casted after the polls closed. He said they will not be casted after the polls close. His was a negative statement. They said it was a positive statement. That's misleading.
Oh, okay.
You understand or do you?
Go back. I was
Okay.
on Facebook.
Yeah. So they were just talking about the tweet that we had pulled up. And if you go back, you can see that when we pulled it up, that's what Trump said. If I know how to use this. I'm not as good at that. But so Trump said votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. that's a statement, right?
Yes.
NBC just said that Trump claimed that votes were casted after the polls closed. That's different.
Okay. I see.
And that was their justification for flagging his tweet, because it's a lie, is what they were saying.
Okay.
But they didn't even quote his tweet correctly. Oh my. This is all insanity.
I quit caring at this point. It's like,
I've never really cared about politics. I care about it more than I have at any point in my life before.
I've actually cared way less.
Less.
Yeah.
No, I care pretty much like maybe 10 to 15%, and that is probably more than I have ever in my life. And that's just because how politicized everything's become in the U.S. that you couldn't, like, I was in college in the U.S., FCC, Maryland Community College, and I couldn't avoid politics there because everyone was talking about it, and I mean the stereotype of liberals at college is true. Like, there's no other way to say that. There are still conservatives in college, but I also grew up in Maryland, which is a very blue state. So I probably care about it more than I have at any other point in my life, but still, like, teeny tiny bit.
This is the question about how much you care about politics?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Say, Zach?
Like, since Trump's been in office, I've just quit caring, man. It's all distractions. Like, people have gotten way too emotionally invested in politics.
Well, right, and there's,
It's
you
just
know,
not worth it.
Trump didn't bring that decisiveness because,
Divisiveness?
yeah, you
It's
guys
been around forever.
right, but they called McCain a racist too.
It wasn't as bad as they did it to Trump.
I
though.
agree. It was ramped up, and Romney was worse than McCain, even though Romney's a better dude than McCain. I mean, like on paper, probably not in real life, but in
You never really heard people calling Romney a racist, though.
yeah, you did in 2012.
I didn't know. I didn't care.
In 2012, you definitely did. Only then, only when he was running against Obama. That's the only time.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's
If he's running against Obama, the racist.
yeah. If you weren't a
rights
racist, you would let him win.
Yeah, right. Because it's not racist to give the job to someone purely based on their skin color.
No, that's anti-racist.
No, but you see, a lot of the shit that Obama did, Trump is doing too. And now you're starting to see the left realize just how bad it's been.
What shit?
Like just.
He didn't start 7 new wars.
Okay, wait, no. I'm talking about on like. So the problem with Obama is that he got way too entrenched in pop culture. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
But that's the left-wing pop culture. What you're seeing with Trump is that he's getting entrenched in the right-wing pop culture.
Is your only point that Trump and Obama are both populists?
No.
Because I agree with that.
I'm not saying they're populist. I'm saying
they are.
Obama and Trump are populists. What makes you say that?
Both Obama and Trump do actions to secure their popularity, and they market themselves as presidents based on their personality instead of their policy.
Okay.
Because they try to gain popular support based on a fandom as opposed to a political theory cognizance.
Okay, so Okay. From that side, I get it. Yeah.
They're both populist, to be sure.
Okay.
I think that's what you mean by using pop culture. Like Trump uses meme magic. We know that. He wouldn't be president if he didn't use meme magic. We know that's what won him in 2016, and it's probably what kept him alive here until 2020, where, son of a bitch, it looks like he's going to win.
Again, fuck.
Hey, Politico finally updated and gave Texas to Trump.
Yeah, they officially gave Texas to Trump, and
Ohio as well.
Ohio and Florida officially to Trump,
What about North Carolina is still in play?
with a 2% variance, 94% in. Georgia looks to be much less in play.
Okay.
They're calling Nevada for Trump.
Really?
No, sorry, they didn't call, but Trump's leading heavily. But
Okay.
only 3% in. Only 3% in.
Nevada went to Clinton in 2016, right?
No, Trump.
Oh, okay.
We should still have the 2016. If you want to pull it up. No, that's ours. CNN, I think. No, wait, where is it? Is it going?
Interesting to see that CNN's showing 215 to 171. I'd like to check out what they're at now. When you drill in, it gets more partisan. It goes to 205. Oh, there it is. I guess some states are active and need to load.
Oh.
Trump almost has a 1,000,000-point lead on Biden
In the popular
in
vote?
Pennsylvania. No, in Pennsylvania specifically, but nobody will call it for him. Wisconsin still very much in play. It looks like Michigan less in play.
Who is leading the popular vote?
Yes, Pennsylvania. Biden says he's from Scranton.
Yeah, like in all of his speeches, he's mentioned Pennsylvania.
Biden has the lead on the popular vote.
Oh yeah, it looks like so. That's not surprising.
2016 Part 2.
California called?
I mean, it's
Yeah, like
blue.
after 1% reports in, they're called.
Yeah.
Like California doesn't really get much credence. Nobody really pays attention there. Yeah, it's 70% to 30.
Yeah. Cali's just gonna stay blue. How much is in for Nevada?
3%, next to nothing.
Nevada.
Let's look at that 2016 again.
I'll be back.
I think I have it up. Where'd it go?
Oh, Nevada did go blue. Sash was right. We should let him know.
Yeah.
So Nevada went blue. Illinois and Minnesota, just what we're seeing. New Mexico, Colorado. I mean, we're seeing almost pure repeats. Trump flipping Nevada isn't that big of a deal. It's only 6 points. Losing Arizona isn't that big of a deal.
Yeah, Biden got Arizona and Trump got Nevada. So. Yeah, that seems to be the only difference. It's flipped. Like Biden's probably going to take Arizona and Trump's leading in Nevada.
But everything else is exactly the same.
Is it exactly the same? Is everything else the same? Who won Pennsylvania last year?
Trump.
That's what I thought.
Looks like it.
Yeah. So the three that we had our battleground states in our interactive map was Minnesota, Ohio, and North Carolina.
Yep.
And it looks like Minnesota went blue last time, but where is it now?
Minnesota went blue last time, and it's leading blue right now, I believe.
Again?
Yeah.
Or maybe I just think that because I said it would go blue. No, it's heavy.
leading blue.
Yeah, I'm amazing. I'm amazing at this.
Hey.
Those riots happen where they have control. It goes blue where they have control. It makes sense. It definitely makes sense. We're seeing almost a 2016 repeat, Sash, because you're just joining us. I got to turn your mic back on. A 2016 repeat to a T, except for Nevada seems to have flipped, maybe, and Arizona seems to have flipped, maybe. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not entirely surprised. It's like you see like so much like consolidated control in these states. It's like they know how to fix it and make the election come down to a few states.
And the people who were pro-Trump, these riots and the things that have been happening aren't going to push them away from Trump, really. You said that you personally were pushed away from Trump because of the economics, right? Because of the dollar crashing.
Yeah, he's leaning into that punch. And 2 laxy days ago on the beer virus. 2 in-betweener, 2 centrists.
Mm. There's that centrist again.
For sure.
Yeah.
Maybe if he comes out and reverses all his positions, I'll support him again. It's not like I had a big conscience or a crisis of conscience to vote either way. Thank you, Raj. To vote either way because my vote was pointless, and 2, he pissed me off.
Fair enough.
For me, Trump pissed me off with his virus response. Like I think he let it happen on purpose.
But I mean,
how do you rationalize that? What do you mean by let it happen on purpose? Close the country down and let the
let's start
economy
there.
crash there?
Basically, he wanted. Basically, I think he wanted to make this virus a normalized thing.
Well, I'm still not
Okay.
understanding what you mean.
Okay, it's like, would you really have to shut down the country if you have like, if the COVID was as relevant as the flu is?
Trump didn't shut down the country.
Okay, fair.
Governors did.
Fair.
All right.
But, the economic response to it pissed me off.
Right, but that wasn't all Trump. Like, how do you? Well, your statement was earlier that Trump let it happen. What do you mean by he let it happen? He let the governors close everything down? Well, that's up to the states. We don't want a president who
wouldn't
forces the states to do something.
Have the authority to override the governors?
No.
No.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Well,
not even close. It's the other way around. Governors have the authority to override presidents.
Oh, fuck.
And if the president did override the states, we would consider that.
Sheriffs have the right to override governors.
Yeah, it's the little overrides the big in our system. It's an individualist system for a reason.
Yeah.
Okay,
like,
that
your
makes
vote
sense.
doesn't matter, but your state matters.
Yeah,
the
that's
people
exactly
that
it.
you put in power in your state matter.
When is Trump going to speak?
I don't know. I keep checking back the NBC thing to see if they're going to him, but looks like they're breaking to commercial. NBC will return in a minute, so maybe we'll listen to what they're saying. Maybe they'll give us a timing, but they can't come in with mail-in votes that change the election. Americans are used to getting the election. Like in India, Raj was just saying something that I had heard many times before, where you know, every news channel will have a different winner all through the night in India, and then in time, everybody knows the reality of it. We're very used to getting our elections same day, and what's even crazier is you guys, who probably are a big number of the voting potential right now in the U.S., don't even remember the last time we had a contested election. That's crazy. You were 6?
I was 4.
You were 4. You were 2?
The last contested-
2000.
Yeah.
In 2000?
I was 4.
Yeah.
I was still in Nepal.
Right.
Yeah, I was.
Oh,
like
you were
2.
still in Nepal. You weren't even in the U.S. yet. Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Wow. Oh my.
Right. Like, that's how crazy this is. I mean,
Yeah, I would have been like, I was like 2.
all right, NBC's coming back. We're going to get an update from them.
Is Trump about to speak?
I don't think just yet.
I mean, I think that's, you know,
No, we
I know
got
where everybody else is. We're down.
Yeah,
I feel
yeah,
like
I mean, like,
we've got
Biden
this
can
down
still
to
win
a-
in Georgia.
It's right where we said it was going to be. Focus on the battleground states we told you they were going to be, right? There's 3, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Let's just get a check in here. This is just incremental, as you can see. And again, it's almost all
Biden
today's
tweeted
vote.
just 20 minutes
Very
ago.
little
We
coming
feel
in.
good
Let's just
about
check.
where we
to
are.
See how we're doing.
We
Still
believe we are on track to
nothing
win
new out of Philadelphia.
Hold on.
We're sitting at the same number we-
Nobody can hear me when this is going on. Say that again. Sash first, then Jessica.
Okay, so Biden just tweeted, we feel good about where we are. We believe we are on track to win this election.
Verbatim his speech. He's
What's
just
come in?
Verbatim.
repeating the same thing.
Right. And he probably had the same writers write his speech and his tweets. Let's listen to this cognitive dissonant fella.
Well,
We've
no, go
barely
back to
touched the
him
early
trying to
vote.
justify Biden saying he will take Pennsylvania by going, yeah, he could take Pennsylvania.
Michigan's Secretary of State told me this. It was going to be 2 to 3 days, period, on Michigan. But the modeling right now does still favor.
2 to 3 days in Michigan, he just said.
Everybody's thinking polls, modeling. I'm not believing any of this stuff. I get it. But I'm just letting you know what our data says at this point. And if you've seen here, and this is, again, what
Do you want to repeat his stupidity, or should I?
You can do it.
Why don't you?
All right. So now remember, I know it's going to be 2 or 3 days to know, but our modeling does show Trump's going to win. I'm not saying I believe it. I'm just telling you the information that we have is what this man said. Everything on his board is like Trump just won this.
No, I don't want a massage.
And
No.
and Sash is getting hit up for a massage. I'm going to mute his mic just in case he has to curse that guy out. It never gets crazy here on GMfVN, except for sometime. I know, but if you got to punch him, let me turn off the camera. I'm just joking, everybody. We don't punch people. But he is attacking and asking us for massages. Very touchy-feely, and it's not a fun place to be.
bundles of votes at a time here for a little bit.
And Andrea, and I'll ask you, Chuck, as well. If we're truly in a situation
day
where we're
we're
waiting
here.
for Thursday for some of these
massage,
results,
massage,
tell me what
fuck.
it's going to look like between now and that period in terms of what
He's
we're
about to
hearing
get
from the candidates,
punched,
what
Hey, now, you're
how
on
people
stream.
are processing.
No, not by
Look,
me. but by
Joe
someone
Biden got
else.
out there tonight
okay.
because he was
All the
trying
good
to
people on both sides will
win the
punch him.
perception battle because it is taking longer. You know that they wanted to get a vote out of Georgia.
What's your over and under on this woman being older than Biden?
She's definitely
wanted
younger
to
than
bag
Biden. She's
Georgia
probably
and
about
North Carolina.
65.
They didn't think they could get
Lots of
Florida, but they
drugs.
wanted a different path than
Probably
waiting because they knew they'd have to
Botox.
wait days for the
Failed
early
Botox.
vote from the 3 Rust Belt states. And so they really wanted to get it in before Pennsylvania because they knew what the president would do. And he went ahead and tweeted. Twitter flagged that tweet, said it was not accurate to talk about a
they gonna
rigged or
repeat their
stolen
not
election when there are
accurate
millions of
quotation of
votes,
Donald Trump's
millions of
tweet?
votes still not counted. And you just don't have the early vote. We've had an unprecedented election with so much early vote, and it's got to be counted.
Nebraska.
We have just
If they're
we have just
early,
called we have just called Nebraska 2 and Nebraska 1, which means, and it is not going to be solid red. I am curious to see how we do this. I don't think I'm supposed to make this change here. We'll get it back here in the map.
I think they're about to say
But we have
Nebraska
called
split.
Nebraska 2 for Joe Biden, so he will get one more in here. And again,
really give that one.
All right, we're going to just pause briefly here, Chuck, for some stations to bring you local.
Nebraska gives one to the loser if he's within a certain percentage, and it seems like that's what they're calling there. Here, they're going to do their countdown, count up. We'll give this a watch.
All right, we're back. Chuck, I'm sorry, pick up where you were.
Sorry, here we are in Nebraska, and I'm just trying to show you. We have called this now. It's not registering here, but we have called. Our decision desk says Joe Biden's going to win this electoral vote, which we know Nebraska splits up.
Single vote,
so that's
guys.
one. It's an important one. And again, look, Rich Lowry was first to point this out. This does add, especially if Arizona and Nevada end up both blue, this means the president needs 2 of his 3 from the blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. He can't just do this with Michigan. If indeed Arizona is headed in blue, Nevada's blue, and Minnesota stays the way it is. So that's what that Nebraska electoral vote does. It sort of adds one more hurdle.
Oh, yeah, Sash, we looked it up, and we wanted to correct ourselves. You were right, and Nevada did go to Hillary.
Okay.
But it looks like it's leading Trump right now.
Let's take a look at our Politico once again. Let's make sure my OBS is right. Now it is blue. Only 3% was in. Now we're at 51% in, and it's heavily Biden. It doesn't make a difference. It's only 11 points picked up. And remember, Trump won by 37 points last time.
Right.
And everything else is the same.
Everything else is exactly the same.
Which puts him at 296.
If everything that looks red goes red.
Everything that looks red goes red. Trump is at 296, which is what it appears to be right now. Now, Pennsylvania brings that down to 276. Bitch still wins.
But Biden gets to say that he got his home state.
Biden gets to say that he got his home state. He does indeed, which is
Delaware.
Delaware?
Yeah.
Biden.
Okay. Because that's where he was a senator for. For like 40
Yeah, but I don't think that one was ever in. So, is this what's the one that we can control ourselves? All right, so let's go back. If this goes Biden, that's going Biden, that's going Biden. North Carolina's going Trump.
Yeah, and Ohio.
Nebraska, I don't know how to say. Let's just say it went for Biden. Fuck it. And then Maine's also contested. Oh, there it is. So Maine will go 1 for Trump, and then the rest will be for Biden. And Nebraska, 1 will be Biden, and the rest should be for Trump. Oh, no, that's the one that is Biden, District 2. And there is the current state of things, which puts Trump at 276.
And that's if we were generous and gave Ohio to Biden.
I'm sorry. I did this wrong. I meant to give Ohio to Trump, and I meant to give Pennsylvania to Biden.
Okay.
Excuse me. That is their current narrative right now, their best case scenario.
And Trump still wins by 10.
Everyone take a picture. Oh, crap. I wasn't even looking at it.
Oh,
all right, guys. I apologize. This was all the shenanigans we just did, and we're talking about a lot. We've got a blue stripe, Nebraska. We've got a red stripe, single strike, Maine, single strike, Nebraska. We've got Nevada going the same way it went in 2016. Arizona falling. We've got Pennsylvania as the big flip. And one other flipped here. Nope, I'm just thinking Arizona.
Yeah.
Arizona and PA would be the flip, and then the Maine and the Nebraska guidelines didn't go exactly the same that way in 2016.
CNN right now has it projected that Biden has 220 votes and Donald Trump has 210 votes.
I'm at 210, 213. I'm okay with that. Let's see. Biden to win. I want to hear what this guy's talking about right now, everybody. Let's be quiet.
Arizona, if they hang on to that, then Democrats can do this without Pennsylvania or North Carolina or Georgia. Or you look at it the other way, the president can win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, and he's too short. And he'd be 2 electoral votes short at this point. But you talked about Georgia, and that ultimately, I think we need to go back there. We got to see if Mr. Howman's report there about the water main break, how much that's going to. You know what? I think he's right, because
Does Georgia
this has
split,
been sitting
like,
at 87%
Nevada and-
for the last 20 minutes. So
Not to my knowledge, no.
I'm not going to bother coming back in. We've been sitting at 236,000 spread. I think it is time to find out if our friends in Georgia have decided to go to bed tonight, or whether they're going to keep counting vote and delivering it.
Okay, the assignment has been handed out. What about Nevada? Are we going to get any numbers from Nevada tonight?
Yeah, I know we kept threatening to put our man John Ralston on the air, and
Yes.
John Ralston has done the math. He will tell you that, you know, the way Nevada works, we don't have much, look, 7%. But Nevada is basically, arguably, a two-county state. You know, I'm going to mispronounce Washoe County. I always do, and my apologies, Mr. Ralston. That's where Reno is, Clark County, where Vegas is. Basically, are the population centers. Democrats run up the score here. Republicans want to, they got to basically match the Democrats there and then roar big time in here. I think the only way the president actually wins this is if his overperformance with Latinos in Florida translates
There's a
to
problem with Latinos
Clark County
again.
in Las Vegas.
Okay. We want to bring in Democratic Senator Bob Casey of Pennsylvania, who
So, let's listen to Bob Casey.
for Vice President Biden tonight.
Thank you, Rob.
What did he say to you? We've got reports, Senator Casey, that he was calling and saying, hey, where are the votes? How come we haven't seen the votes come in yet in some of these key counties for the Democrats?
No, we had a good conversation. He was just checking in, I guess about a little more than an hour ago. And I was telling him what I knew, which wasn't a lot in the blue counties. I was expressing real frustration. We didn't have more numbers. But he was very patient and upbeat, and so am I. He's going to win Pennsylvania. It's going to be close. It's going to be a long count, but he's going to win.
So what is your assessment of the way the votes are coming in right now?
Well, because you have so many mail-in ballots in the blue counties, the four big suburban Philadelphia counties and Philadelphia itself and Allegheny County, those numbers aren't tabulated yet. And the president's smaller rural counties that he's done really well in have reported a lot more. But even in those counties, Joe Biden's been shaving off some numbers by getting more of a vote, because you're not getting as much of a third-party vote. So the raw vote for Joe Biden's better in a lot of counties than it was in 16. And then the suburban Philadelphia vote is going to be monumental. And I think Allegheny County is going to be a lot better than 16. So it'll be close, and it might take a while to get to the final number, but maybe by sometime in the morning we'll know more about those bigger population counties.
Well, we want to. This is the hour of the morning when we get a little nerdy here. So let's get to Erie County, which can be a bellwether. The president was up there, seeing Erie voters. Trump won that in 2016 by 2. Obama won it big in 08 and 12. So it feels like one of those counties that swings. What are you hearing?
Well, I haven't seen a final number there yet, but I think it's like a lot of places. I think he's going to be able to shave down margins. But I think in the end, this is an election now that will come down to one market and a half. In other words, half of the Pittsburgh market and half of in the whole Philadelphia television market. When President Obama won the state in 2012, he won by 5. Carried only 2 markets. The big Philly market, more than 40% of the vote.
Senator, I'm going to interrupt you just for a brief second, if you please, because we've got a call in Minnesota. NBC News projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Minnesota 10 electoral votes.
NBC just called Minnesota for Biden, which was one I already predicted would go Biden, so I'm not too surprised there. Remember, that is Ilhan Omar's home occupied state.
They keep holding out Pennsylvania, though.
Well, yeah. Sash, if you want to jump back on, let me know. Your mic's muted at the moment. I can turn you back up anytime.
Yeah, turn me back on.
Yeah, you're back on. Go ahead and give me a mic check. Make sure my level's all right.
Mic check, mic check.
All right, you're looking solid. You're right in the yellow. So they're talking about the mail-in votes extending. We just listened to. Oh my goodness, I'm having a mind blank. What senator did we just listen to from Pennsylvania? Bob, someone
as much of a third-party vote. So the raw vote for Joe Biden's number, but maybe
I'm drawing a blank. I apologize, guys. So anyway, we just listened to a senator from Pennsylvania talk about how he was assured by the pollsters that Pennsylvania will go to Biden. He was assured. And yeah, that's weird. I'm not a big fan of this. I want to hear what this energetic T-shirt guy, touchboard analyst is talking.
Biden can still win the state. And so when you say the absentee, are you talking about the absentee that can come in till the 12th?
Well, that's another uncertainty. This is full of uncertainties here. But yes, because there's an expected vote. We know roughly from the voter files how many people requested them.
Yes.
And we know how many have returned, but there may be a gap in there between the two. And that we may have to wait and see as well.
An important point there, as you point out about North Carolina, the ballot deadline, November 3rd, postmark received by November
Georgia, Jessica
12th,
just
and
asked,
that
what do
has
we have
been
in my
upheld
prediction? My prediction
by
was
the
that Georgia
Supreme
would
Court.
go Trump. Georgia, I believe, will go Trump.
About how long we would have to wait for certain votes. We did hear tonight that the Michigan Secretary of State moved the timing goal. She told reporters tonight that they expect to have a clear picture, if not a final picture, within the next 24 hours. That is significant since the Biden team is hanging their hopes on a win in Michigan.
And just next door in Wisconsin, an update from Adam Brewster, our producer who covers that state, saying now it looks like we'll get an update between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. from Wisconsin. Why, he writes? Because poll workers can't stop counting once they've started. So we very well may get a response from the Badger State tonight.
So an update or a clear picture of the final tally?
Probably more likely an update, because remember, we're waiting for outstanding ballots to be received.
Got it. And of course, in Pennsylvania, the state reported nearly 4 million votes cast by 12:30 a.m. That is still far short of the 7 million votes that are estimated are the total number cast in the state of Pennsylvania. So that's why there is still some time, as every vote should be counted and tabulated and added to the tally so that it is a fair election that all can agree on.
And in Philadelphia, I'm looking at a note from one of our embeds here.
Did you catch that?
A repeat of every vote should be counted?
Yeah, but did you see the number that they said that was coming in from Pennsylvania? No, they said there were 7 million votes.
Mail-in votes?
I do believe that is what they said.
How
I am
important
sleepy.
is Pennsylvania?
Okay.
Why is Pennsylvania such a big, like, if Biden took Pennsylvania in our prediction, Trump would still win. So why
Well,
are they
then
pushing?
Trump has to be flawless in the other states, right?
Ah, okay.
As opposed to Trump just, he can lose Wisconsin, he can lose Ohio, he can lose Michigan, he could lose Wisconsin and Michigan, he could lose North Carolina and Wisconsin, right? Whereas he can't hiccup when he loses Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is one of the biggest point pejoratives that there is in these contests, especially when they're unanimously calling Florida rather early.
I guess I just don't know too much about the Electoral College.
What does that mean?
I don't know how much each state is worth, right? I don't have that memorized.
Oh, well, we've got them in front of us. What state are you looking at?
Pennsylvania was my biggest question because
20
we keep talking
points.
about it.
Pennsylvania's 20, Michigan's 16, Wisconsin's only 10, Minnesota's only 10, and then this Iowa's 6, North Carolina's 15, Virginia's 13, we're 10 in Maryland, West Virginia's only 5, Georgia's 16, but they're saying 7 million when only 5 million votes have been had in Pennsylvania. Really? That took them a minute. Politico called Trump winner in Texas a good while ago. Who was that, Sash, who called?
ABC.
ABC News? Okay. That was who we were listening to. This is CBS right now. Let's listen back on them.
Number, massive win there. Also, once a strong leader, massive number. All right, let's go to some of the composition of this electorate in Texas. Democrat, 31%. Look at Republican, 40%. Independents, 29%. All right, it gets even more interesting now. Under 30 vote, 15% in 2016, 15% in 2020. In Texas, at least, the young vote did not mobilize in any appreciably larger way in 2020 compared to 2016. Also, another fascinating aspect of the Texas story. Share of the electorate, non-white voters. In 2016 in Texas, it was 43%. In 2020, it was 41%. So the percentage of the vote actually shrank.
Biden
ladies,
to win, man.
Just forgive me for
You're
a second.
crazy. We're going to talk about that in a minute. Hold on. I want to listen to this guy's point real quick, and then we'll talk about why Sash wants Biden to win. Because that's a whole... That's going to be all kinds of good radio. Okay.
I just want to put the time check. It's 1:45 in the morning. I'm just wondering.
I'm going at 2
But not until you guys do.
I'll take it off at 2.
All right, while it's getting hot in here, CBS News is going to project that Joe Biden has won the state of Minnesota. That is a state that was in the Democratic column in 2000.
CBS calling fucking Minnesota like we're here an hour and a half ago. Damn.
Donald Trump had wanted to pick off, spent a lot of time in the state of Minnesota.
And he said needlessly, because there was nothing that suggested he would be able to win it, but because he lost it by less than 2 points 4 years ago, he was obsessed with trying to get it.
But we are now calling that, and so those electoral votes of Minnesota, which is 10 electoral votes, now slide into Joe Biden's column at this hour. And you know what that means? We still have those 5 states.
Yes. Yeah.
We're still there. We're still there with those.
One step forward, 1 step back.
But he has more pathways to stay.
All right, I've got us turned back on. You're on as well, Sash. So go into that. You want Biden to win. Why?
Basically, the way I'm seeing things on the media. So again, there is a bias there. I see that many people on the right are starting to become what the left were back in 2016.
How so?
They become very emboldened.
Hey, bye. Wait, what do you mean emboldened? That's like not a buzzword here.
Okay, so you know how the left were starting to like riot and shit back then? Wait, don't interrupt me yet. Okay, I feel like if Trump wins one more term, they'll be emboldened in ways we won't imagine.
But you're saying the left will react heinously. The progressives will react heinously if we don't give them a Biden win.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
All right, then I don't understand you yet.
Okay. Fuck, this music is so loud. All right.
You can put headphones on so you hear us instead of them.
Why is he still here?
Oh, who knows?
Okay.
Don't worry about it. He wants to be on camera. No worries. He can be on camera.
Okay.
Look, there he is.
Do you
Yeah.
want a massage? Anyone who wants a massage?
All right.
Oh, I pointed out he was on camera and he ran.
Motherfucker.
Thank you.
If
All right.
anyone wants a massage?
Yeah, that guy, he's ready to give you a massage if you want one. This is the back of our wonderful server, Ajitsu. What's his name?
Chitu.
Jittu. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, it's no problem. It's no problem. It's no problem at all. No problem at all. He's knocking it out. He's making sure that we're well fed and well drank. And go back. So you're saying Antifa? Can you use that word, or are they just an idea?
Okay. Basically, you can't let one side have too much power.
Yeah, but they don't. I mean, Trump is only Trump, and our Senate is retarded, and our House is blue. It's like retarded plus.
Yes. I think that the presidency should be a one-term thing from here on out.
Are you talking about a constitutional change?
Yes.
Like, we're done with the 8 years?
Yes.
4 years only?
Yes.
What?
Why?
Yes.
Why?
Because your first 4 years are about your next 4 years.
True.
Right?
So you might as well just have 4 years.
We'll get bolder presidents.
Yeah, no more lame ducks.
But, like, that's not really even a feasible conversation in the American political landscape right now.
I think it is now.
I mean, you might
Because
you might
Biden pledged to be a one-term president.
Yeah, pledges aside, like, the
Biden
Constitution
died
must change.
It was okay. I think the way we've had it with Trump, the concept of the presidency being a one-term thing is not a bad idea.
Not a bad idea. It's way different than getting states to ratify it.
To ratify the Constitution, it's federal.
Yeah, but governors have to be a part of that decision. You can't change the Constitution without the governors.
I'm gonna.
Oh, do it.
Hold on. There's no way that that's true. I thought that's a. federal
You
thing.
fucking Zoomers need to watch more Schoolhouse Rock.
Okay.
Ah, we should play that. Schoolhouse Rock is awesome.
No.
I love Schoolhouse Rock.
We'll get flagged and shut down.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we haven't been flagged yet, playing all these people. But maybe because I got, like, nobody watching.
Yeah.
ABC
Okay, you're
is-
right.
I
You're
know.
right.
I know. I definitely know. I definitely know.
Like 3/4 of the states.
Ratify it.
Right.
The Senate and the House would have to pass it, and the states would have to ratify it. That is how constitutional amendments take place.
I think that can happen.
Well, isn't it kind of a moot point to begin with when we're like all the way, pretty much more than halfway through the election right now? Of,
I mean, no,
incumbent
I'm talking
president?
about for future elections, man. I think the presidency being a one-term thing is better than it being a two-term thing.
Okay, but like, what is your reasoning behind that?
Be-
It's like
because your first 4 years is about your next 4 years.
Right. So I don't really see.
Because
Sash doesn't like accountability, it would sound like.
no, it's not that.
I know, I'm making a joke.
No, it's basically like as the
Are you back?
Dog, what?
they're fighting. Fuck.
Boy being street fights.
Street fights going on. Who cares about Trump and Biden anymore, baby? We got
Okay.
live action.
Street fight.
It doesn't seem big enough for us to turn the camera. If it was a bigger fight, we would turn the camera, but it's mostly over.
Basically,
all right, but you're talking about a constitutional change, and here's what's insane to me. Joe Biden has been in government for 47 years, and you're telling me that one-term presidents would fix our problem because you're talking hypotheticals.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
You're talking
at all.
hypotheticals because no state is about to ratify this. No one is about to oppose this. But what about some fucking term limits on senators?
That would work, yes.
That'd be way better than limiting a president to 4 years. What about limiting a senator to 10?
Maybe 2 6-year terms.
I mean, that fits more because Senate's 6 years. But House of Representatives, what about limiting them to 10 years? 5 elections, that's it.
Actually, with the House, make it the same as Senate. 2 6-year terms.
Well, the House gets 2 years terms.
No, like 6 2-year terms.
So 12 years, 12 years.
Yeah, but I really think that a conversation that we have to have in the United States is whether the presidency should be a one-term thing. I really do think that's a conversation worth having.
I think if we're limiting terms, we should start with the unlimited terms.
Yes,
than
I
the one who already
agree
has,
there. I
'cause
agree there.
Even if you think Trump being elected would be the end of the world, you only
No.
have to
I don't
wait
think
4
that
more years.
at all. It's just, I think from here on out, we should have one-term presidents no matter what.
I don't really think that'll do anything, really. I don't think it'll change anything much.
It might not, but it's worth a shot. You get what I mean?
Well, here's our argument, right? Like, we get your point, and it's not like either of us are against your point. But one, you're talking about something that is next to impossible to change. Because there's only going to be support right now on the losing side. So no Republicans are going to gather around this. We want Donald Trump to have a second term, and especially 4 years. Like, there's this huge argument that it takes a president 4 years to figure out what the hell's going on, especially with foreign trade. I don't know if that's a great argument or not, but it's a real one. So then the next one is there's little to no resistance on giving senators and House of Representative members terms because almost all of America wants that. So we're like, why are you trying to climb the mountain when the hill is in between you and the mountain, and you're like, we have to go around it?
I don't get your point.
You're looking at Everest, and there's a little tiny hill in front of between you and Everest, and you're like, we're going to go around the hill, and then we're going to climb Everest. And we're like, but it would save us 5 weeks if we just went over the hill. And you're like, no, we're not going to climb that. We're going to go around the hill. We're going to go to Everest. So I'm saying that what you're targeting, which is one-term presidents only, is unheard of in international, the whole global Overton window. Senators and House of Representative members, congressmen having term limits is almost being demanded by our people.
Yes.
So why not start with the low-hanging fruit instead of like, no, I'm going to get to the top of Everest before I get anything done?
I agree. That's where we should start.
Oh, then I don't think you have much disagreement.
No. Like, the thing with the presidency, man, like, no matter whether you're left or right, is that the presidency has become such a divisive topic, no matter whether you lean left or right, that it's best to just have a one-term thing and then move on in 4 years.
Yeah, but you need...
Right, you need a constitutional change for that.
Right. And we're nowhere near there.
I think we are.
Why has not a single senator tried to write this amendment then?
Actually, well, symbolically speaking, Ted Cruz tried to, but it died on the spot.
He did?
Yeah.
Do you know the number? Can you find? I'd like to pull that bill up and take a look.
Basically,
that's interesting.
Like, he tweeted at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, but they never really worked together to make a bill.
That doesn't make any sense because
Exactly.
I don't think the left would jump on that before this election. I mean, it's a moot point now.
Right. Fair enough, but
if they had just tried to impeach Trump and that didn't work, and then someone came up with a bill of only one term, isn't their whole goal to make Trump a one-term president?
Nah, because some senator would have been like, all right, well, we got to start this in 2024. Like, remember, a bill always has an enactment date.
Right.
And so I think if we were looking at that, we would have seen an enactment date past Trump. The same way that we saw term limits were introduced during no, it wasn't Roosevelt. Who had 14 years? Cleveland?
Roosevelt.
It was Roosevelt?
Franklin Roosevelt.
FDR at 14 years?
Yeah.
So I think we saw
4 terms.
He won 4 terms. That's 16.
But he died 2 years into his 4th term.
So I'm right on the 14. So check for me, Sash. When did the term limits come in? I think it was in the middle of FDR. But never applied to him.
The amendment was passed by Congress in 1947 and was ratified by the states on 27 February 1951. The 22nd Amendment says a person can only be elected to president 2 times for a total of 8 years. It does not make possible. It does make it possible for a person to serve up to 10 years as president.
1947. So let's talk about the election that happened in 1940. 24, 28, 32, 40. 48. 1948. What was the election in 1948?
That might have been
If you give me the
that was
after FDR.
I'm not sure.
Truman.
Truman would Truman, what is already
it's one
Truman was
term.
the end of World War II, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he ended World War II.
And
Yeah,
he was
Truman.
only one term.
He was a one term. So it was in Truman's time. FDR was already out of it. And then after Truman came Ike, right?
Yes.
Eisenhower. Yeah.
Eisenhower.
After Truman came Eisenhower, who had the power.
One term. Eisenhower, he's got the power from
53 to 61. That means Truman won in 48.
Oh, yeah. So Truman would have been a 2-term president.
So,
Served 2
no.
terms. No?
If he was the end of World War II, he would have been.
Ah, okay. Oh, you're right. You're right.
So both South
So-
Dakota and Montana have just legalized pot.
Like right now?
Yeah.
During the election.
Excellent.
It was
South
under
Dakota,
the ballots.
South Dakota and Montana have legalized the marijuanas.
Yes.
Wonderful. Keep
Just in
rocking, guys.
time. Just in time for the election.
Keep on rocking in the free world.
Go out. If you live in one of those states, go out and buy some pot for the election.
All right.
Georgia.
I'm going to play this so I
looks
can
like
get up and walk
a
around.
race
If you
that-
guys want to mute it.
No,
I
they've
think
voted
it ain't
for
going to
it.
get called tonight.
Yeah.
My
Yeah,
guess
it's not.
Making
Yeah.
jokes.
Okay. Oh,
bring
okay.
his ballot.
What put Georgia on the map in this situation? I mean, earlier in the campaign, no one was talking about Georgia as
Yeah, it's first of all, it's right there. I mean, it's these Atlanta
I'm
suburbs. I had a Republican strategist say what's happening in the Atlanta suburbs. And by the way, we saw this. You know, in many ways, Georgia has been on the president's mind from the get-go. What was the very first special election in the President Trump, in the era of President Trump? Georgia's 6 in this Atlanta suburb. They didn't win. John Ossoff, who's been running for office the entire time that Trump's been president, he was that nominee. He barely lost. But at the time, the loss, a lot of Democrats said, hey, there's something happening in the suburbs. Well, we know what happened in 2018 in the suburbs, and now that's what's going on here. And by the way, Stacey Abrams, her organization has been nonstop in the state of Georgia since her loss in that governor's race. She deserves some credit here for making the state what it is right now.
Okay. We are expecting a word from President Trump in just a few minutes, actually any minute now. So for those of you in the Pacific time zone, your local news is next. For everybody else, let's take a brief pause right here.
Sash, did you hear that? We're expecting an announcement from Trump any minute now. So probably put all our mics on mute once he comes on. But we're back to commercial. I know they've got not much to say. Not that we really do either.
True.
This is falling down exactly in line with what one would expect. I can't say I called this because I expected Peter Buttigieg to be president.
Still riding that dark horse?
Nancy Pelosi is going to choose him any minute now. But as it looks, I don't see how Trump could be beat. Thank you, Raj. I don't see how Trump could be beat with the way things are looking right now. Nevada at 67% in is back to Biden, but it doesn't matter because Pennsylvania, Trump is just widening the gap, but only 64% in still in Politico. That kind of surprises me. I would really expect to be at about 70, 75% now. We're at 2 in the morning, which is the time traditionally in American elections where it's called. Like, this is it. The rain, but we seem to be tucked in enough already.
No, it's not rain.
No, it's an air conditioner. Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, leaking air conditioner.
I didn't think so. We had a false rain alarm here in Vietnam's. Trump is killing.
Yep.
I don't see how we can lose.
They could
Pull
steal
up
it.
ours again real quick. We gave Pennsylvania to Biden, right? And then Trump still won.
We did.
He needed, what have they not called for him?
Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina. He would need all three of those, and Ohio. All right, you guys should both be on. I'm going to mute myself and take a step away. I'm going to leave this playing.
About the idea that there is the potential for some kind of voter fraud or election theft tonight. That has been, by the way, those tweets slapped with warnings by both Twitter and now by Facebook to try to limit the spread of that. Keep in mind that there are still a lot of ballots, as we've been talking about, that legitimately have been cast and that legitimately will still need to be counted and tallied up. That is something that is just sort of a factual observation here. It's not political.
No, I'm good.
Although the president has, at least online, tried to make it political. I think what you'll hear from the president, based on conversations that we've been having, is, you know, the idea that they are going to be fighting on in this election. It is certainly not going to be a concession speech, I can tell you that. The president had no plans to deliver one. He had not drafted one. He said, we're going to see how the night goes, essentially. And here we are in the morning, just after 2 a.m. here. And
I love Trump. I've not even drafted a concession.
What?
Continue to sort of keep up the momentum. The states that we're watching, as we've talked about, Georgia.
Even drafted a concession speech. Trump.
He said when he was talking earlier today, he said that he hasn't had a victory speech or a secession speech written down.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
400 invited, 250 who showed.
She just said that he didn't have a secession speech.
No, he doesn't.
Trump
And he
cabinet officials,
said that
members of the
himself.
president's family. It is unusual to see an election night event like this for a sitting president at the White House, but it is another example of the president mixing the official trappings of the office, if you will, with political campaign activities. Part of this is because, you know, the president has a venue that he would likely be using in any other instance, as we've seen often through his administration, which is his hotel, the Trump Hotel, just down Pennsylvania Avenue. But there are restrictions in place because of the pandemic here in Washington, jurisdictional limits to how many people can get together, mask enforcement, et cetera. I can tell you that from what I've been told by sources, the people inside the room where the president is, the people at the White House tonight, did have to get COVID tests. Those were required for entry, essentially. But the president is going to be speaking, obviously, in front of a very friendly crowd. I do wonder sort of what his energy levels are at this point. He has been on the road quite a bit over the last couple of days. Sources have told us that he is sounding, you know, a little bit tired. You can hear it in his voice. He had that raspy voice earlier in the day as we saw him making that visit to campaign headquarters. You can see some staffers coming out. I caught a glimpse of one of his top advanced staffers approaching the podium as well, which tells me that we may be getting close to hearing from President Trump.
Trump yet.
I do
All
think
right,
that
we're going to wait
context
around and
and
just
clarity
wait
is
for
gonna be
Mr. Trump to
important
come in and
regarding
take in
anything the
District
president
of
says that
Columbia,
may not be accurate as it
91.9%.
relates to the vote count. Because remember, there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud, as many people inside the president's own administration have talked about, and we are still across the country and in these key battleground states very much still in the process of counting those legitimately cast ballots.
Holly, let me ask you, you mentioned the president today went to say thank you to the folks at his campaign headquarters. I watched that live on MSNBC, and he sounded as melancholy and reflective as I can ever remember him hearing. And he talked about, you know, winning is easy, but losing is really hard. Like it was something that was weighing on his mind. And it just kind of makes you wonder about what his expectations were of the evening. You're right. I'm sure he was tired. What a grueling schedule he kept down the stretch, but it was notable.
And I think the word that you used, Lester, just nailed it for me too, because I picked up on the same thing, and that is reflective. The president was sort of, as he rarely, frankly, has done in this administration.
He complimented the press.
He complimented the press. He also looked inward and said, hey, you know, losing isn't easy, at least not for me. And it was almost a wistful and nostalgic note that you picked up on as he was there in campaign headquarters. I will say on the campaign trail over the last maybe 5 days or so, one of the things that we've seen at a couple of these rallies has been the president saying something kind of similar where he says, could you even believe it if I lost to this guy, referencing, of course, former Vice President Joe Biden.
He's sitting there talking about how it's nostalgic, but like we said, it's just a repeat of 2016. The lady that we were listening to on the news was just talking about how Trump's campaign trail had a nostalgic feeling, and we're all going back to the same.
Our same jobs, right? Don't pause it, mute it. Yeah, exactly. So that way we can still, because as soon as Trump comes on, we're going to make sure that we give that, guys, to you live. Anyone talking in chat, we do have a viewer or two. All right, nobody talking in chat, no worries. Yes.
Not on Facebook anymore, right?
No, I had to pull us off Facebook because of stream issues. But
Facebook.
Did I pause it? No. There it is. So did Trump, say that again. What did she say that you were talking on?
She was just talking about how the Trump campaign trail felt nostalgic, and just what we've been saying, that this is just a total number repeat.
Yeah, it really, really is. And I mean, my prediction that I made at 10 a.m. has been coming almost exactly true. I guess I've modified this, and I put Pennsylvania in Biden's camp, not because I believe it will go, but because I believe there will be a lot of contention for that position. So it's...
This is, because what we crafted there was the best case scenario for Biden.
Exactly right. And I see there's no way that Biden's going to make any significant lead tonight. But then the question is, what's going to happen with all that? Like, shouldn't the early voting be counted before all this begins?
No, that doesn't make any sense. Why count the early votes?
So 224 to 213 is the official score that's going on right now. I think I'm pretty happy to move Biden up to that 224. So I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Oh, 2043.
Well, I did that because my numbers actually will change the screen that we're seeing, see? So, sorry about that jet lag for anybody watching, just demonstrating the technology out there. So, let's see what's going on.
These counties start to count, and my sources that I'm talking to, I grew up in Chester County, Pennsylvania, which is the upper main line outside of Philadelphia. It's one of the places that really has turned for Democrats in recent years. When I lived there as a kid, I had a Republican member of Congress, but that's really long gone now. And it's those counties, Chester County, Delaware County, Montgomery County, where you're going to see big numbers that report late because they're mail-in votes. And by late, we mean tomorrow or today, I guess, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this week, as all of these votes come in. So, that's why, remembering that, Twitter put a warning on President Trump's tweet about this,
Let me just take a moment here as a professional newscaster for NBC News and appeal to the authority of Twitter.
Of what?
So this young woman who's in desperate throes of struggling with the grasp of reality has told us that we need to wait days for the mail-in voting to come in for places like Chester County and Montgomery County.
Shouldn't they have counted those by now?
They should have. But she also said that even Twitter put an info warning on President Donald Trump's tweet. That literally is the authority that she's appealing to. I don't think I can do this right now. Let's see if CBS gives us any more. I like this guy and his big old glasses. I don't know. Do you?
No. So he set the table. So
No,
saying,
that's not Sagar and Jetty.
I'm going home. We're going to be patient about this.
All right, we're going to watch this. Let me...
got out ahead of it. Democrats remember
center
the
this for
lessons
the
of
people.
2000 when Al Gore perhaps stumbled through that recount and perhaps should have done a better job, they believe, setting expectations there in the first few hours after it was evident there wasn't going to be a result. So by doing what he did tonight, Biden's suggesting that there will be another day.
Through the door.
And we'll see here shortly what the president has to say.
And according to the pool note in the room, Newt Gingrich, former leader there, Callista Gingrich, the current ambassador to Rome, a number of Fox News personalities as well, and the Health and Human Services Secretary, Alex Azar. That's according to the pool reporter who's from another network and in the room. But all of our eyes and ears tonight.
Got it. And we keep hearing from what is called the pool, the small group that covers the White House or travels with the president. They just keep saying it's another 2 minutes, so we're still waiting to hear from the president of the United States. Extraordinary at any time to hear from the president after 2 a.m. in the morning from the White House. John?
Well, this is while we wait here for the president to emerge. Kara Cordy tells me that, tells us that in Fulton County, in Georgia, there are 5 election workers. You were talking earlier about the people who are working through. 5 of them have been left there to 10 pairs of hands, or 5 sets of hands are counting in Fulton County, Georgia.
Okay.
You just think about those 5 poor souls in the room doing their work.
All right, guys, so I've got this muted because I've got my friend coming to me from the streets of L.A., and he's saying that the streets are empty. Everything's boarded up, you can see. Like, he's showing me these, Santa Monica, I apologize, not L.A. So he's in Santa Monica, and, like, he's showing me restaurants and places that are straight up plywood on the windows, but there's no one around him. Like, everything that we heard, like, there's going to be riots tonight. Like, it's empty, as you guys can see. And he's just walking mask down, enjoying a little bit of... Say that again?
So we're going to get down to Venice. We're going to get down to Venice, and I'll call you when we get down there. There'll be more people. We'll get a better idea kind of what things are like. So people gather in, Venice on the boardwalk and stuff.
Right.
So we're going to go down to downtown Venice. We're just literally walking all the way down Main Street and Santa Monica down to Venice, and then we'll see what's up.
All right, cool, man. I'm going to shoot you my Facebook link, because if you hit me on Facebook chat, I can display it on the on the stream.
Yeah, sounds good.
Cool, man. Yeah, let's go back and see if Trump's back on. Trump's not on yet. It looks like I'm going to turn my mic back down. You're on, Jessica. Sash, you can go live.
Okay.
Fox News says Biden is at 238.
238. Who did they? What did they just give him?
Oh.
We've got nothing planned.
Does not appear to be a likely pickup for Democrats. So what's left? Not much. Maine, for starters, that's still officially a toss-up. You'll see that Susan Collins is in the lead right now, but only about 60% of the vote is in. They're counting very slowly. And what's really interesting in Maine, where Susan Collins is really a survivor, really an institution, is she's actually running pretty far ahead of Donald Trump in that state. He is unlikely to win Maine. He's got about 44% of the vote. She's got 52% of the vote in her race. So one of the few Republicans tonight who's doing a whole lot better than the president is in her state. She's really on par with how Joe Biden is doing in that state. But we won't know what happens in Maine until more of that vote is in, because Maine has this very unusual ranked choice voting system. There's a third-party candidate who's right now getting about 4% of the vote. If nobody gets above 50%, then they're giving that independent candidate's votes away to whichever voters say, their second choice is. So that could take a while.
If she survives, it would be a rare instance of split ticket voting where the voters don't vote for a president of one party but elect a senator of another, which doesn't happen. It certainly didn't happen in 2016.
Doesn't
in
happen
any of the
these
states.
days very much at all.
So the math was that Democrats had to net 3 if Joe Biden wins the White House?
Correct.
So far, they have netted Arizona and Colorado.
They've netted Colorado, and so Maine.
Did you hear that, Sash?
No, I didn't.
So what she just said is she said it's very likely that the senator race in Arizona will also flip.
Oh, shit. So, that means Martha McSally, I think is her name. She's going to lose.
Let's see if you're right on that name. I can't quite remember.
I think it's McSally is her last name.
She's basically Colin's left-wing counterpart, right? McSally versus Kelly, and Kelly is clear in the lead. Oh, I didn't know that.
I think so.
Oh, that could be so. I did not know that.
Can you search that?
Mm-hmm. For sure. We'll go
Like they became Democrats when she got shot in the head. Josh.
A little bit later to break out. So
You guys are terrible at taking up dead air. Sorry about that, guys. My mic stand fell, but we are back up. We were talking about Senator Kelly, who seems to have just won in Arizona. You were asking me if it was, what's her name's husband?
Gabby Giffords, yeah.
I don't know what that is. Who that is.
Mark Kelly secures Arizona Senate seat. Incumbent McSally refuses to concede is a Fox News article from 17 minutes ago. We're going to be all about that. Let's see what's going on there. That sounds... So it seems I will have to duplicate this. Bear with me just a little quick for some technical changes that I'm going to make right here. Oop, wrong one. There we go. I've got that changed now. So Mark Kelly secures Arizona Senate seat, ousts incumbent. It's not telling me if Mark Kelly's personal life at all, so let me hit up Wikipedia.
Wikipedia.
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm going. The Wikipedia will answer your question. Is that rain I hear on the side? It sounds like it, but I don't see it yet. Astronaut, engineer, and retired U.S. Navy. You can trust him because he's been to space, ladies and gentlemen. I see a million. Oh, yeah, Gabby Giffords as of 2007, but before that, he was all about that Amelia Babbitt. So, for those of you who don't know, Gabby Giffords is a very well-known gun grabber who from, excuse me. Yeah, she's a Republican gun grabber. Right. Yeah, I'm right on that.
Anti-gun.
She's
to
anti-gun.
Take all your gun.
Right, she wants to take all your gun.
Okay.
And she's married to former Space Shuttle Commander Mark Kelly, which is how you can know you trust him because he's been to space. And remember, guys, I want to zoom in for this one, but remember, everything from NASA is real. Don't ever doubt any of that, or you're a wrong think. Anyway, it should be about time for Trumpy Trump. I'm going to check my Facebook, see if he does take forever. It's a part of his political poise. But here he goes. It sounds like it.
They don't want to go too far. They don't want to sound defeated, but they want to sound victorious, probably without going too far.
All right, Rhines, thank you. We just saw the president's family, his children enter the room along with
Donald J. Trump.
Blue tie?
I think he will wear his blue tie tonight. He usually tends to wear his blue tie when he's dunking on libtards. I'm going to go ahead and mute our mics, guys. We will talk after Donald Trump gives his...
This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. We love you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for people voted for us tonight, and a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed, and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obvious. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan by, I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes. And 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those 3 states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Pence.
The President of the United States castrating the facts of the election results that have been reported tonight, falsely claiming that he has.
That woman just told you that Donald Trump cut the balls off the facts before she gave them to you. Let's go back. What's she got to say?
The administration to contain.
She's literally talking over Mike Pence, so I don't feel bad for talking over this.
Vote by mail operation.
I told you guys this was going to go.
They're not even playing Mike Pence.
Wow.
These bitches are literally just cutting Mike Pence off. Get the fuck out of here. We're done with you. We're done with you. Someone gonna play us with Mike Pence? No.
Oh my
Castrating
goodness.
the facts.
I told you guys that this was going to go to the Supreme Court.
No one's letting Pence
Didn't
talk.
I?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there we go.
Been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory, and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
It's almost hard to believe that those newscasters literally just cut out Mike Pence completely. Lock,
mics
stock,
back on?
and key.
Yeah, I think our mics are back
Our
on.
mics are back on.
I told you on Monday, dude, that this was gonna go to the Supreme Court.
Sure, and I didn't disagree with you on Monday, but I really thought we were going to see a Biden win and then to the court.
Well, it looks like.
What if the court turns on Trump, dude? Here's the thing. They have a 6-3 majority, but...
Of non-Trump versus Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
But only 3 of those justices were appointed by Trump.
Right.
Clarence Thomas is pretty establishment. John Roberts is pretty anti-Trump.
I want to call you out for being a zoomer on saying Clarence Thomas is pretty establishment. You guys remember Brett Kavanaugh, right?
Yeah, the same thing happened to Clarence Thomas.
Oh, yeah, it did. Oh, yeah, it did. Like, Anita Hill, I don't even remember. Who was Christina Ford? I remember. Ingrained in her hippocampus is the story that she made up.
All I can think of is the sketch we were watching. The sun rose today without my consent.
Right. Milo Yiannopoulos does a wonderful Christina Ford cosplay.
Okay, fair, but I think
Trump, like, it's like what Raj said. And, you know, Raj has a unique view because he's an Indian, right? So he's looking at Indian politicians where it's a little bit more of a bloody battle.
Okay.
We pretend there's respect and decorum in our elections. There isn't, but we pretend. And what did he say? It's Trump's house. They got to go in there and kick that man out the White House. They got to evict him. You know how long it takes to evict someone in Washington, D.C.?
A long time?
6 months.
Oh.
I'm talking Donald Trump filing with the court, appealing for squatters' rights in the White House. They got to get him out.
They do.
How? Have we ever had a president refuse to leave?
No.
Ever?
Not yet.
Never, right?
Not yet.
Like
Trump, if he loses this somehow, if the entire
That's been a major
court system
talking
turns
point,
on him,
so far.
then he's then he's not going to leave.
Like they've asked him several times, will you
concede?
Yeah, will you concede?
And he's always said, maybe.
Right, but you get his point.
And then
I do get his point. Like he feels cheated, but at the same time, you're dealing with one guy in a government full of 535 politicians with a corporate military.
Industrial military complex.
Yeah, they can easily take him out if they wanted to. Like, there's this thing called political theater. There is a thing called political theater, man. Maybe they're doing this as a bigger distraction to something else. Might that be possible? Like,
all right, but who are they distracting? Because they've just pacified
the world.
Nah, because the world is used to the status quo. So Trump winning is a continuance of the status quo. That's why my projection for it to go to the court started with a Biden victory on Election Day, because then it upsets the status quo, and then Trump has to fight for his right to stay.
Well,
Cheers.
we still might see that. I know we've been pretty much calling the states beforehand, but we see the newscasters are not calling the states, and then we might see some weird flipping states.
Well, we can listen to Maskey Maskerson and see if she's agreeing with you. I can't understand a word she's saying. Never mind.
Yeah, she's got a mask over her face.
Right? Like, that's ridiculous. Why would you do that?
I don't let my kids wear a mask over their face when they're trying to speak English.
You know, I've seen less and less of Vietnamese wearing masks. Like, way less.
And I have not seen any.
Even before the pandemic.
That's because Vietnamese people crush.
Attempt to stop the vote.
No more
I don't think Republicans are going to back him on this. I mean, it's one thing when you're in.
Beginning of the pandemic.
I remember those fucking double masks.
The double maskers.
Double mask. They were like, here's my pollution mask.
All right, let's see what these clowns are saying.
It was politically stupid. He was having a good night tonight.
Yeah, don't hold back now. Keep going on the other side.
No, he was having a good night tonight, and frankly, a better night than most people thought he would have. And he just stepped on his message for the next 3 days.
And Martha Raddatz, the other question is, what other institutions will go along with this if indeed the president?
Well, remember what Trump said. I don't know how well you guys could hear it. We won.
Yeah.
The election shows we won. And they're like, oh, how dare him. How dare...
He's having a good night. He's having a better night than we expected. Yeah. I wonder. Maybe you're biased?
And other institutions going along with him, we'll have to wait and see. In terms of voters, in terms of those who back him, I think this is even a step too far for many of them, calling this a fraud before it's even over. But if anyone had any doubt how Donald Trump, if he loses, will go out, it will be this way, that he will call it a fraud. He will say the election was stolen no matter what happens.
But Heidi Heitkamp, people are listening tonight, even though...
The time when he said we won.
Yeah, I put up 270 in the top right. I was just trying to keep it real. Raj was asking me who was in charge of the numbers in the top right of the screen, so I wanted to assure him that I was.
Who slowed down
buses on
That was when I made it
roads in
271.
Texas. They're hearing quite a different story. You're saying this is going to hurt him. He is calling on, when he says stand by and wait, this is the moment. And so this is more than maybe not politically smart. It's more than not being, right as a matter of constitution or law. This is a dog whistle, and it's very, very dangerous.
Oh, never mind. She was.
Listen,
She was.
Talk tonight now, not as a.
I thought, no, that would be too stupid, but surprise.
No, she was definitely.
Oh, look, it's Fat Fatty. I mean, Chris Christie.
There just isn't.
I hate this guy.
Who doesn't?
Have to be
Yeah,
counted
he's a
that are
fucking
in
fat
now.
piece of shit.
Oh, he's such a fat piece of shit.
The only thing he's good for is being a power source for the Matrix. He could power us for a very long time.
Right, like we could all avoid the Matrix if we just put Chris Christie.
Yeah.
Like we're all safe
Like-
and just take his energy.
And it would make the leftists happy because we won't need fossil fuels if this guy is the power source.
Well, Raj, Trump said he won. When he came out, he just said, he's like, right as I hit 271. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like you said, he's in his own camp. He's in. Twitter did flag him.
Twitter says no, you didn't.
Twitter
Oh,
says
no,
it
you
was.
didn't.
It was.
Oh, yes, I did.
What did they say? It was.
Misleading.
Misleading
To say.
results. That's exactly right. Twitter said it was misleading results.
You should show on our stream the tweet he posted.
Is that
a
your
while
dad's
back.
girl?
I don't know, but you're on camera. Don't bring that shit up.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
No,
Oh, sorry, fuck.
He tweeted a while back with.
Can you delete that?
Forever.
No, I can't. I can't delete things from live streams. I'm not Elon Musk.
President forever.
No, I'm not president forever.
No.
What?
Trump president forever. That's the tweet he
Oh.
retweeted that everyone.
You talking about the time?
Trump forever.
Forever.
Yeah. What was it? Time cover Trump meme.
Yeah.
Definitely a good one. Pretty censored, apparently. I can't find it quickly. All right, I do want to check in with them though. Let's listen to what these this lady has to say.
That I think the signaling to the folks who are standing back and standing by to redeem him if this election is quote unquote stolen.
They're still
from
on
him,
Proud Boys, believe it or
that rhetoric
not.
needs to be completely squashed and brought down. There are a lot of people who are afraid of that. And I think really when I look at that red map, all of these red states that have voted for this guy, this is your guy. This is a guy who is not respecting the foundation of our very
That's
democracy,
kind of
and I
what
think
I
it's
was
a
going to
shame.
talk about earlier when you said, why are they pushing this? It's because some people really do believe that Trump is as racist as they're portraying them, so they can't believe that the whole country is as bad.
Nah.
Most people vote for him on economic reasons, not because of the stupid shit he says.
Nah, you can't underestimate the culture war.
Really?
Americans are sick and tired of this shit. Let's see what these guys look like they can put their own clothes on.
Re-election litigation means this is already settled, that at this point it can't be revisited because the rules are in place. Courts have already made rulings on various elements of the rules or the laws in various states.
That's right. I mean, you never know
legal
what
options
courts
are
will,
quite narrow at this point on where exactly.
You never
and
know
how
what
exactly
courts
you
will
can
do. Yeah, that's right. I mean, courts could do, especially the Supreme Court.
We're gonna listen to these guys. I like these guys.
Justice on the Supreme Court that didn't hear any of these cases, but a lot of these rules were set. And there are Democrats who don't like some of the rules about election day receipt of mail ballots, or they don't like the Electoral College, and there are Republicans who don't like rules about postmark of ballots and receipt a few days later, or early voting. But those rules are set, and those are the rules we're playing under, and both campaigns knew them. And we should let those rules play out under the laws of the states in which they're happening.
I just want to make sure that we get in, and thank you so much, David Becker, for your legal expertise and your experience. Thank you so much. I just want to do some further correcting of the record out there, because CBS News has projected that President Trump has won the states of Texas and Florida. The president incorrectly stated that we have not called that. We have called those states for the president of the United States. We are still awaiting votes to be counted in Georgia and North Carolina, and I might just bring in our elections director, Anthony Salvanto, to explain.
Oh, she's about to bring in the elections director.
For more votes to be counted, and it is really not unusual for close races to wait for projections until
CBS News is not projecting a winner in the presidential race. Don't worry,
Wisconsin,
Biden will
all to
still be
included
president.
on that list. Many votes still to come. I would show you what our expected vote is versus many hundreds of thousands of still outstanding in just the case, in this case, of Wisconsin. So we are still awaiting many ballots to be counted, and I can tell you, Nora, as someone who has sat at the
Same reason
decision
they're
desk
watching
for
us, they're
many an
bored.
election, it is not unusual at all to wait for a large number of ballots to be counted.
It's not unusual at all, he
Salvanto,
says.
thank you. We've got a lot still ahead. We're going to take a short break. Be sure to download the CBS News app to track all your local races on your phone or tablet. Much more ahead. CBS News 2020 America
All right, she is out of there, so are we. We're going to head back to Politico and see what's going on there. 225 to 213. That absolutely is everything going Trump's way. There's not a state out of place for him, even Nevada. Oh, Nevada went back blue. Okay, I was going to say Nevada's coming to him. That was surprising me, but no, Nevada went back blue. And it literally is, state for state, exactly what we called. Like, it completely is. No, we didn't. We gave Pennsylvania to Biden to see if Trump could still hit a victory while losing Pennsylvania. And it turns out that, yeah, he can. He definitely can.
That is more likely than not to continue, no matter who wins the White House.
I want to bring in Pete Williams right now. And Pete, here we are at a point, wee hours of the morning. We have no idea which of these men is going to win this election. But the president has forced us into this area of something wrong, something nefarious, and this idea the Supreme Court could be brought into the picture. describe, if any justice is listening to this, how this goes over and how this plays out, potentially.
Well, there are already a number of lawsuits filed by Republicans challenging mainly the mail-in ballot process, the extended deadline in Pennsylvania, adding 3 days. That case is still pending before the U.S. Supreme Court. The court declined to stop the application of a state Supreme Court ruling that extended the deadline. The court declined to take it on a fast track, but it's still sitting there, and the Republicans could try again if it looks like it all comes down to Pennsylvania, and they want to try to renew that challenge. It's still sitting there. In just a few hours from now, the judge will have a hearing in Pennsylvania in federal court on a Republican challenge to the way one county, Montgomery County, the third largest county in Pennsylvania, began to look at ballots before the canvassing, the pre-canvassing process started this morning. That's still being challenged. So there are 3 lawsuits Republicans have in Pennsylvania. There are lawsuits in Minnesota. There's a lawsuit in Nevada, in Clark County. So there are a number of lawsuits, all basically about the mail ballot process. And in theory, any one of them could end up in the Supreme Court, a prospect that justices very much don't want. But here's the thing to keep in mind. The sort of new direction that the courts have gone in these challenges so far is the theory that only the state legislature can change the rule for an election. Not state courts, not state election officials, only the state legislature. Now, the Supreme Court has never ruled that that is the case. There were 3 justices who said that in Bush v. Gore 20 years ago, but it's never been a holding of the Supreme Court. But it has caught fire among judges in the lower courts, and there are 3 or at least 4, or at least 3 members of the current Supreme Court who think so too. So that could turn out to be a big issue. And I'll just say one other thing about potential legal challenges, or a potential way this could play out. If it's really close, this could be the year when we really talk about faithless electors. The presidential electors that we're actually choosing today, the people who will really elect the president when the Electoral College meets in December. If it is really close, within a vote or 2, then the pressure on those presidential electors to flip and be faithless and vote for someone other than who won the popular vote in their state will be extremely high. Faithless electors have never made a difference.
This guy's boring as shit.
I know. I can't even pay attention to what he's saying. I'm
God
just like,
damn him, fuck.
What are you saying?
Really needed another wrinkle, Pete, but didn't the Supreme Court just weigh in on faithless electors?
Yeah, so we're all just saying he's super boring and hard to keep track of, so I think we're going to change it up. Sash, why don't you go into that third Firefox tab now, and you can either find a different YouTube video, or you can just pull up a website you want to look at and talk about.
You guys,
I'll handle my own mute here.
Hey, you guys want to watch something somewhat funny?
Sure.
All right.
Funny things. Oh.
No. It's a song.
A song?
ERB.
Really?
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
What?
Oh, yeah.
That's vile.
Right.
No, we'll get a copyright strike, and we'll get removed if we play someone's music on there.
Motherfucker.
I've got to cut out the Petra song at the beginning of all of ours after our
Really?
podcast.
Even that being black?
Sure. It's not owned by Petra anymore. It's owned by an ad agency. So if you go to a different site, like you were looking at Fox News before, you can see that, or you can pull up other people's live streams. As long as we keep them muted and talk under the Fair Use Act, that's all right.
FoxNews.com first.
Sure. And go to OBS real quick. And so I've got it zoomed in real quick. And then after that, just go ahead and navigate on the third tab. There it is. Close that. There you go.
Let's see. Let's compare Fox and CNN to see who's saying what. Because one thing I'm noticing with Fox, Politico, CNN, is that no one has a consistent like result on the number of electoral votes each candidate has. So we have to really
Except
take.
Trump, he wins. 270.
Let's not jump.
And Trump said we already won. So.
And you believe him? Fuck, he's a compulsive liar.
You believe that?
Somewhat, yeah.
I believe he's a populist. He'll say whatever's popular.
What's popular isn't always what's right, though.
True, but that's very different from a compulsive liar. A compulsive liar, I mean, it's a compulsion. Like, he has no choice but to lie.
But don't we as people sometimes believe lies?
Well, duh. Yeah, Raj. Truth is always truth. We. Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
if you guys look at Fox News, you have Joe Biden at 238 and Donald Trump at 213. So let's go to CNN now.
He's also right that people do believe lies, but
Like the biggest lie I believed this year was that Trump was going to lose tonight, but it seems like he's going to win, or maybe he'll still lose.
he already won.
That's your perception of reality, not
No,
mine.
I'm just repeating
So,
Trump and making jokes.
here on CNN, they have 220 for Biden and 213 for Trump. So Fox and CNN are starting to coincide a little bit. You guys want to see what CNN is saying?
What is the difference? Basically, it's one state, right? 213 for Trump. What do I have on mine? No, leave the Facebook open.
Okay.
Someone might call in from there.
Can I? Okay.
Yeah, take that one.
Fox.
That's the president.
Did you unmute the boring guy? I think he's playing.
No, we would hear the boring guy from the PC speakers if he was
The
unmuted.
stream is offline. God damn it.
Oh, don't worry about their stream. I just want to see what states.
What are you picking up, Pamela?
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing how tight of a race
mute
it
that,
is
whatever
there,
that is.
and
Everyone
how
can hear
many
that.
outstanding mail-in ballots are. According to official numbers from the Pennsylvania website, there are still 1.4.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to play, dude. I want to see who's CNN.
It's lagging as shit.
Wait, dude. Wait.
We get the same thing from CBS or NBC, and they're on YouTube, so the streams are
Right.
not lagging. Like,
so now
so
Fox.
close that CNN tab so it doesn't buffer back and start talking to us
So,
again.
let's compare though. So 238
Look,
Biden.
scroll down to the map.
213.
Scroll down to the map. I don't care about the points. Scroll down to the map.
They gave Arizona. CNN is still Arizona.
They already gave
up in the-
Arizona.
Yeah. But you look at it, guys. 238 Trump, 213. 238 Biden, 213
Are they saying 2
Trump.
points from Nebraska for Biden or 1? That would be the only difference from ours.
And then from CNN, it's 220 for Biden and 213 for
CNN
for Trump.
hasn't given Arizona to Biden yet. That's the only
wow.
difference.
Yeah, that's the only difference.
Yeah. Still trying to say that Pennsylvania will go Biden.
Pennsylvania, eh?
4 million. It's a rough number because we're getting the numbers from county to county. But if it's in this ballpark, and that's the president's lead right now, Joe Biden's going to have to win somewhere in the area close to 75% of those ballots to catch up. Can he do that? We're going to have to see and count. That's a steep hill. Remember 4 years ago, we were in Michigan, we were in Wisconsin, Hillary Clinton was behind. Democrats kept saying the votes were there. In this case, mathematically, that's possible. We're going to watch when they count these votes. Joe Biden is going to have his execution among those mail-in ballots, his return rate among those mail-in ballots is going to be off the charts. Now, we do know from data that that's possible because Democrats did disproportionately win the mail-in vote, but that's a number to watch as we count them. And most of that counting will continue through the night. I suspect it will be finished sometime tomorrow.
Well, he's given the exact same narrative. We won't know till tomorrow on Pennsylvania, but he is less optimistic than the rest that we've seen, I guess. So I think that even the media is realizing that. I mean, this isn't going to work. You can't oust the guy You can't oust the guy from his own spot. You know what I mean? Like, this is, he's in the White House. He is the president. You're going to call him the winner on Election Day, and then you're going to try to drag him out. Like, it's not going to work. It's just absolutely not going to work.
The Biden people are still pretty bullish. They think, and I tell you, I would be too if I were them. They look like they have a lot more vote coming in that's for them than what's coming in the extraneous rural counties for the president. But the bottom line is this: Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, I don't think we're calling these races tonight. Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona, I don't know if we do, but we still think we may see some vote. I know we all want to go to bed, but we still may see some vote and see some movement before the sun rises.
You didn't call Maine either.
We haven't called Maine, and that's going to be, I mean, as you can see here, we do have an idea of where Maine's going to head. It looks like it's going to be at least 3 for Joe Biden. But I tell you here, I've noticed even as Joe Biden's lead has increased, it's all come from that first district in Portland. Looks like Trump's going to get that district.
All right, we got to take another break now. We'll be back with more Decision 2020 election night coverage. We're still going in just a moment.
Well, there it is. More of them just admitting they've got no idea what's going on. They're all waiting for that mail-in ballot. Every single channel is, but it looks like everything we're going to see tonight, everything we're seeing tonight is just nothing but Trump. Like, there's no other way to say it. I mean, they're not.
Different from the Democrat. No, I am wearing blue, but if you will see, they're making fun of me because I'm wearing blue. Even though I also had red. I'm wearing red, white, and blue, by the way. And if you can see my shirt, I don't know how well anything's. Oh, that's not
Thanks.
Tattoo. You can see who I'm supporting.
Yeah, I got cut off a little bit. We got to move that camera a little bit back to the left. Sash, can you grab the camera, back it up a little bit, and then put me a little bit in focus? And now spin it to that way a little bit to put me on the edge. Good. Oh, yeah, spread that back out.
No, Josh was wearing red for comment.
Yeah. All right, coming back at you. We're still sticking to our 213 to 224 predictions, but in reality, what we're expecting it to be from everything that we can see is at the very least we're seeing 274 for Trump, but more likely it's a 294, and then 244 for Biden does seem to be what's in the cards. Maine going Biden except for 1 point, Nebraska going Trump except for 1 point. Nevada flipping, Nevada staying the same, Arizona flipping, Minnesota and Illinois going as we saw them in 2016, and then the rest of the country. Trump. It seems like it's all over, but.
There's Biden sitting at 220, 213 for Trump. The road to 270. 270 is the prize. Look at some Senate races now. North Carolina Senate, that is too close to call. Tom Tillis there with a narrow lead. Alaska Senate race is too early. Arizona, that's too early. Mark Kelly, former astronaut, leads Martha McSally. Let's go down to Michigan. This is one Republicans were hoping to flip. It's too early in that race. Main race, Susan Collins right now seemed to be holding on to a lead, but that's too early to call. Georgia is too close. The two-way race in Georgia, I'm sorry, there's two races. This is the three-way race. That is too close, but both of them look like they're heading toward a runoff in January. Here's where the Senate stands right now. Republicans with 47 seats, 46 for Democrats. Let's bring in Chuck Todd right now.
By the way, that Maine, what's interesting there is that as the numbers have come in, Susan Collins' numbers, it's finally just dropped below 50. And had she stayed above 50, she would have avoided the ranked choice voting. That bizarre black box that I think some people are fully trying to understand. But now she's been pulled already under 50 with 67% reporting. So then we are looking at 6 to 9 days while they figure out how that works.
Maybe explain how that works. How people can vote for a second choice as well as a first choice. It's quite unusual.
It is. It's so, you know, there are all others here, and you can see there's, we can't quite see it. There's over 5,000 votes here. And so what'll happen, and then there's just multiple other candidates, the lowest person, then what their second choice was will get applied to the vote, and then they just start doing it until somebody hits 50%, whether it's the first candidate or the second candidate. In talking to Republican strategists who think they know how this works, and I'll be honest with you, everybody I've talked to thinks that's a black box. I just want to get my candidate over 50 so I don't have to worry about it. That's not going to happen.
All right, so he's saying that Republicans don't know how the Electoral College in Maine works, but then he's talking about a Senate race, which is a little bit weird. I'm looking for a request from a friend of mine real quick so that we can get him up on.
The Associated Press projects that Joe Biden will win Arizona.
Yeah, we have that.
Oh, okay. The Independent lifeline for Joe Biden as he wins Arizona.
Yeah, our prediction was Biden would take Arizona.
Hold on, guys. I'm trying to get it set up to add a friend of mine's call in here. Let's see if we can get him connected. It looks like not just yet.
Facebook?
Yeah, I'm trying via Facebook. But I might need to do something like add him as a friend first to call, because Facebook's gotten a few extra security features. So let me add him as a friend first. I don't even know how to go to his profile anymore. There it is. Not even sure. But trying that video call with him over and over to see if we can get back connected. He said he's down on Venice right now. And it would be really interesting to see his perspective if he gets up live. Looks like that call still is failing, though. I'm just trying to redial right now. Sounds like we might have him. I heard a ring for the first time. There he is.
Hey.
Hey.
All right.
His friend from.
That's my friend Bobby, who's in Cali right now.
Yeah.
Hello, Bobby.
Hello.
All right, so what are you seeing out there on the streets, my man?
So we're here in Venice Beach. And again, we walked all the way down. It's literally empty, man. There's literally I'm standing in the middle of the road right now. So the vibe basically that me and my friend picked up was, we're not supposed to be outside right now. We see just a bunch of like undercover cars, like literally like.
Is there a curfew?
There's no curfew in place,
curfew.
is there?
I'm just walking around. We're just walking around. We literally just walked down. Here's the thing. Here's the thing that was abnormal, right? Was Venice Boardwalk was a ghost town. Usually there's people out, but tonight it was nothing. All the TVs just were watching the presidential, election thing. And all you see is a bunch of like cars driving around. Oh, what? There's the bus. Oh, okay. It's not gonna stop. Bus not gonna stop. See, look. There he goes.
Yeah, so bus goes by. What I hear him saying, guys, is I know his audio is coming in and out, but he's saying like it feels like we're not even supposed to be outside right now. You got a filter going on with some bunny ears on your head.
Yeah, my phone's gonna die. I'll call you guys back when I get back to where we're going.
All right, cool.
But I'll talk as much as we can until it dies. But yeah, basically we're just going around. We see a lot of like unmarked police cars, all blacked out, driving around, which is, I don't know, they're just making sure everything's fine, I guess, or whatever, and looking for shit. And then there's a lot of sirens going off and going places, but that's about it. So there's sirens going off. So there's no activity really on the west side. Seems fine. If there's anything going on in the city, we decided not to go downtown right now. It's pretty late, but it seems pretty quiet on the west side. Everybody's just inside watching the election. My friends in Vietnam.
So you see sirens going off, but it's off in the distance. Nothing's actually happening. It's all just
nothing's happening here on the west side. Yeah, I just walked from Santa Monica down to Venice. There's some police cars going past us and trucks and stuff. But okay, Spider-Man. But there's nothing that I've seen happen at all. Like I saw a squad car up the block.
Stopping and talking to you at all? Like they're worried about you doing something, or are they just going by?
They're just going past us, looking at us. That's all. Nothing really.
Oh my.
Yeah, you could say hi. This is my friend here, Imani.
I can't
hear him.
Hey, what's up? Enjoying the night?
I'm Imani.
Hey Josh, what is he saying? I can't hear him.
Why did you put a bunny filter on me?
It's on me. And you now.
Yeah, I'll repeat what I can. I can't get it louder than this.
Okay.
All right, cool. So give us a call back if you see anything or if anything starts to change.
Yeah, sounds good. But I think you heard that stuff. You relayed it, right?
Yeah.
So cool. But yeah, everything's boarded up. Here's another. Did you see the photo I sent you? Here's a boarded door.
I saw something from your video before. I didn't see an actual photo.
Yeah, I sent you a photo.
But the video before, I saw quite a bit boarded.
Yeah, it's me standing in front of a boarded up Chase Bank. I don't know.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and now, like, for example, we went past the CVS. It was completely boarded up. And then they had, like, wood that they just left there on the side of the road. They're just like, fuck it. But they're getting really good at boarding these places up. They're like super efficient. Like, the symmetry is like so good. Symmetry. Soul Eater, symmetry. They've got it. They've got symmetry here, y'all. If anybody's into Soul Eater, the symmetry with the board up game and the west side of Los Angeles is amazing.
Man, that's weird.
Yeah, but dude, there's no one out here. Like, nothing's going on.
That's unreal.
Yeah, it's crazy. We're like, yeah. So I'll call you back. I'm gonna charge up.
Great, man. I appreciate you checking in. We'll talk soon.
Oh, wait. Who's the president?
So far, it looks like Trump, man. It looks Trump all the way.
Oh, they haven't even announced it yet?
No, they haven't announced shit. Biden's saying it's going to take days for his ballots to come in. And Trump said he won.
Oh, okay. I love it. Trump's just like, I won, fuck it. Everybody's like, tomorrow I'm president.
What he did. He's like,
Who's
look at
gonna
the
be
numbers.
president?
You know I won.
Doesn't somebody have to be president tomorrow? Like, who's it gonna be?
Well, no. Actually, we've got till December 13th.
And then the newscasters just spiraled
yeah.
after Trump said he won.
Wait, what did you say? What'd you say? What'd you say?
So, like, after Trump came out and said he won, CBS put this nomenclature under his face that was like, the news has not called the winner yet.
Oh, yeah, no, you don't.
Twitter's already flagging his tweets as misleading because he's like, it's mine, bitches. I claim it.
Wow, that's amazing. So funny.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Well,
It looks like it's going to be 3 days of it.
Wow.
You mentioned the banner that CBS put out, but then there was one that ABC put out, which is millions are
Where are you right Josh, are you at the Indian restaurant right now?
Yeah, buddy.
Yep.
We brought all of our equipment. We're streaming right from Bollywood.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I can't wait to get back and sit there. We're going to do a podcast. I'm going to have my podcast next to yours.
Excellent.
So you got to come to Vietnam. You have to sit at this restaurant with us. It's amazing. We just sit there and like just eat food, talk about everything all day. It's so good. Now he's got a podcast set up there.
Nice.
It's genius. All right, man. Well, I'm going to go. I'll holler back at you in a minute.
Great. We'll talk soon. Hail us if you see anything.
All right. Yep. Later.
All right. So let's go back into one camera. Sorry, I know you couldn't hear anything from sitting in that third channel, Sash. So the main thing that he was saying, number one, was everything's boarded up. He's on the west side of L.A. in Santa Monica, and he's walking down the beach street. Nobody's there. He hears sirens in the distance. He sees undercover cops galore, and he's saying police are just patrolling him, riding through regularly, but nobody's on the streets.
People are scared.
Scared of what? I mean, I guess that's a possibility. Let's see if our friends at NBC Live have anything new to add to the conversation.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10.
Saying they are not going to have it now until the morning. So that is the one we're going to wait on and see if that thing, the possibility is there, because Hillary Clinton did win Fulton County by 180,000 roughly votes last time around. So there is a chance of that tightening, and that's why we're going to be looking at that so closely. And about the changing demographics, George, this state was 70% white voters back in 2004. By 2016, that was down to 60%. So that's the changing demographics, and that's why it's so important for folks to see what happens in this Atlanta metro area.
TJ Helms, thanks very much. We have another projection in the Senate. It comes from the state of Montana, and the governor there, Steve Daines, is going to be elected to the Senate in the state of Montana. Another Republican hold there in the state, John Carl. The path for the Democrats is getting narrower to take control of the Senate.
Yeah, I mean, this was one that was going to be a reach for them in Montana. But I think that now that they have hung on in Iowa, that it looks good in North Carolina. They didn't pull off that one. That they're not going to win anything outright in Georgia. It does not look like the Democrats will have a majority in the Senate, at least not tonight.
Definitely not tonight. Of course, North Carolina is still holding out there as well, and Maine we're taking some time on as well, waiting for Arizona and Nevada to come in right now. Chrissy, I know you'd been talking to Tom Tillis in North Carolina earlier in the night. Any update there?
I was communicating with him probably about an hour ago. He thinks he won. I mean, just to think that the votes are there to overcome the lead that he has. And so I think Tillis, has not announced publicly one, but they feel very confident in the Tillis campaign that there's not the votes there to catch up.
And Mark Updevoe, presidential historian, let's talk a little bit more about.
How can he take care of a fucking country?
I gotta go.
But then again, Trump is fat too, so.
Yeah, but he's not as gross.
That is true.
I don't really know what the difference is, but Chris Christie is fat and gross.
Like Chris Christie's a lard ass. Like he's a
Right, like Trump's
lard
more
ass.
like a Santa Claus type fat,
Oh,
where
God.
you're like, give me some toys. Where Chris Christie, you're just like, if I sit on your lap, will I be absorbed by your fatness and disappear?
Like, he's like the typical fat pedophile.
Yeah, Chris Christie.
Oh, I feel like a dick for saying that, but
no, I'm with you on Chris Christie. I don't like the man.
the guy's a fucking fat ass. Oh my god. Obesity for president.
Sad moments tonight was hearing our president say that indeed it's a sad moment in American history tonight. And I think that it's a sad moment in the history of the presidency for a president, an incumbent president, to question the integrity of our election based on no evidence whatsoever. I think one of the headlines of this election, George, is going to be the triumph of American democracy. We saw 20% more voters show up at the polls in 2020 than we did in 2016. That shows the health of our democracy. That's what Donald Trump should have been talking about today.
John Carl, one of the things that could be a victim of all this, a consequence of all this, it looks like we're going to have stalemate now for quite some time. Uncertainty in the presidential election, uncertainty in how the Senate is going to play out. There's a majority, the Democratic majority is going to be returned in the House, but this is all happening when millions and millions of Americans, and Lindsay was talking about this earlier, are looking for relief from the pandemic, economic relief.
A major economic relief bill that has been stalled in the Congress, and now it's going to, it's faced a deadlock Congress. You thought that something would happen after the election, but you're right. We, on all likelihood,
If it was already making people angry.
They killed the sports because they wanted us to be mad about politics, which is why it doesn't make sense for them to choose a least divisive option right now, because everything about what they're doing is building us into being completely judgmental based on politics.
Politics.
Apparently so do these guys, because they don't know how to talk it. Like, this is absolute insanity. ABC News giving us nothing. And pretty much everybody has shut down. PBS NewsHour still kicking it, but they've got nothing to say, and they just closed their live stream.
Oh fuck, the spider is in my beer.
Spider in your beer is what Sash is dealing with. Let's see what this old crusty white woman has to say.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Rich Lowry.
Frustrating the fact.
The president earlier.
Take the balls right off the facts. Just take the balls and take them
Grab
off the
him
facts.
by the balls.
Grab the facts by the balls, Trump.
Him out there. Give me your reaction to that.
Well, it was obviously irresponsible, strange, given it's the kind of thing you say when you think you're losing. I don't think they're really think they're losing, but the president always has a sense of deep unfairness and that he's been being treated in some illegitimate way.
Okay,
and it does go.
The fact that he said we won.
Yeah, but he starts with it's a normal thing to say when you think you're losing, but he doesn't appear to like what?
So, and plus the idea that you're going to go and sue and just stop these absentee ballots and early votes from being counted is completely ridiculous. There is a segment of Pennsylvania ballots that if it's really close will be under a cloud. Absentee ballots that are being counted, that arrived late and are being counted under this new rule written by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And I do think there are at least 4 Supreme Court justices, maybe 5, maybe 6, who think that is impermissible for the Pennsylvania Supreme Court to have rewritten the rules like that. But that's a relatively small segment of votes that will only be in play if.
Why on earth do the early votes get counted last?
He could easily win on the other end.
How the early votes still need to be counted.
You know, Lester, this wasn't just Trump being Trump.
Shouldn't they have already been counted?
One of the darkest, if not the darkest moment we've ever seen in the White House. But listen, the votes are going to be counted. Rich Lowry saying that. You've got Ben Shapiro saying that. You've got Chris Christie saying that. I think you'll see more Republicans say that. I mean, Trump wants all the votes to be counted in Arizona and Nevada, just not in places where he's ahead. So the votes are going to get counted. I think that's, and, we'll know a lot more in the next 24 hours, and certainly maybe in 72 hours, we'll have a complete picture of this election. Listen, this is a close election. It could go either way, but given what happened in the 2nd Congressional District of Nebraska,
it could go either way, NBC has admitted for the first time in 2 months.
Lead in Wisconsin and Michigan, he's at 270. And so I think I'd rather be Joe Biden right now than Donald Trump, barely, just from a voting standpoint. But this is going to be a really trying time, even if ultimately this is really Trump howling into the wind and he doesn't have any legal recourse. 40 to 45% of the country is going to believe what he says. And so the divisions just grow much more stark and more dangerous.
All right, David, thank you. And as we wait to hear more from those uncalled states, we'll pause here briefly. Hope you can stay with us as we continue our coverage of Election 2020.
$220 to $213.
Well, it's still too early to call because all of the
Well, yeah, I mean,
before
we
votes
really
haven't been counted.
we really haven't gotten anything different.
Florida, man.
Florida's been called for Trump.
Okay.
Still way too early.
But
to
Nevada
call, says
flipped for
absolutely
Biden, right?
everyone.
Yeah, Nevada's Biden right now.
Jesus. And Arizona as well.
Yeah, but
I think Biden pulled a switcheroo there.
yeah, Arizona and Nevada are both Biden.
Okay.
Sorry, I said Trump before, but I misspoke. They're both Biden. They're both blue.
And absolutely everyone is saying it's too early to call because all of the early votes still need to be counted.
Yeah, Florida and Ohio are the only battleground states that they bothered to call. But everything else is going for Trump. And his lead in Pennsylvania is just growing and growing and growing.
That's Biden's state.
I mean, it's absolute ridiculousness. Now, ABC has just gone to showing the states at their numbers because their announcers really have nothing more to say, and I guess I can feel for them there because, I mean, what more can be said? They're going to try to come at us with the after results of the election. Like, tonight is all in favor of Trump, 100%. I don't expect we'll see either Joe Biden or Donald Trump back out tonight. I don't think
either.
I don't think they're going to say anything more.
This is going to end really bad.
I don't think it's going to end tonight. I think Biden's going to promise people it'll end later, and I mean, nobody. I think if people were going to take the streets, then when Bobby called in from L.A., we would see people taking to the streets already. So we're not going to see riots
You
tonight.
have a point there, dude. But then again, the one thing I do credit to that is the fact that the news cycle this past like 2 weeks has been really weak.
Well,
Like,
this whole election was kind of weak. Because
I mean,
of
like the only thing that happened was Hunter
Biden.
Hunter Biden's sex tapes.
Yeah.
And nobody cared. Yeah. No one fucking cared.
But just in general, like I remember not even being politically involved
Like
in
the shock
2016,
value is
but
dead.
Everything about 2016 was the
Like
election, everything. It was all in your face, 24/7. No
But-
matter where you look, I did my best to ignore it because I hated politics. I still do.
Yeah.
But
How you doing, Sergey? How are you, bro?
yeah,
Long time,
so
man.
it was just
Good.
constant 24/7 in your face, and then this year it's just been dead.
I mean, oh sorry.
It almost seemed like no one remembered it was an election year until like October.
But to be fair though, like the shock value has been like basically people have become so desensitized.
Talk to the side of the mic, not the front.
Sorry. The people have become so desensitized because back in 2016, we had the whole Pizzagate scandal, and people were like, "Are they really involved in this shit?" But like now, with the whole Biden thing, it's like, yeah, we already know. So it's like nobody cares, man. The shock value is dead, and I think that might be the point of the solve.
Could be. I mean, you're definitely right that the shock value for everything is just straight up gone. Like there's nothing that could have happened that really surprised us. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's totally been just. But I would say it's all of October. We had one of the most fast-paced news cycles of all of the world in 2020.
Until September. September is when it started to slow down.
Yeah, I would say October was completely over, but yeah, September it started to wind down.
The media got sober in October. Hey.
Yeah. Let's see what he's saying.
Lady, have you even been watching the numbers? It is definitely not a flip from 2016. It is a repeat.
Well, Joe said that he thinks that Michigan will flip. So she was saying if it flips, it's a contrast to 2016.
It doesn't look like Michigan flipped. Just saying. Unless all of those mail-in votes that they keep counting.
Man, these people are vile, man.
Well before the end of the week.
It's like they're spitting in our faces, man. They are spitting in our goddamn faces.
100%. I mean, they 100% are. They're like, but that means we're gonna see Democrat flips in everything.
If they're going to steal it, they're going to make it as obvious as possible.
Yes, who is in Milwaukee. Adriana, good morning to you. Under normal circumstances, with no pandemic and no election, it would just be about closing time in the bars in Milwaukee. Don't ask me how I know, but I imagine now it is pretty quiet and pretty cold there where you are.
Wouldn't it be smarter to go more subtle?
Tony, how do you know that? Well, there's certainly none of that going on here tonight. It is quiet here, but they are working upstairs, counting those ballots. So far, more than 80% of the vote is in here in Wisconsin, and right now,
overall goal just to make absolutely everyone mad.
I mean, that seems to be their goal, to make everyone mad. But no, if they really wanted to get Trump out of the White House, they had to do it tonight. The mail-in votes won't do it.
How do you justify that obvious of a Democrat shift if pretty much all of the states go blue?
but in Waukesha County, which is a suburb of Milwaukee,
Well, the COVID narrative helps, right? So, I mean, I think that's their only point, but I think, like, if the elections are real, then this was their attempt. Like, if the elections are real, this was their attempt, and it failed. Like, that's the end of it.
people are still counting the votes in the building behind me here in Milwaukee. They counted 150,000 votes today alone. They could only start at 7 a.m. The count continues. They have about 20,000 left here, and county officials say don't expect any word until at least 5 a.m. Tony?
All right, someone will be up. Wait, we got Ed O'Keefe here.
Central, so 6 a.m. Eastern for those of you keeping track.
We will definitely.
I am
keeping track, Ed. Thank you. We will definitely be up. We will be. CBS
here.
This Morning will be getting around that hour. And if you're a frequent viewer of CBS This Morning, you're probably wondering who this guy is, because you don't get up that early if you're up at this hour. I'm Tony DeCopel. I was the relief team. I came in at 3 a.m. And we are still following the unfolding and yet to be decided presidential election. And we are joined right now by CBS News contributor David Becker, who is an election law expert and the founder of the Center for Election Innovation and Research. David, good morning to you. Exactly the kind of expertise we need right now, because we have a president claiming a fraud is being perpetrated, and yet simultaneously we have what seems to be a normal process unfolding in several key states. Talk to us about the gap between what the president is saying and what we're seeing unfolding at this hour.
Well, here's what we know. We know that there are about 20 million ballots still left to be counted nationwide. We know that in the 5 toss-up states, there are about 5 million ballots left to be counted. And we know in states like Georgia and Wisconsin, the margin right now is only about 100,000 votes. And a lot of the counties that have the majority of ballots left to count are in, for instance, Milwaukee and Wisconsin, around the Atlanta and its suburbs, in Georgia and Savannah in Georgia. And in Michigan, the margin's only about 300,000 votes. So we've got a lot of ballots left to count. And I've been speaking with election officials, both Republicans and Democrats, who are working to count the ballots that were validly cast. That's the most important thing. And they're all committed to this. It doesn't matter what party they belong to. They know the rules were established beforehand. The campaigns knew those rules, and the election officials are now following those rules to count every validly cast ballot. And for instance, I talked to the Republican city commissioner in Philadelphia, who's been doing just an amazing job, Al Schmidt, along with his colleagues, and they still have a lot of votes still left to count in Philadelphia and in a lot of those Philadelphia suburbs. So what we need to do is we need to ignore the noise that's coming from the White House. They're trying to establish kind of a fraudulent fait accompli where we don't count the ballots that are cast. And we're going to do that. The election officials are going to make sure that's done. And we might be in for a long haul here because the margins are so narrow, and that's just what happens when we have margins this narrow.
David, when you talk to those people counting the ballots early this morning, and you tell them what the president said, what do they say?
Well, what's amazing is I didn't have to tell them what the president said. A lot of them have actually gone on social media already and been very clear. Again, the Republican City Commissioner Al Schmidt in Philadelphia tweeted, "We are going to count all the votes." The Secretary of State of Georgia, others have been saying the same thing. They are going to count the votes. That is their job. They know how to do this. The rules were set in advance of the election. We had a lot of litigation before Election Day. That set the rules, and now we're following those rules.
David, Major Garrett, talking about the rules having been set, you and I have had this conversation, but I think the audience would appreciate.
They're talking about right now how the rules have been set long before the election and that these after ballots are going to come in and they're just going to overthrow Trump completely. It's pretty amazing. But
They're going to overthrow Trump.
Well, they're saying that the ballots will. They're saying that they're going to come in and they're going to count all these early ballots that get counted last, I guess. And, yeah, they're definitely saying that it's going to be a Trump overthrow.
Oh, yeah, Biden just won Maine.
Yeah, but Maine's a split-em-up state. How many points did Trump get off of that? I had Biden winning the majority.
Sure.
Volume of early and mail votes.
Ed, did you have another question?
Well, all sorts of questions. Thank goodness we have David on salary, not on retainer, because we'd be charging him a lot to stick around late into the night. David, I guess, look, I want to reiterate something the president had said earlier, and it's important that we repeat this because people are going to hear it in
CBS continuing the narrative that we won't know for a week.
Order states to stop voting. He cannot do that, right?
Stop counting.
To stop counting. Sorry, to stop. I keep messing this up. It's the hour.
Stop counting.
To stop counting. He cannot do that, right?
That's right. I mean, he has to go through the lower court process first. So that it could either be through a federal or state court process, and you can go up on appeal from either a state Supreme Court or from a federal court, from the lower district courts to the circuit courts up to the Supreme Court. That could take some time. But again, his claims need to be found to have some merit. And right now, there is just no question what the election officials all around the country are doing, even in the states that aren't toss-ups, is they're still counting ballots that were cast today, that were in time today, and that they're going through the process they need to make sure they're validating every vote and that every vote will be counted. And so when those margins are really narrow, it makes us a little uneasy, but it's a normal process because we have to wait till all those ballots are counted till we'll know who won.
All right. Well, I am relieved to hear you are not paging through election law books looking for answers. You already know the settled law, and we are in new territory politically, but legally, things are well established. David Becker, thank you very much. We'll be checking with you later on in the evening. No matter who wins the next 4 years in the White House, they will need Congress if they want an agenda to be pushed through and for change to happen. So ahead, we are going to have Nancy Cordes, who's been kind enough to stick around, talk to us about the Senate races that have been decided and the contests that are still too close to call. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
What were you saying?
I just don't understand if all of the early votes have been cast already through the mail-in voting. I mean, it's been early. So wouldn't they have already been counted?
Depends on the state's laws.
I guess. More commercials.
Indeed, we're back to just us talking. I mean, I really didn't expect Trump to win so solidly today.
Well,
but he did.
Yeah.
Like, I really credit the media and making us believe that Trump was actually going to lose.
I mean, that's a fair point.
They did a very good job at it.
Why?
Yeah.
Okay, from my perspective, I'm in Vietnam, so I'm not in the States right now, so I can't really get the vibe.
I know,
know
but
what I'm
why
saying?
are they lying about the vibe?
Huh?
Why are they lying about the vibe? That's the part that doesn't make sense to me.
Maybe to, that's a good question. Like, why would they lie? Fuck. Okay.
Doesn't it discourage their own voters to say that Trump is just surely going to lose? You don't need to vote. You don't need to be a part of the election. He's going to lose no matter what.
So maybe the media and Trump are on the same side. Might that be the case?
More believable.
That's way more believable.
He's giving them a lot of airtime. And
Yeah, oh, yeah.
A lot of viewers.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Trump being on the side of media makes more sense than anything else we've talked about tonight. I mean, Trump... Trump hasn't tweeted anything since his speech, but... What's the motive for the states if they're the ones lying?
I mean,
about it, what's
my
the
thing
motive?
is this: the media needs ratings to survive. But Trump gives them ratings.
He does.
Like Biden would be such a boring president that nobody would care.
True.
Maybe that's the angle here.
Yeah, keep Trump in because it keeps people animated and involved. I agree with that. Oh my.
What?
CBS is commercials, pushing every agenda they can.
We all have an agenda, though.
But just so far, I mean,
So
we haven't really
blatantly,
been
yeah, yeah.
watching
That
the commercials.
I get.
But all of their commercials are COVID, BLM riots, like just checking off all of the boxes.
Yeah, and watch us more, right?
Right. Yep, watch us more, so that we can tell you what to think and what to know about these things.
It's a dreary, empty day here in Saigon. Here on GMfVN, there's not much traffic behind us. Normally, this was a lively street before the corona hit. It was probably one of the busiest streets in
the entire world.
Saigon. Maybe even in the entire world. Like, if you know Thailand, it's the Khao San of Ho Chi Minh for sure. Wonderful place to be, wonderful time to enjoy. But we've got CBS back. I want to see if they have anything
on the
new to
ballot.
say.
And this morning we are beginning to get a clearer picture about which party might control the Senate in the next term. Nancy Cordes is still awake with us, and she joins us now. Chief Congressional Correspondent, what do you know?
Tony, two things we can say definitively at this hour. The Democratic path to the majority, which seemed so promising earlier in the night, has narrowed. It has not vanished, but it has narrowed. And we don't expect that we'll be able to declare which party is going to control the Senate anytime in the next few hours. Take a look at what's remaining to be called at this hour. I love that. Bring the Senate chamber up out of the floor. Take a look at the right-hand side of your screen. These are all the Republican Senate seats that were up for re-election tonight. You see a couple of blue squares there. One is the Democratic pickup in Colorado, where Cory Gardner, the Republican incumbent, has been defeated. And then in Arizona, we haven't called that race yet. We haven't projected a winner, but Mark Kelly, the Democrat, former astronaut, is likely to be declared the winner over the incumbent Martha McSally. So that's two potential pickups for Democrats. But remember, they need 4 or 5 in order to take control. And there are only
I thought it was 3 if they take the White House, 4 if they don't.
You're right. However, if you go over to the left-hand side of your screen, the Democratic side, you'll see one red square there. That is because Doug Jones has lost, we project, his race, and that seat will go to a Republican. So now Democrats need one more seat. And there are 4 races that we are still watching on the Republican side. So if they win 2 or 3 of those races, then they'll be in good shape. but it doesn't look so hot
Jones
for them right now.
lost
North
Alabama.
Carolina, we have not declared a winner. Same
Yeah.
problem that we're having in the
So
presidential
that's
race.
one
There are
Democratic,
still votes
that's
that
one
need to be called. I
Democratic
think
flip.
that race is about 94% counted at this point. Tom Tillis, the
Say that again?
Republican incumbent,
Luckily, it
has a
wasn't,
2-point
Roy
lead.
Moore.
Then you've got
Oh,
Maine.
God.
Susan
Buck Roy
Collins
Moore.
has a
Right.
lead, but only about
Buck
2/3 of the
Roy Moore,
votes
dude.
have been counted there.
Yeah,
so we
he's a
really can't say
pedophile,
anything
huh?
meaningful about
I
that
think
race.
so,
And
yeah.
then
Okay.
you've got those two Georgia
I think
Senate
so.
races, the
Yeah,
Purdue race
it
and the
seems
Loeffler
so.
race. Loeffler
can just
definitely
tell.
going
He's
to
a gross
runoff
dude.
in January, and we're still watching to see what happens
So,
with Purdue. Very quickly, I'm going to leave this over here.
So Tuberville lost after his special election victory, which
What's
brings
this?
us back. That's an iPhone charger and a normal Android charger.
Okay.
18 seats. Well, things are going in the opposite direction. Take a look at some of the races we've been watching tonight, and we've been keeping a close eye on the 41 Democrats who won and flipped seats 2 years ago. They were the majority makers for the Democrats, but tonight some of them look like they're in danger of losing their seats. So you've got Debbie McCarsell-Powell in Florida. She's down to her Republican challenger. Then let's go to Iowa. Iowa won. Abby Finkenauer. Democrats were.
All right, let me bring this back because Sash was saying something while he was muted. Say that again.
Like, it should be already 2 a.m. in New York. Like, back in 2016, they called it at around 12.
It's almost 4 a.m. in New York.
Huh?
It's almost 4 a.m. in New York.
Okay, yeah, back in 2016, they called it
Around
at
2
a.m.
Around
in
2.
New York time.
We're 2 hours past when they called it last year, yeah.
No, but it was already really close an hour before in 2016. So I don't think we're going to know who wins tonight, man.
I think we know.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say we know, but do we know?
Yeah, I think we know.
Do you think Biden concedes?
No way.
No.
Exactly. Then we won't know.
Contention. To the court.
Well, whoever concedes, their opponent will win. It's as simple as that. The first one to concede will lose.
What if no one concedes?
To the court.
Then it drags on as long as possible.
Well, right, but that's what we all predicted, right?
Exactly.
All of us.
Especially me.
I don't know why especially you, but okay. You
I mean-
definitely predicted it, but we all did.
I mean, no, but you weren't really totally on board when I planted the seed first.
Well,
No, he just said that he thought Biden would win, and then we would go to convention.
yeah, there's the difference.
Fair,
There's
fair.
my surprise,
But then
100%. I thought Biden would win and we'd go to the courts. I didn't think we would see a Trump victory on election night.
My thing was we would see a Trump victory, but a Biden win a week later.
Yeah, he's been saying that for a while.
Well, I don't think the Biden win can come a week late.
You never know. I mean, it could.
I'm updating our scores here to be a little more accurate. There we go. So we got Trump coming in at over 9,000, and Biden sitting at a measly 224. So it does seem to me
Seems like all of those mysterious mail-in voting votes were for Trump.
all of them, every single one. He's over 9,000 now. That's a Dragon Ball Z reference for you Zoomers.
I know Dragon Ball Z, bro.
Exactly. That's Trump's power level right now.
Level
baby.
5,000.
Over 9,000.
Okay, over 9,000.
There it is. Get your memes right.
Yeah, put the
Fuck
meme
you.
up.
I mean, yeah, so the only thing that I just don't see, I don't see the legs for this to go to the court's contention. The court There are 9 people on the court. 3 of them were handpicked by Trump.
Yes.
6 of them are partisan hacks.
Exactly.
So 3 will go Biden, 3 will go Republican, and 3 are handpicked by Trump.
Let me retort. Let me retort.
He thinks Clarence
Let me
Thomas
retort.
is not a black Brett Kavanaugh.
Okay, let me retort.
I like beer.
Let me retort, okay?
All right, retort.
Okay. Amy Coney Barrett, Kavanaugh, and Gorsuch are already there. The Republicans and the Senate would benefit much more politically if Trump was not there.
What if Biden packs the court?
He won't get away with that. No.
Why not?
Okay.
Why not?
Let me explain.
Hold on.
Let me explain.
You also have to explain, remembering that you were the man who just said that we need to change term limits on a president to be 1 term only. So you were the one who thought that he could herald 75% of governors to support this legislature. You don't need that to pack the court.
Exactly, you don't. But
You need just the Senate.
Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. Maybe Biden makes a deal with the Republicans, not to pack the courts, and he gets his time. Boom.
All right, but he's got to offer a better deal than Trump.
I think Biden can offer a better deal to these Republicans than Trump can. Yes.
What's Trump's deal? And what would Biden's deal be?
The Republicans right now look really weak. They keep sucking Trump's dick.
They do.
Biden.
The damnedest thing, if they don't suck his dick, though, I don't like him.
Biden, however, though, he can offer them a false sense of strength that they had when Obama was president. Let's be real here. The conservatives had much more balls when Obama was president.
Sure, back when we thought
Trump
what's
was
his
not.
name?
I never wanted that.
What's the young guy's name that we all thought was going to be something for us? Trey
Gowdy.
Trey
Fuck that
Gowdy.
guy.
Yeah, fuck that guy now. But once upon a time, like we thought he was Ron Paul Little. Like
I never thought that. I thought that the guy was too much of a Puritan.
Oh, you thought he was too much of a Puritan? I mean, frankly, with all the pedophilia that's going on in our government, I'm fine with a Puritan or two.
Okay, but you have so many of these people preaching Puritanism, but they're all rapists and pedophiles, man.
I give you Paul Ryan. Yeah, but I didn't think that about Trey Dougherty, but maybe that's why he stepped down. Maybe that's the truth of him.
Exactly, dude. Okay. I think another angle to look at this is this. The entire QAnon movement, right? Maybe this was done to desensitize people to all the shit that's going on, so they just accept it as fact and
You
just
and
don't care.
I talked about that on our second to last podcast, where we were talking about the Overton window shift. Like, yeah, I get your point. Like, QAnon brought all this shit public just so everyone can agree with it. And I mean,
Not even that. It's just no one ever agrees with it at first. But the more you tell them, the more desensitized they become. It's about desensitization, not acceptance, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's the textbook Overton window shift. Like,
Exactly.
you desensitize
But it's not
before you.
acceptance, though.
Not acceptance yet.
Yeah, it grows from
Yeah.
Right.
Like at first you just aren't mad at it anymore. Then you're begrudgingly like, okay, well, as long as it doesn't affect me. And then...
And my children.
Yeah, and then so on and so forth, and so on and so forth, until you're like, yeah, okay. I'm okay with it. And then you're actually actively a part of it. If we want to go to the very extreme.
You're right. I mean, That definitely is the reality, and that is what there is.
I'm so done with politics.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it would have been crazy to see Biden win. It really would have. All right,
It would have been funny if Biden won. I'm not gonna lie.
It would have been a little funny.
It would have been hilarious.
All right, let's listen to whatever there is to say here.
Finally win.
Oh, it's a commercial.
The last word.
Oh,
with
5
Lawrence
seconds left, though.
Weeknights at 10.
He's going to come back. I thought Lawrence O'Donnell was giving us live.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall.
We're going to mute them bitches, but we're going to mute ourselves, and we're going to go back in to see what NBC's comeback is in just a moment. I got to admit, with Sash, it looks like it's over. We got Trump sitting at over 9,000 and Biden with a measly 224, but here we go.
Over 9,000.
Almost 4 o'clock in the East, and we continue to wait for more votes and some more movement as to where we are in this election. Andrea?
These are legitimate votes. Americans turned out in
I believe that's Lester Holt. He just said more movement, so let's take a
vote,
listen.
And those votes have to be counted.
We're going to take a break. Kate Snow is going to continue our coverage here on the network in just a few minutes, and I guess we'll see you very soon. It's going to be a long week.
Ladies and gentlemen, I swear to you, we are the best thing on television right now because every time we want to allow you to hear their opinion, they're like, hey, let's go to commercial. They literally just came back from a commercial and we're like,
Maybe
hey, guys.
they know we're live streaming.
They're backing off. They want us to have time. Well, they're very considerate. If only we had more than one viewer.
Or maybe they feel threatened by us.
I would feel threatened by us. Like, we're killing it. By the way, we've been going live for 5 hours and 48 minutes.
Motherfucker, really?
I know, we're killing it. Like, I know that this has not been the smoothest live stream, and I know that not many people are watching, but, like,
This has been so nice, man.
What, say that again?
This has been so nice. Just here eating at this restaurant with you guys. It's been nice, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been fun for me, even if none of the viewers are.
Sika, this is the most liveliest I've ever seen her be.
Really? Because I'm
Yes.
super, super dead inside. Because
You're so reserved.
Well, he's just talking about the fact that, you are an actress by trade and you put a mic into your hands and you talk more. Like, that's all.
Hey, she's wearing blue. She's a Democrat now.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and read your shirt out loud for anyone who didn't catch it.
Kanye is my president for 2020.
How many RPMs that record's been in? Oh, you took that out. You did 2020 instead of the 33 RPMs.
I know.
Money.
33.
Totally money.
I want 33 on my shirt. My heart. Come on.
Them Masons be masoning all over. All right, guys, so here we are coming to you with Good Morning from Vietnam, and we are live from Bollywood, and our official count right now is Trump is sitting at slightly over 9,000 points, and Biden is coming in at 224. Now, unfortunately for Joe Biden, you do need over 224 points to be president. And now, while it's unprecedented to get over 9,000 points in Electoral College that really only allows about 470 points, it does seem...
The mail-in votes and the dead people and cats and dogs. Like, we thought they would go to Biden, but nah, they're big Trump supporters.
It really does seem that the mail-in votes have created a warp in the electoral time-space continuum and has awarded Donald Trump over 9,000 points. And you can see here that even if I switch my view and I go into what CBS is saying or NBC, you can still see here at the top right, like it still says Trump over 9,000. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you know it's official, because you see the amateur show I'm running. Could I make these banners persistent over these two screens if Trump wasn't really at over 9,000? No. This data is coming directly from NIST.gov, which is the National Institute of Space and Technology. And they are the ones that are reporting that Donald Trump, through the power of the Space Force, has in fact accrued over 9,000 points. You didn't realize that when those ISS voters were casting their votes from that ISS vote machine, that every single vote they cast generated over 1,000 electoral college points. This is why some Republicans might lead you to believe that space is in fact fake, but that is just science denying. Don't listen to them at all. Space is real and has given Trump over 9,000 points. Let's see if she's really back or if this is just a commercial for a commercial like last time. I think it's hilarious that this girl was just like, we got this dude on the phone, he's ready to talk to us,
Right.
and then
We're
she's
having
like,
trouble
nah,
getting
we
folks,
ain't got anybody at
organized
this hour. But
hour.
that's
We
not
apologize
true
for that.
now,
We will
guys, is
get
it? Because
right
what
to
you
our
have at this
correspondents when
hour
we can.
is Joshua,
But let's talk
Jessica,
about
and
where we
Sash
stand
reporting to you
at this
live
moment. You just heard
from
Lester say it
Vietnam.
before he left, if you were with us right before the 4 a.m. hour, that this race is simply too close right now to really call. It is a race where we await millions of votes that have been cast. States all over the country, some of them have gone to bed now. They'll resume counting in the morning. Some of them, like Pennsylvania, have 3 days now to count votes that came in. As long as those mail-in ballots came in by Election Day, they'll be able to count them per the Supreme Court for the next.
So, Sash, just giving you a holler out back out there, what this old woman said was that Pennsylvania legally has 3 days to count the mail-in votes.
Can call for the president. So the projected winner per NBC News of Texas is President Trump. Florida, we have also.
All right, I'm going to mute her again. So Sasha's asked me if federally it was December 13th. So I'm going to go into a clarification again for the audience and for Sash. So the law states, the federal law states that the states must deliver their decision of their electoral turnout to the federal government by the 13th of December. No later than, right? So if we go in 2000, that was not a national election or a national scandal. It was not a national court case. It was a Florida-based court case specifically. It was all of Florida. It was. So with Bush and with Gore, it was specifically about who won Florida. And in 2000, Florida did decide who won the whole thing. So that case was resolved on the 12th of December so that Florida could report. You're muted.
Court.
Go ahead.
In the Supreme Court or the federal court?
I'm going to check here again, but I do believe that that was a Supreme Court decision.
It better have been.
I'm nearly positive. I'm nearly positive that Bush v. Gore, or it might have been Gore v. Florida in 2000, was a court case that started at the 12th Circuit of Appeal, the 12th Circuit Court and moved up to the Supreme Court. It definitely did. It definitely went. It was a decision of the United States Supreme Court, and I don't know if I'm right that it started at a lower appellate court hearing. It might have skipped directly to the Supreme Court because of time. I'm not totally sure. I'm trying to catch up on that at the same time. But yes, in 2000, that was a Supreme Court case. Stiga's sending me photos. I see. So we're going to go back into a one camera, and we will pull that up in a moment. I really did want to hear a little bit about what she was saying, but I guess I might have missed it already. She might be done. They're going to. Oh, we got Masky Maskerson going to talk. We're going to listen to him. Give us 1 second, guys.
Because this campaign, Donald Trump spent time in the likes of Yuma, a town of 100,000. He spent just last week up in Bullhead City, an outlier community that he won overwhelmingly 4 years ago and did again on Tuesday night. At the same time, they were trying to turn out voters that didn't even vote in 2016, but came out to support him. And now that question is, can they narrow this 8-point gap? Arizona is important. You got those 11 electoral votes, Kate, that are on the line here. And in a situation in which Joe Biden pulls off Michigan, Wisconsin, and having now Nebraska's that one congressional district there, Arizona would clinch it, and Joe Biden wouldn't even need the state of Pennsylvania. That's how important Arizona is to Joe Biden's map.
Yeah, and you heard the president, Vaughn, say we have a lot of life in that state and we need to get it counted, whereas he was saying about other states, well, we've already won, he was incorrectly saying. So clearly Arizona important to the Trump campaign at this hour.
Yeah, and especially when you're taking into account here, this has been the longtime Republican bastion of the Republican Party, right? From Goldwater to John McCain. Suddenly, when you're talking about that political map, here in Arizona, this is interestingly, the state that could be the one to defy what the Republican Party has become under Donald Trump. Jeff Flake, the former Republican senator, ran closing campaign ads for the Biden campaign just this last week, as well as Cindy McCain. And when you're looking at the way that Donald Trump has handled the state of Arizona, and particularly.
Sash just jumped in and asked what he missed. You're unmuted now, Sash, but we've got our cam behind us is muted. These guys can't be heard. So actually, he's picking apart Arizona, saying he's not so sure if Biden can win it.
But didn't they just announce it for Biden, though?
Many places have announced it for Biden. It seems pretty clearly for Biden for me, but maybe their producers are telling them to talk less about Pennsylvania and to go into one that Biden seems a little more realistically to win. This is what's her name from Florida, from Florida. She kind of won. Stacey Abrams?
Stacey Abrams, yeah.
Let's listen to her.
Stacey Abrams? No, that's not. No, that does not look like her.
I definitely thought that was an Instagram reality on Stacey Abrams, and she's just all dolled up. Is that not Stacey Abrams?
President Trump has not won a number of the states that he claimed he won, including Georgia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. The president was also taking issue with the fact that Arizona had been called for Joe Biden. We can now report that the AP's. But yeah, by another network, I should say.
I do apologize for any racial undertones any black people watching the stream may have heard, because I confused this black woman who looks terrible with another black woman who also looks terrible. I apologize. Like, you won't catch me mixing up Tyra Banks and Rihanna.
Would be sending an election observers. We'd be looking at that country and saying something is wrong. There's a constitutional crisis. There's a political crisis. We've never seen anything like this in U.S. history. I can't stress that enough. In elections like in 2016 and 2000, 1976, 1968, we've had elections in the past where we did not know at the stroke of midnight on after election day who won the election. But the president is now insinuating without evidence that Democrats are trying to steal this election. There are people close to the president who are very alarmed and disturbed by this, Kate. Chris Christie, the New Jersey governor, the former New Jersey governor, he said that he thought that this was a bad political strategy.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. None of us are paying attention to this woman, so we are going to have zero interesting things to say after she's done talking.
They're just teasing.
True, Sash is in the third seat at the moment, and it's really hard to hear. I can barely hear, but it is. The streets are getting louder. I'm sure you guys can hear the traffic happening. But this Stacey Abrams wannabe is like, just saying probably things that like Trump can win.
Trump is all about the message, though, right? He's a big.
I'm going to interrupt you right there. Yes, President Trump is all about the message. Keep going.
And it seemed to me that that's what he was doing at the White House, was trying to telegraph a message a hopeful message that he would like to be true.
That's right. I was talking to some people that are close to President Trump today, and one of the things that someone stressed to me that talks to the president a lot, he said that President Trump sees leadership as optimism, whether it's including misinformation, whether it means that he's not telling the truth. He still likes to try to look upbeat. He still likes to try to make it seem like he's in a good place. That's happening now with the election, saying that he's in a good spot, that he believes he can win states that haven't been called yet. That being said, the president also did this, of course, with the coronavirus. We're in the middle of a pandemic that has killed more than 230,000 Americans, infected more than 9.3 million, and the president...
All right. Hold the phone. Sash is coming in here with some new information saying that Seattle...
So consider the source. Okay, consider the source, but I'm on Fox News, and they're saying from Portland to NYC to Seattle, demonstrations rattle cities nationwide.
All right, you want to jump in the hot seat and take control of the computer and find some of this evidence on the computer? All right, so pull it up. Come here. Take the hot seat. This is your microphone volume right here. If you want to mute yourself, pull that all the way down. If I walk away from that microphone, you can mute me here. So I'll keep it unmuted, but I'll drop that down to 0, so that one's muted already. I'm going to hand the hot seat over to Sash. He's saying demonstrations are in place, so you're going to go to one cam.
For the record, it's coming from a Fox News, so don't take me too seriously, okay?
He's going to pull it up and show you. This right here, the people can see it. So if you keep going on this one, the people can see it. If I want to speak, I'll turn it on there. Jessica, you are in control now. There you go. As we get better, like whoever has the third mic should have this right in front of them so they can mute themselves, and then that mic can mute themselves.
Okay, guys, here. Like this. Live updates. Protesters demonstrate near White House. Okay. Protesters demonstrate near White House on election night.
Protesters for Biden?
We don't know yet. Let's not jump to conclusions here.
Well,
Let's be objective here. All right.
asking, not saying.
We're not sure.
No, it's all the Trump supporters who have jobs to go to tomorrow.
Some cities across the U.S. have seen unrest Tuesday night, including Washington, D.C., where Black Lives Matter protesters flooded the streets near the White House. Many businesses in large cities had boarded up their businesses in anticipation of unrest. Follow below for more. Okay, it's not telling us shit.
No, they want you to watch
Goddamn
the live stream.
clickbait. Fuck clickbait. God damn it. I feel like a dumbass now.
Fox News on the go.
Oh, come on.
Oh my gosh, they're so far behind.
Fuck off.
Like, no, okay. Like,
It was clickbait.
well, it might not be clickbait. We just have to find.
We haven't seen any evidence yet.
They're taking us to Twitter, so let's go to Twitter. Let's follow them to Twitter. What are they saying here? Yeah. Far left protesters continuing to march down the streets of D.C. Here's something. Oh, what's going on there? Yeah, that looks like a Oh, I messed some up.
Josh, technical difficulties.
No!
Oh,
there it is. It's back. And it's bigger than ever.
These have to be organized. There's no way that many group of people just go out like that.
Is this a live stream or is this recorded?
It's just recording.
This is recorded from
Where is
Twitter.
this saying this is?
Washington, D.C.
Keep going then. That's
Oh, fuck off.
I know. It's just 13 seconds. It's just that repeated.
Search in Twitter a hashtag happening now, and then search by latest.
But
no,
then-
no, you were there. Go back to Twitter. So in the top right, search by happening now, hashtag happening now. Jessica is so short, she can barely reach the laptop. Will you help her?
Happening now.
And then latest. Yep. Okay, so.
Latest.
Latest.
Right on.
Whistleblowers, blah, blah, blah. Happening now. And DC police arrested someone.
All right.
BLM. Yeah,
30
Black
minutes
Lives-
ago.
Yeah, Black Lives Matter are protesting in DC.
How many of them are Chinese?
How did it get this bad?
I don't know.
I think I clicked on some clickbait.
Well,
All right, then bring it back to NBC and let's give it a listen and let's center ourselves.
DC protests. Well, I mean, it might have been clickbait, but it does seem to. Yeah, protesters on the move, DC, the night of the election. Election night protests. I don't know if they're protesting election.
You're at.
I don't know if they're protesting the election or if they're just protesting stuff. Like, it seems like protests erupt in Washington, D.C. as ballots counted in presidential election. So they seem like they're linking it to the election, but I don't know. Demonstrators marching.
Seems like some nonsense to me.
Yeah, maybe.
You could have 50 people on a payroll to make an election seem like that. You want to watch that video you got queued right there?
What, this one?
Yeah.
Sure. This was an hour ago. Couple dozen. That's like nothing. And he's not saying anything.
All right, then bring it back to a newscast or something that we can all watch together and,
All right.
comment on. Get it off Twitter.
Hey, it's 420.
Hey! Commercial again from NBC. You can go ahead and mute that once more. Make sure you've stopped those. All right, let's bring her back. See what she's saying.
Rich Lowry coming in again. Such good radio, folks. We got Sash in the A seat playing pool on his phone. I apologize for this. My goodness. If I can find a new co-host, I'll fire him.
Can't really blame him. It's kind of boring. Boring.
We are supposed to be the entertainment, not the entertained.
Yeah, but there's like nothing to say.
Trump 2020, I guess.
We've been saying that for an hour. We've been going for like 4. But we've been saying for like 2.
This guy kind of looks like Martin Short, so let's see what he has to say.
Commercial again. How many commercials can we show? Nothing is happening. Yeah, go ahead and drive.
All right, we are back to commercial there with NBC because there's not really much. Yeah, right, NBC for the NPCs. There's not really that much left to say. I mean, the truth is, guys, the
only thing I want to say is, guys, stay safe. Please be vigilant of your surroundings, and just soak it in. It's not as bad as it looks. It never is.
I mean, the
For all
world.
of you at home, Sash is telling you to stand down and stand by.
Listen, Proud Boys.
What? It didn't sound like that.
Sash is telling you to not be so proud and don't be such boys.
Fuck you guys. God damn it.
So this is Sash. He is our white supremacist of the panel. It's good to be open to all types here. So
What
we
the
went
fuck?
out and well, you're the one dog whistling for Proud Boys. So
What did I say? I just said, guys, just don't panic.
You said stand down and stand back.
No, I never
heard
said
you.
that.
NBC told me that means you're a white supremacist.
What?
I'm
brown as shit though.
Yeah, but like according to NBC, like all the leaders of the Proud Boys who are in fact black are also white supremacists. So I don't think your Nepalese skin color saves you, boy.
Motherfucker, I'm like brown as shit.
I'm brown. I'm grounded. I'm browned, baby. Like I can't be racist.
Grounded.
I'm browned.
Grounded, oh motherfucker.
Get that on a t-shirt.
I'm browned, motherfucker. Absolutely true.
But guys, on a serious note, just calm down. It's not as bad as it looks. Just be vigilant of what's going on, and just stay safe.
I mean,
protect yourselves and protect your family.
It's hilarious. All right, this sad chap.
Is not saying anything.
Good morning, Tony. Okay,
Well, he
everybody-
just told you, the people at home couldn't hear it because I had it muted, but he just told you it's 4:30 in the morning. We don't have a call, but we do have this guy who's going to paint on the map a little bit.
Now, in all of them, there are remaining ballots that have been cast that have yet to be counted. In Wisconsin, for example, more than 500,000 still outstanding, and I'll take you through them. Michigan, same kind of picture.
Trump's at over
1.4
9,000,
million
obviously.
still outstanding. Now, where are these ballots coming from? They're coming from Republican areas, they're coming from Democratic areas. That's one reason why we don't have a complete picture yet of the whole state. Pennsylvania, 74% in, but 1.8 million still outstanding. We have reason to believe that many of them are absentee ballots, and for folks who've been watching all night, I'll just remind everybody that there's been a dramatic difference this night between people who cast ballots absentee or by mail and those who voted in person. We saw a huge Republican surge in turnout among people voting in person. Now, go down to Georgia, we've got a really close race. I'll show you what's outstanding there. 92% is
All
in.
right, we can go ahead and mute that and take a look back at reality. So we have Donald Trump actually calling in. You can see him on the video chat in the top right. And he told me that he's actually taking all his energy at the moment to maintain that pose. So he kind of wanted me to speak for him. So I'm
He is kind of blocking your face, so just do
that's all right. Like I'm embodying the Donald Trump here. I gotta put the third mic back into the scene because this is a new one. There we go. Now we got Sash on there. So Donald Trump wants you guys to know, to rest assured, he has won the election and he's not going to lose the election. And if those bitch-ass Democrats want to take this to court, he'll have his girlfriend, Amy Barrett Cohen, see him in court. He doesn't actually go to court because it's really boring. And Trump's not a fan of boring things, actually. He much prefers exciting things like gold-coated toilet seats and golf. He's very much about the action, all the time. But let's just remember that this is this man's election. All right, now let's listen to him for real. Let's see what they want to say. We will go back here. I'm going to mute our.
So it's Milwaukee 174 to 110 with still more than half, slightly more than half.
Okay.
Still to be counted.
All right, well, we are bumping up to the end of our evening here. We're going to take a short break and then resume programming in the morning. You guys have been here for more than
Well, they're just trying to explain to you as many ways as they can how they really won.
Experience. So
I just
far.
did.
Okay.
We can do this.
Mr. O'Keefe.
It's not over. We'll see you a little later this morning.
Delusions, but like from what I'm seeing,
Changing a shirt, yeah.
Changing a shirt. I'm going to put on a stocking cap, get a little bit of shut-eye. I think Mr. Salvanto is going to be doing the same. We're going to pour some cold water on the equipment, let everything cool down, and then we're going to be back at 6 a.m., I believe. There is much more news on your local news station, on this CBS station. A special edition of CBS This Morning with myself, Gail King, and Anthony Mason begins at 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. in the West. Stick with CBS News and CBSNews.com for the latest on the race for the White House. Thank you for watching CBS News 2020. America decides. Election day is over, but the count continues. You do not want it to be fast.
Tipsy?
No, I'm not. I'm not really drunk or tipsy.
I'm feeling buzzed.
Now, so CBS is calling it. They're ending their stream, is what he just said. He said he lied. He said he's gonna go home and go to sleep, and then he's going to be back on at 6 in the morning.
Who, Trump or Biden?
No, that dude.
Oh.
CBS. But 6 in the morning is an hour and a half from now. He's not going to go home and go to sleep. He's going to use some cocaine and keep talking. Like, fight me if you think I'm wrong, but I'm not. So, guys, CBS has officially called it. I don't want to call it quite yet, but honestly, like, there's nothing left to call or to talk about. We've done it all. I want to at least go until 5 in the morning, so maybe I'll just lecture about the flat Earth for 30 minutes. No, I'm joking. I would take way longer than 30 minutes. It'd be sunrise in Vietnam before I was done. But here we are with the Good Morning from Vietnam official numbers in, reporting at 4:30 in the morning Eastern Standard Time, with Trump standing at over 9,000 and Biden at a measly 224. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been hard fought. We've been working really hard here at Bollywood, drinking beer and eating food, and like talking into microphones, and like, holy shit. Trump won in a landslide, just like he said, which means the biggest problem with Trump is the fact that he never loses. And I'm not being facetious. It literally is the biggest red flag of them all. The fact that he never loses. Sash is trying to comment from halfway away, but yeah, he's right on the money. Exactly, that's exactly the point that I'm making. Trump never loses. He's not lost one step in the culture war. He's never given anything up to the SJWs. He has been on fire nonstop since the beginning, and he just straight up never loses. Friend of mine, my academic director, wants to know what happens if there's a 270 tie. It would go to the Senate, but Trump is winning in a landslide. Yeah, the 270 tie is not so likely and not really even feasible at this moment. It would, in fact, go to our congressional house. Is that how the math works? Neither of them would hit 270? You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Neither would hit 270. Sash just corrected me that a 270 tie isn't possible. It would be a 268 tie. But Trump is absolutely demolishing. And I can't imagine there's anyone left on YouTube still talking about this. Like, we will look, but I really think that we are the last beacons of... Oh, Euro News in English. Holy shit, this could be fun. Well, who's this broad? What does she want to say? No idea, bro, but we're about to listen to her, so...
Race for the White House, bringing you insight, analysis, and perspective. And we're going to be joined by guests, correspondents, and contributors on both sides of the Atlantic as we dissect the results. What do they mean for the EU, the continent of Europe, and the wider world? Well, here is what President Trump inaccurately said at the White House this morning.
This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment.
Well, what's the truth? Philadelphia Electoral City Commissioner Lisa Deeley announces that the city's votes are still being counted after midnight and that officials will give updated election counts on Wednesday morning.
We'll be back in the morning, and the only difference is that when we come back, we'll have a bigger number because we weren't able to give you a number tonight. But we felt that we should come out, and because we told you we would be out, so we're out. Just so you knew what's going on. The counting is continuing.
Well, I'd really like to point out the absurdity, and you're live as well, Sash, if you wanna respond. Listen to the absurdity of what they're saying, right? They're like, look, the city commissioner who has one important job every 2 years, and that's to count these votes, it's got to midnight, and so she's super tired, so she's gonna go home, and she's gonna come back tomorrow morning and count the votes. I've worked in IT enough to know that all-nighters are just a fucking reality. Sometimes when you have an install to do, you don't start the install until everyone's off at 11 p.m.
You do that once every 2 years, though.
No, with IT, you have to do that once every 3 months.
Right. No, I'm talking about the elections, though.
Right, so I'm talking about this chick where she's like, well, this one night in 4 years, it's really hard for me, but I can't work late, so I got to go home. Bullshit. Her shift should start as soon as the polls close.
Even back in 2016, they called Trump on election night.
They did. They did. Yes, they did. Yes, they really did. And so my friend's kind of trying to interrupt with some fake news in here, so I gotta combat him. You guys, you want to talk, or should I resume the video?
Resume the video.
Biden's on 238. It means he needs 32 in order to get the keys to the White House. For Donald Trump, it is 57, so he's got a little bit more work. So what are the potential routes for them to get to the White House? We've heard about the importance of Pennsylvania, so let's chart a path for each one. Let's take a southern route here. It would mean having to have Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Nevada, and Georgia for Donald Trump, and then he would be re-elected for the next 4 years. And if we're going to include Pennsylvania for Joe Biden, he'd have to get that, as well as Michigan. But Joe Biden, because he's got less votes that he needs to get to reach the 270, he's got more options. Let's bring in the map and we can have a look at another way he could do it. If he took Michigan as well as Georgia, both states with 16 electoral college votes each, that means he would get his 32. For Donald Trump, it'd be a little bit harder. He'd have to get Wisconsin, Michigan. He'd have to get North Carolina as well as Georgia. But there you can see that Pennsylvania is...
Did you guys catch that? I gotta
that Trump needed
look at their map.
Yeah.
They've got Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North
Bullshit.
Carolina blue.
Bullshit, what?
Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina,
and Michigan
and
are
Georgia.
going firmly to Trump, though.
Let's go. I know. Let's go back. Oh my gosh.
They're about to steal this shit.
Oh, this is true. Well, this is Europe, right? Let's go back into Politico. And let's give it a refresh.
I guess that's why they said Trump would need all of them. Yeah,
Wisconsin up by 4%. Michigan up by 9%. Sorry, Michigan up by 5%.
Talk about
Wisconsin,
foreign collusion.
ooh, barely ahead in Wisconsin. Pennsylvania up by 12%. North Carolina up by 2.5%. Georgia up by 2%. Wow. What a contrast from Euronews. Like, absolutely, what a contrast.
Democrats need to win in order to bring back this blue wall, which is what they lost out on in 2016. And it looks like if they do not win them back this time, it is going to be very difficult for them. But that could also be another reason why Donald Trump is threatening to take things to the courts to make sure that there is no more counting.
Ollie, thank you very much, keeping us up to date throughout the morning on those projections as they come in. Really appreciate that from you. Well, let's go right to the heart of this story, to Washington, where our correspondent Ray Suarez is there for us. It's been very dramatic. You know, in the last hour, we've had the president making some wildly unsubstantiated claims. Just talk us through what they were. He said he's prepared to take this fight to the Supreme Court.
5 hours.
When speaking to a group of supporters at the White House, the president said a major fraud has been done against the American people. He went on to outline a scenario where ballots that are unaccounted for, possibly fraudulent, would be counted and counted and counted over the coming days until a desired result, his defeat, was reached. He basically told a group of supporters that he had already won, that the margins by which he was leading in states where he was leading and trailing in states where he was trailing were temporary and not assailable when he was talking about places where he was ahead, but gave him a chance in places where he was behind. It was a remarkable performance. But basically, he said that he would use lawyers, that he would use court cases, that he would use legal mechanisms available to him as President of the United States to try to stop the counts going on in still unknown, disputed states. It's a remarkable statement from a President of the United States when there is no evidence of fraud, which at this moment there is not.
What has happened, Ray, is that the president has outperformed the pollsters' predictions of how he was going to do. What is the state of the race as it stands? And Donald Trump is feeling quite bolstered, I think we could say.
I mean, the same thing happened last time. Of course, he outperformed all of the polls. The polls never are accurate anymore. This is ridiculous. They're sitting here saying that he had no basis for what he said for Trump calling it already. But if we go to our Politico map, where is it? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, looks like Wisconsin flipped. Or oh.
You fucked up. You done fucked up, boy.
All right. So it looks like Wisconsin flipped a bit. So then let's go to our right here. All right, so let's give, where is it? Pennsylvania back to Trump. And give Wisconsin to Biden, and Trump would still. Like. So it looks like Wisconsin does. Biden took Wisconsin. Looks like, but we don't know how it's so close that Trump could take it back. But if we look at Wisconsin, I updated ours. If you go to the Electoral College, that one right there, and gave Pennsylvania to Trump and Wisconsin to Biden, Trump still wins. So I guess that's the only one that seems to surprise us was Wisconsin flipping. And Wisconsin. Wisconsin is so close though. But I mean, if we look at how far Biden edged ahead, he's up by 0.3%. Still go. So Wisconsin isn't anybody's game, but all the other ones, I mean, yeah, it's just insane. Go to ours. Our prediction. Yeah, that one. I flipped Wisconsin on ours and flipped Pennsylvania and Trump.
Wait, is that the mock Mac or the mock?
Ours.
Okay.
Yeah. On ours, I flipped Wisconsin because Biden did just edge ahead in Wisconsin. He's ahead by 0.3%.
What?
Yeah. It looks like, I mean, I don't want to say because Wisconsin really is too close to call, whereas Pennsylvania, I would say, is not.
Okay.
And then, like, the other ones that they're saying are too close to call aren't really close to call, but Wisconsin is definitely one of them.
Trump is already in the White House. This isn't 2000.
Yeah, North Carolina, not really too close to call. I would call that. I mean, we've been calling that Trump the entire time. Georgia, no, you've got 96% in. So it looks like Georgia is declared for Trump. Pennsylvania, okay, Pennsylvania used to have 64%. So if Biden takes Pennsylvania in ours, then Biden would win. So we have which ones do they have still out? We have Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada. Oh, and Alaska.
It would be good theater.
All right, so let's see. We have Wisconsin. North Carolina's red. Suspected red. Georgia is suspected red. What else is it? Pennsylvania and Michigan.
I don't know if I agree with that.
So that's their map right now. And Trump would still win based on their numbers if those stay the same. If Biden flips Wisconsin, and another one they're saying is he might flip Pennsylvania. If he flips Pennsylvania, yeah. Sorry. All right.
He has been the last 6 months. He's been a little more pro-war, I think, to try to edge support off of him, to be honest. Like, you know what I mean? Like, to get the internal pressure of America, the industrial more pro-war than he was his first 2 years. So I think we'll see, like, because December 13th is the real deadline for state.
All right. So it looks like
We will see Trump get this little bit of time after official election results are in.
but Georgia's so close that if Georgia goes red,
Popular support. And that's what I'm hoping to see. Is he going to push that stimulus bill, give Americans more money? What is he going to do in foreign policy as well? Like,
so it really does come down to Pennsylvania. It looks like since Wisconsin flipped.
if you're not going to talk, pull up the video.
Sorry.
He said, because it is a naked effort, he said, to suppress the democratic rights of American voters. And incorrect, he said, because the vote counting simply will not stop tonight. There is many more hours to go and many more days of counting to go, whether Donald Trump likes that or not. So we'll have to see. But really, everyone's in a wait-and-see mode. Obviously, Donald Trump wants to wrap this up, but Joe Biden is telling his supporters, just keep the faith.
Andy Rosegen, thank you very much for speaking to us from Biden's home territory. Really appreciate that. Well, let's get a little bit more analysis. We're joined now by Craig Kapitas, contributing editor at Quartz. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Earlier, I was talking to Aurora about this real difficulty that pollsters just didn't predict this close of a race at this stage. How's Trump been able to mobilize his support, particularly at his base? And is he outperforming what we predicted?
Rosie, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Please don't tell anyone. Polls do not vote. That's just the way it is. How did Trump do this? Well, Trump knows that blind political faith is based on issues that even the undereducated can understand. He picked at long, festering sores, and he dug those wounds even deeper into the American psyche, the American electorate. Terror, racism, revenge, denial of science. These are his themes. And political science have a word for those kind of themes. It's called fascism. Now, Trump's utter incompetence and what many of his critics on both the right and the left say his sociopathic abandonment of constitutional values has not hurt him. And that is perhaps the most remarkable takeaway of the election so far, and I think goes a long way into answering your question. Why didn't the polls get this? Because polls don't ask those kind of questions.
Well, let's talk about what we know is happening, and that is Donald Trump threatening legal challenges, asking the Supreme Court to intervene. How is this going to complicate the process?
It's going to drag it on, but guess what? We have what's known as the interregnum. That is 11 weeks from today until January 20th, when the next president of the United States will be inaugurated. So there's a lot of time here. There's a lot of time to count the votes. There's a lot of time for saner minds to prevail here. And I have spoken with many election attorneys, and they have all said that they will find it very difficult.
Just exactly the same narrative from Euronews. Just Trump is declaring victory before he's got it. He's unsubstantiated in his claims, and that it's going to be tyrannical for him to take it to the court because there's absolutely no proof that the election has been stolen.
Bush Sr. right after Reagan was the one who put the term.
Done nothing but throw gasoline onto, the proverbial fire, this political fire that's been boiling in the United States for the past 4 years.
All of this is playing out before we've even heard from some of these critical swing states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio. At what point are we going to get to a place where we can look with a bit more certainty as to who might win?
As soon as the fact
might going to states, Wisconsin. All of this is playing out before we've even heard from some of these critical swing states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio.
So she's saying that Michigan and Ohio have not declared either way, but Ohio is pretty clearly in Trump's camp, and Michigan looks like it is too. Trump's got quite a lead in Michigan. And then she did say Wisconsin, which, yes, Wisconsin would definitely be battleground. But the rest seems pretty much like, even if this happens. So if Biden takes Wisconsin, but Trump takes Pennsylvania, Trump still wins.
Really? At what point are we going to get to a place where we can look with a bit more certainty as to who might win?
As soon as the fat lady sings, Rosie, it ain't over till it's over, as Yogi Berra once said. It's going to go on until all the votes are counted. And that's what you do in a democracy. You count all the votes that have been cast.
We are not a democracy.
Not yet.
We are a republic. Why does absolutely no one understand that? I took political science in high school, and I understand that. But these guys who are supposedly the experts are trying to sell America as a full-on, complete democracy. This is lunacy.
And what Donald Trump is trying to do is to get all of us to question the legitimacy of counting valid votes in a democracy. I'm not going to go in for it.
You're not. Many people will want to. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Craig Kapitas, contributing editor at Courts. Now, here at Euronews for our very special coverage, we are continuing as people across
political analyst who thinks the United States is a democracy. Ridiculous.
On a cliff edge. Well, while we await to find out who will lead US policy for the next 4 years, there is another key milestone in US politics that's taking place. Today, the US will formally leave the Paris Climate Agreement. The Trump administration set out withdrawal in motion with a letter to the UN in 2017. The US will now join
All
Iran
right,
and
guys.
Turkey
So I don't
as
know
the
who's
only
listening, but
major
I'm going to clip
economies
this up to
not
make quite a
to
few
Who's
different.
watching? Can you check the YouTube thing?
Well, let's
I
just
don't know
bring
if
you up
many
to
people are
speed as to
watching.
where we are now.
Let me go
Welcome
ahead.
back to our sort of continuing coverage of the United States presidential election.
Political analyst who was trying to do his damnedest to convince everyone that the United States is a democracy.
Well, he's never really studied the United States, but anyway. So I had a my academic director call in with a few questions, and his first question was, what happened if they tie at 268? I think we've already talked about that. Then it goes to Congress, and then I'm not sure if it's Senate.
Decides the vice president, and it's the Congress who decides who the president is.
I think by Congress you mean the House, because the Congress is both of them.
House.
So I said Congress because I didn't know the exacts of which one. So that was the first question. Second question is he was talking about Mike Pompeo versus Harry Kissinger, right? So why are the Trump guys still really pro-Pompeo when he's another war hawk like
He's
Jim Kelly?
a nationalist.
And that was exactly what we came out to in our brief conversation, that Pompeo still has the nationalist vibe, unlike the Reagan-Bush era, which was just pure global conquest of capitalism. And we don't, in America, I don't really think we have much left in us with capitalism versus communism. Like, we just don't give a shit.
I think we still do. It's just we don't realize it.
All right, well, you got to back that up and speak into the microphone.
Basically, a lot of people say that the American dream is dead. I disagree. It's only as dead as you think it is. If you think about it, more millionaires were created under Barack Obama than any other president.
What happens if you take out Bitcoin billionaires?
They're still millionaires, man.
No, I just want to know what happens if you take that out. Because it wasn't Barack Obama's economy that created Bitcoin.
That's fair. That's fair. But it still happened under Obama. Here's the thing.
No, that's not fair, but it still happened under Obama.
Here's the thing, man. We give presidents way more credit than they deserve.
I don't disagree with that statement. I'm not going to say blame.
And blame.
We give presidents more blame and more. How are we sitting as far as polling goes with our over 9,000?
So it looks like it might, Wisconsin flipping means that Trump absolutely must take Pennsylvania.
I do believe that's what I said. Yeah, I very much believe that's what I said. I wouldn't say Wisconsin has flipped yet.
I know.
We're in 13,000 votes, and we're getting nothing on this one. So let me go ahead and switch that for you guys here, so you also can see. Oops, might have done the wrong one there.
I updated our. Whoops, not that one. Left.
I was just seeing if Bobby was trying to call me back. So this is ours.
This is ours. I flipped Wisconsin, but even if Wisconsin flips and Trump takes Pennsylvania, he still wins.
There it is. Wisconsin and North Carolina flip. And we got our tie.
Biden?
I'm saying if. Wisconsin, Biden's already leading by a little bit, but if North Carolina also flips.
Bullshit.
there's
What?
our tie.
If we go to North Carolina.
It's about to end in a tie?
We're nowhere near yet. And Trump is 94%, 200,000. Okay. We're not super close.
We're not near North Carolina flipping.
It's going to come down to PA.
Yeah. What about if Biden takes Wisconsin and Georgia is another one. No, he's ahead by quite a few points in Georgia, too.
He's only ahead by 100,000 in Georgia with 6% left. So Georgia flip's still possible. The Wisconsin flip's far more likely to go back to Trump.
Right. But let's go to ours. What happens if Biden takes Wisconsin and Georgia? Would that be a tie as well?
No, Georgia. Biden would win.
Ah, all right. He would win with
Without question.
Huh.
So Jago actually walked by here and didn't see us. A bit of a shame. The conversation would have been excellent if he stopped by, but he's hoping to come by a little bit later. Our stream. I think he's going to meet a friend right now for an evening coffee, and then he was hoping to come by after. I'm not sure if our stream will still be going, but
maybe a new stream.
Maybe a new stream. Maybe Good Morning from Vietnam Wednesday edition.
Part 2.
I think I gave it back to you, brother.
I threw it at you a while ago.
I did.
Crazy. North Carolina flips and Wisconsin flips, and then we've got our perfect tie.
We do indeed. Let's go ahead and listen to what these guys are saying.
Perhaps Pennsylvania. Well, in this program, we're looking at the race for the White House, bringing you insight, analysis, and perspective. And we're going to be joined by guests, correspondents, and contributors on both sides of the Atlantic as we dissect the results. What do they mean for the EU, the continent of Europe, and the wider world? Well, here is what President Trump inaccurately said at the White House this morning.
This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment.
Well, what's the truth? Philadelphia Electoral City Commissioner Lisa Deeley announces that the city's votes are still being at midnight and that officials will give updated election counts on Wednesday morning.
We'll be back in the morning, and the only difference is that when we come back, we'll have a bigger number because we weren't able to give you a number tonight. But we felt that we should come out, and because we told you we would be out, so we're out. Just so you knew what's going on. The counting is continuing. There's been no stop counting. We are counting. We have been counting. We are going to continue to count until it's done.
Well, before the president made those claims, the Democratic nominee Joe Biden said he was confident of the road to victory.
And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election.
Well, it's been a suspenseful night into the morning, as Joe Biden just said there. We don't actually know when we're going to have those final results, when this cliffhanger situation finally comes to conclusion. Let's speak to our results presenter. He can give us a little bit more information. Ollie is there on hand. Ollie, where are we now? Where have the Republicans got seats? Where have the Democrats? And where, in some cases, have they changed hands?
Thanks very much, Rosie, and welcome to everybody who is just tuning in. We need to reiterate that the magic number either candidate needs to reach is 270 electoral college votes. You can see here that Joe Biden's on 238. It means he needs 32 in order to get the keys to the White House. For Donald Trump, it is 57, so he's got a little bit more work. So what are the potential routes for them to get to the White House? We've heard about the importance of Pennsylvania, so let's chart a path for each one. Let's take a southern route here. it would mean having to have Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Nevada, and Georgia for Donald Trump, and then he would be re-elected for the next 4 years. And if we're going to include Pennsylvania for Joe Biden, he'd have to get that, as well as Michigan. But Joe Biden, because he's got less votes that he needs to get to reach the 270, he's got more options. Let's bring in the map and we can have a look at another way he could do it. If he took Michigan as well as Georgia, both states with 16 electoral college votes each, that means he would get his 32. For Donald Trump, it would be a little bit harder. He'd have to get Wisconsin, Michigan. He'd have to get North Carolina as well as Georgia. But there you can see that Pennsylvania isn't the be-all and end-all. But what is in those second scenarios that is important is these northern Rust Belt states in the Midwest. Now let's take a look at Michigan. It used to be the home of automaking in the US. This is where Henry Ford set up his eponymous car factories. And yet, we can see here, Donald Trump has got a 6 percentage point advantage, but election officials there, like they are saying in Pennsylvania, they are not expecting the results to be released today because the counting is still ongoing. The same in Wisconsin, the dairy production hub of the US, also in the Rust Belt, known for its manufacturing. Here, it's a little bit of a tighter race. But cast your minds back to 2016, when the US president...
What'd you say?
They have Wisconsin leading Trump again.
All right, we'll go back to Politico and see if they have the same.
I wonder if they're behind, or if Politico is, or... Yeah, they had 51 for Trump. Yup. And replaying. For Biden, when there's... Yeah. Pennsylvania, they keep calling, leading Trump. Oh, yeah, they had leading Biden. Yeah. What about Wisconsin? 95, but we're so close. Yeah. Right.
Been muted the whole time. It goes back to the reality that the Euronews has all these people reporting predominantly for Trump, like Michigan, which is a 5% lead for him, Pennsylvania, which is a 12% lead for Trump, North Carolina, which is a 2.5% lead for Trump, and Chicago, which is a 2.2% lead for Trump. And they're calling all these in favor of Biden. So they're like, oh, he only has one way in each, but it's just not the reality of any of it.
Well, I think what they were saying is that they were building a scenario where Pennsylvania wasn't the end-all, be-all, is what they were saying, to be completely charitable to their news.
I see. And he, like we said before, if you're about to chime in, let me unmute you, Sash.
What were you guys talking about? I spaced out completely.
No worries. We're talking about Euronews, who has given all these indicators that Biden's winning, but they're just misleading people on who's actually winning in each of those states.
Okay, I see.
So we have like Wisconsin, which is now edged ahead by Biden in about 10%, with 6% left still reporting, and then we have Pennsylvania, which is 12.5% Trump's favor, with 94% reporting, and we have North Carolina, which is 3% Trump's favor, with 85% reporting. And we have Georgia, which is 2% Trump's favor, with 85% reporting. So they're trying to build a scenario in which he loses all of those. But it seems to me it's all going to come down to Pennsylvania here and how successful they are with those mail-in ballots that have been coming through.
Well, Pennsylvania's the person who counts the votes in Philadelphia just went to bed. She was the one we were seeing earlier.
Right, exactly. We said she was going to bed earlier, and then they're going to use Philadelphia to skew everything.
Like, if they steal the election, that would be the way to do it.
Oh, I didn't even see that tweet from Joe Biden where he said it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare the winner.
Is it Pennsylvania's?
It might just be Pennsylvania's. It really just might be. I want to make sure we keep rocking for at least 45 minutes, guys, and then maybe we'll take an hour break and we'll start a new stream around 7 for Good Morning Vietnam, Wednesday edition. But it does seem like we're not going to get any more news.
No more news.
That's a pretty anti-Semitic channel.
Is that a compliment?
Oh, it looks like Bobby did try to call me. Let me try to call him back. You rocking with us, Bobby? Can you hear us? Nah, it looks like he might have gone to bed. I was curious about his thoughts on those D.C. riots since he's walking around L.A. Like, I think it's way more likely that L.A. is going to have riots than D.C. on this evening. So I was just curious what he saw. Twitter seems to be a bit of a dead mess. Here's our own election board that we drew out. If Trump does take Pennsylvania, how is it that he could lose? And we decided that Georgia and Wisconsin would be his places to lose it. It's real. It's possible. It could happen. But then we go into this idea of trying to get the man out of the White House who so firmly believes that he belongs in the White House. And that's the real new nuance that could be a part of this election. And the new nuance that could be a part of this election is no president in history has ever tried to stay an incumbent.
Haven't throughout history all incumbent presidents won?
No.
No?
No.
And then there
Fair
was,
point. LBGA pulled out. Yeah.
Who was else? Andrew Jackson? No. It's Hoover. Ah, yeah, okay. Like he lost. No, he's not the one that did that. That was
A lot of them did that. Joe Biden did that. Joe Biden ran in 1988. Cleveland. Yeah.
Not Herbert Hoover. Herbert Hoover was dead because of the the market crash. Market crash. 29. Herbert Hoover. No, that's Taft. Taft is the backhead.
I'm sorry. Garfield is the one who went in, went out, went in.
Yeah.
Garfield went out, went in. Or sorry, went in, went out, went out. He was our 39th and 41st president.
Yeah.
Something like I don't remember. My numbers are off.
I can sing the Animaniacs song.
Do it.
Right now?
Go.
All right. Hey ho, do you know the names of the U.S. residents who then became the presidents and got a view from the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue? George Washington was the first to see. He once chopped down a cherry tree. President number 2 would be John Adams, and then number 3, Tom Jefferson, stayed up to write the Declaration late at night. So he and his wife had a great big fight. She made him sleep on the couch all night. James Madison never had a son, but he fought the War of 1812. James Monroe's colossal nose was bigger than Pinocchio's. John Quincy Adams was number 6, and it's Andrew Jackson's butt he kicked. So Jackson learns to play politics. Next time, he's the one the country picks. So that's 7. Then Martin Van Buren, number 8 for one term, shot at chief of state. William Harrison, how do you praise? That guy was dead in 90 days. John Tyler, he liked country folk, and after him came President Polk. Zachary Taylor liked to smoke. His breath killed friends whenever he spoke. After Zachary Taylor is, oh gosh, I'm forgetting it.
She's losing it, guys, but we're trying to hold it together.
Zachary Taylor liked to smoke. His breath killed friends whenever he spoke. And then after, what number am I at? Sorry. I'm trying to remember it.
Fails. Fails across the board.
No.
It's pretty good until she couldn't do it anymore.
I can do more.
Well, then keep going.
I have blank spots, and after Zachary Taylor is definitely one of them. I'm trying to remember which one comes immediately after Zachary Taylor.
Where are you?
I'm at.
Who was before Zachary Taylor?
So then you have so I can only.
Is it old Abe Lincoln? Always thinking.
No, that's way later. So then
Really, you're in the 1850s, which means it can't be more.
1850, really nifty. Willard Fillmore's in.
Aha.
Pierce was Franklin Pierce, the man without a chin. Up next is period spanning 4 long years with James Buchanan. Then the South starts shooting cannons, and we've got a civil war.
There it is.
A war down south in Dixie. Up to bat comes old Abe Lincoln. There's a guy who's really thinking. Kept the United States from sinking. Kept the United States from shrinking. Kept the ship upstate from sinking. Andrew Johnson's next. He had some slight defects. Congress each would impeach, so the country now elects Ulysses Simpson's Grant, who would scream and rave and rant while drinking whiskey, although risky, 'cause he spilled it on his pants. It's 1877, and the Democrats all gloat, but they're all amazed when Rutherford Hayes wins by just 1 vote.
That was probably Jewelry.
Definitely.
1 vote? Come on.
1 vote. 1 vote. That's it.
Come on. Nobody believes that shit.
Well, it's in our history books, so it has to be true.
Yeah, so's the moon landing.
Wins by just 1 vote. James Garfield, someone really hated, 'cause he was assassinated. Chester Arthur gets instated. 4 years later, he is traded for Groveland, Cleveland, really fat, elected twice as Democrat. William McKinley's after that, but someone else is in between. Woo, light!
We got light.
Yeah! Someone's right after that, in between him and William McKinley. So, just
Where are you?
Grover Cleveland, really fat, elected twice as a Democrat. It's because Grover Cleveland comes out and comes back in, but they don't mention that in the song. So I don't remember who's in between Grover Cleveland and William McKinley. I don't remember who.
Jeez, we're
Grover
like
Cleveland.
1890s.
Yeah.
1904.
Yeah, so it's like Grover Cleveland, really fat, elected twice as a Democrat. I think, is it William Taft?
Could be.
Then I don't remember the verse for William Taft right now. And then after that, it's William McKinley at the bat. After William Kinley is someone else who has a very, very generic name who didn't really do much. I don't remember his name right now. After William McKinley is John or James something. It's a really, really common name, and I don't. He didn't do much in our history.
You're like right pre-FDR.
Right before FDR.
Who was the president before FDR?
So FDR takes us in. No, it's
No,
not
McKinley's
right
a little bit before.
There's McKinley and then someone else, and then Franklin Roosevelt. So no, okay, so it's William McKinley at the bat, then the market. Then in 1929, the market crashes, and we find it's Herbert Hoover's big
Herbert
debut.
Hoover, yeah.
He gets the blame and loses to Franklin Roosevelt, president who helped us win in World War II.
Here comes Truman.
Yeah. Harry Truman, weird little human, served 2 terms, and when he's done, it's Eisenhower who's got the power from 53 to 61.
And he warned all you dumb boomer fucks about the military-industrial complex. And you're like, nah, he just won the greatest world war in the history of mankind and then became president. What the fuck does he know? Yes.
Eisenhower.
If you haven't heard Eisenhower's farewell speech to America, you need to go watch Eisenhower's farewell speech to America. Because he said, you dumb American shits. The industrial military complex is about to destroy your country and corrupt your government for the end of all time. And we're like, nah, that's New World Order talk. You sound like a QAnon supporter. And we just ignored him.
So it's Eisenhower who's got the power from 53 to 61. John Kennedy, he gets shot, then Lyndon Johnson takes his spot. Someone else.
Nixon.
Yeah, Richard Nixon. He gets caught, and Gerald Ford fell down a lot. And then we have
Carter.
Jimmy Carter, like campaign trips and Ronald Reagan speeches. Clips all came from famous movie clips, and President Bush said, "Read my lips." And that's when they ended, because.
And then who do we have in your lifetime?
Yeah, in my lifetime we have. So now in the Washington D.C. There's the Democrats and the GOP, but the ones in charge are plain to see the Clintons, Bill and Hillary. And then they go to the next president to lead the way. Why, it just might be yourself one day.
Or Donald Trump.
The press will distort everything
It's
you
gonna be
say.
Donald Trump.
So jump in your jet and fly away. But after... I don't know. I mean, like, for funsies, I've made up my oses. So, after the Clintons, Bill and Hillary, then we have the Bush, then we have, I had one. I'm trying to remember what I had.
She's got nothing.
Yes, I do. Shush.
Nothing.
It's, so it's, I know. W. So it's.
Yeah, but weird little humans already taken, so what are you going to do?
Yeah, so it was W takes after his dad. He wants war and blames Iraq.
No, he wants war and invades Baghdad.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry. I'm trying. Obama.
W said his pops is red, so he starts a war and invades Baghdad. Obama said that's foul play. You see, I'll use the drones to kill the enemy.
No, I wanted Iraq. Then I could say, vote for Obama because he's black.
Yeah, but Baghdad rhymes with dad, so
Well,
you see.
yeah, but it's a slant rhyme. They do slant rhymes in the actual song too.
Well, they slam better than you do.
And then
Let's see if she's got anything new for us. Let's pop in and give her a listen.
It's PLATE.
Comment across Washington as the state of the race unfolds.
here we are looking at Washington, D.C., about 35 minutes from my hometown. And
Protest.
big old Trump sign. Oh, no, it's a hat. I want that hat. That's a beautiful hat.
I think it's a mask. He's pro-COVID.
Yeah. Trump Pence out now. They're all over Washington, D.C. at 5:30 in the morning.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
This can't be live.
There's no way. Oh, there's the cops on bikes. They were on Twitter. Hashtag cops on bikes.
I don't believe that this is live.
Well, it can't be live because we were looking at a Twitter and it was hours ago.
I
Can't
mean,
be live.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, like the similar clips were being shown on Twitter. So let's jump on Twitter and go to the DC protests. I think I had them pulled up. Hashtag DC protests right there. Trump declared civil war today. No.
Yeah, you guys are seeing this, right? All right, let me make the a little bit bigger for you.
Yeah, that's an hour ago when someone tried to escort the DC. The DC police came in and escorted people out. But that's the latest. The latest is someone an hour ago, so no, the Euro News can't be live.
Yeah, none of this can be live, or people would be tweeting about it all the way through.
Right. Footage of peaceful protest. 1 hour ago.
Yeah, once again, 1 hour ago.
No. They went home. The protesters were tired. Or they were escorted home by cops on bikes.
I mean, possibly, but unlikely. No, Michelle Obama fucks Barack, so like I think that means Ivanka's been fucking Donald.
So you're saying that Ivanka has a dick?
No, I'm saying she can emasculate Donald.
That is, no, it's her husband that emasculates Donald.
That little tiny blue leprechaun?
Yes.
No.
I mean,
I'm not gonna lie. Like there have been rumors that him and his daughter have been incestuous.
There haven't been rumors. There have been baseless accusations.
Baseless?
Yes. They have 2 photographs as evidence, and they have 1 video clip of him saying his daughter is a beautiful woman and that any guy should look out and that he would be happy to date his daughter, which is a really normal
But
thing
he also
for a
said
father
that
to
what do
say
you
in
have?
context.
But he also was asked, "What do you and your daughter have in common?" And he said, "Sex."
What?
Yes.
First of all, it doesn't sound like Trump.
No,
to ever give
I've
a one
seen it.
word
I've seen
answer.
it.
All right, well then produce the clip.
All right, put on. Okay,
Find the clip and send it to me, because you're gonna spend 6 hours looking at the media, going, "Oh, I can't find it. Oh, I can't find it. Oh, I can't find it." There is no way that. When's the last time Trump gave a one-word answer to anything but "What's the problem with this country?" And yeah, right, it's a joke when he gives a one-word answer. Always.
Wrong.
What's the have in common? And he goes, sex with his daughter. And he's going to reply with sex. I doubt this wholeheartedly. No, it doesn't. But we're going to watch it.
Like attractiveness or like
Sexiness, maybe. I don't know. That'd be understandable, but also weird. Calm down. Calm your titties.
who's it by? Like, are we gonna watch?
We want to know a little bit more about you guys. So we play this game here. It's called Fave 5. I'll ask the question. Ivanka, you answer first, and then Dad, you answer also. Okay. Ivanka, what's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate.
What's the favorite thing you have in common? Okay, Ivanka, what's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
A distasteful joke. I mean, Trump's.
Is that how you joke with a daughter, though?
It's Trump. Yeah.
Talk show host was making him play the Newlywed Game, which is a really famous talk show game that asks questions literally exactly like that to Trump and his daughter. And how do you win all the Newlywed Game questions?
Here, just put it in my lap. Put it in my lap.
So, to clarify, Donald Trump did not answer Sash when asked what do you have in common with your daughter. Donald Trump was told to play the Newlywed Game with his daughter.
Yes.
Said, well, my normal answer to the Newlywed Game is always sex, but I obviously can't answer that. Ah, fuck, I've been muted the whole time.
No, but here's the thing, though. All these presidents before him have been pedophiles. Like,
What about the point where you lied about what was said and you were totally wrong? Like, let's go back to that point for a moment.
Well,
because
I didn't lie. He said sex. Like, he said, what do you and your daughter...
No, a talk show host made him play the Newlywed Game with his daughter, and when asked a question in the Newlywed Game, he said, well, normally I'd answer sex, but I can't do that with my daughter. His whole point was the normal question, or the normal answer that always fits in the Newlywed Game, now doesn't work because I'm playing it with my daughter. You done put a trick on me, and everyone laughed because everyone but you got the joke.
Probably some NBC reporters and stuff.
No, that looked like he was 5 years old. They all got the joke until he ran for president.
Yeah, no, that was my point. It was probably brought back up recently.
Yeah, but it's such a different picture than Trump is arbitrarily asked, what do you and Ivanka have in common? And he goes, sex. Like, that was the picture that he painted.
Yeah.
Latest polling. Look, they now have the whole country blue. Except for Wisconsin.
Wait, what?
No, I think they have the whole.
They're saying 97, and they're saying Trump's back ahead. Let's.
What's they?
They've got the whole country undecided. They're just talking about Politico. Update your crap.
Well, I mean, who knows whether this is more or less updated? Well, they're saying 97, and yeah, they've still.
These guys are ridiculous.
Rural areas up here, because it's also part of the Corn Belt. All of those on them for soybeans. So this is crucial. And these are the states that the Democrats need to win in order to bring back this blue wall, which is what they lost out on in 2016. And it looks like if they do not win them back this time, it is going to be very difficult for them. But that could also be another reason why Donald Trump is threatening to...
Ollie, thank you very much, keeping us up to date throughout the morning on those projections as they come in. Really appreciate that from you. Well, let's go right to the heart of this story, to Washington, where our correspondent Ray Suarez is there for us. It's been very dramatic. You know, in the last hour, we've had the president making some wildly unsubstantiated claims. Just talk us through what they were. He said he's prepared to take this fight to the Supreme Court.
When speaking to the House, the president said a major fraud has been done against the American people. he went on to outline a scenario where ballots that are unaccounted for, possibly fraudulent, would be counted and counted and counted over the coming days until a desired result, his defeat, was reached. He basically told a group of supporters that he had already won, that the margins by which he was leading in states where he was leading and trailing in states where he was trailing were temporary and not assailable when he was talking about places where he was ahead, but gave him a chance in places where he was behind. It was a remarkable performance. But basically, he said that he would use lawyers, that he would use court cases, that he would use legal mechanisms available to him as President of the United States to try to stop the counts going on in still unknown, disputed states. It's a remarkable statement from a President of the United States when there is no evidence of fraud, which at this moment there is not.
What has happened, Ray, is that the president has outperformed the pollsters' predictions of how he was going to do. What is the state of the race as it stands? And Donald Trump is feeling quite bolstered, I think we could say.
Yeah, but they don't know how our shit
I think the
works,
pollsters
right?
got it wrong, and also political.
They don't know things like California always goes blue.
Can you give me the water?
So when Trump gets this, when Biden gets this 55-point addendum, they're all like, ah, look at Biden winning.
Biden won California. What?
Now know that was not the case. Yes, Joe Biden outperformed Hillary Clinton in many places across the country, including states that he'll be losing tonight. He kept Texas close for a long time before eventually losing it. But those votes are matched by the rising tide of Trump votes as well. Trump finished about 3 million votes behind Hillary Clinton in 2016. It'll be fascinating to see where this all ends up with this much higher turnout.
And we are closely following all of the developments. Ray, thank you very much for speaking to us there, as we can see right outside of the White House.
Because he sounds like an American.
And his comments that he made have generated, understandably, a huge reaction on social
So
media.
he's American.
Not just from commentators, analysts, and politicians, but also
Yeah,
from
but
the
if he was
tech
any good, he'd
companies
work for
too.
American
Alex
News.
has got a roundup for us.
Rosie, this is the nightmare scenario for those executives in Silicon Valley, the scenario they didn't want to be in, where effectively you have a candidate seemingly declaring victory in the case of Donald Trump before the final results are in. Now, we know
this
the
guy
platform's
said
under
this,
huge pressure. Donald Trump had telegraphed he was going to be doing this, under huge pressure to outline their plans. They outlined these labels they'd be adding to posts, and now we have seen Facebook stick.
It does look like it.
Final results may be different from the initial counts. Basically, the count is still going on. Click through to our official center. We know, of course, you've been hearing from our correspondents there the nature of what the president was saying. On Twitter, it was ever so slightly different. The tweet itself was hidden behind a wall, if you like. It meant that if you wanted to share it, you had to click through, and you could only quote it. Now, it's worth saying Biden making comments which were in no way the same league, but saying that he's confident there could still be a win. Facebook deciding, though, to label that as well. Twitter did not take that action. But the Biden camp now, through social media, through email, getting really vocal about those Donald Trump comments. We know in the matter of the last few moments, Matthew and my team here in the queue picking up the email newsletter where the Biden camp have said Donald Trump's comments, amplified through his social media accounts, where we first heard them, those comments were incorrect, pretty shocking, and extraordinary, basically, and also saying they would contest them legally. So here we are, Rosie. This is the nightmare scenario for the social media companies, deploying labels on posts, in Facebook's case, both candidates, because there is no clear winner. There's also no direct path. We don't know exactly when we might know the result. This is an unprecedented election. Social media, right at the heart of it, and here we are with these labels being deployed. I suppose the only thing I would say at this stage, Rosie, is candidates perhaps, Donald Trump in this case, pushing this line that there has been a result and there's been widespread fraud. Fact checkers across social media really at pains to say there is no evidence for that. And if you want the latest official results, to of course come to us at Euronews, but other media news official sources as well.
Alex, thank you very much. Well, for more, we're joined now by Aurore Portet, who's a lecturer at Sciences.
And if you want official results, make sure you check the media.
Look, have there been any reports of election disturbances, anything that could give weight to what President Trump is saying? Because what we're seeing time and time again, there is just no evidence of this.
Well, thank you, Rose. This is a very important question at the moment. Experts say that mail-in and absentee ballots that Trump has attacked repeatedly are quite safe. And there are reports that there have been very few disturbances in polling places. Many civil rights associations were in place, were prepared, were watching very closely the different polling places. And as turnout was actually low, there were very little disturbances and also no disturbances that can be attributed to the pandemic because of this low turnout and because of many people actually voting either early or by mail-in and absentee ballots. The bad news is that Trump's arguments of fraud will rise unrest and questions after the elections, and that many legal recourses are to be expected for those mail-in ballots, absentee ballots, and for recounts. So basically, buckle up for a few complicated days.
Complicated days indeed. We're in this really difficult, tense part where
Complicated days, complicated days, complicated days.
Really critical, potentially swing states. Can we make any prediction of a winner at this stage? When might we be able to?
For pollsters, right? So after 2016...
Remember one point that I was making to you guys about you being so young, and even going back to 2000, like none of us have ever seen an overturn of an election, right? Because remember, day one, Bush was declared the winner, and then Gore challenged him.
Right.
And then Bush prevailed. It's not overturning it. So even when we go back to 2000.
And is that the only contested one in history?
No, there were two others. I don't remember who. Old, though. Old.
Rutherford Hayes, he won by just one vote.
Then how could it not be contested, you know?
I know. Like, that would be the one I would go to. What?
That's not how it works.
No. And if he's been unpopular the entire time, what are you even saying? Are you also going on the Trump lost the popular vote, therefore he shouldn't be president?
Why not? They're on fucking European news. They don't know what democracy is.
Yeah. Yeah, they've already said multiple times that America is one.
Well, exactly as it did for Hillary Clinton, won the popular vote, but not the Electoral College votes that she needed. Thank you very much, Aurore. Well, our reporter, Andy Roseton, is in Joe Biden's home state of Delaware, and he joins us now from Wilmington so we can have a brief chat to him. I don't know where he's going to be. Is he up here? Yes.
Did they just say Joe Biden's home state was Delaware?
Andy, just talk to us. It's been a really difficult start to the night for Biden's camp, but now a really big win in Arizona. So what's the reaction been from
No, to be
those
fair,
campaigners
Sash brought that up
Biden's
way
home
early. His real home state's Delaware.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it is muted, Rosie, really. It was about 4 hours ago that Joe Biden was here at the Chase Center, where the campaign headquarters for the night has been. huge setup here at the Chase Center for this night. A big stage, lighting, all kinds of things to make this a big event. But things went south after Joe Biden spoke to his supporters when it seemed like the vote is now suddenly much closer than maybe they were anticipating. They've torn down the stage, torn down this place. It's a ghost town around here now. Everyone has moved on out. So their supporters are basically back in their homes and their hotel rooms, just watching these results come in and hoping for the best. I think Alex might have mentioned this, but we'll point it out again. The campaign manager for Joe Biden released a statement just in the last few minutes calling all of what Donald Trump said tonight just awful, calling it outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. Outrageous, he said, because it is a naked effort, he said, to suppress the democratic rights of American voters. And incorrect, he said, because the vote counting simply will not stop tonight. There is many more hours to go and many more days of counting to go, whether Donald Trump likes that or not. So we'll have to see. But really, everyone's in a wait-and-see mode. Obviously, Donald Trump wants to wrap this up, but Joe Biden is telling his supporters, just keep the faith.
Andy Rosegen, thank you very much for speaking to us from Biden's home territory. Really appreciate that. Well, let's get a little bit more analysis. We're joined now by Craig Kapitas, contributing editor at Quartz. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Earlier, I was talking to Aurora about this real difficulty that pollsters just didn't predict this close of a race at this stage. How's Trump been able to mobilize his support, particularly at his base? And is he outperforming what we predicted?
We've definitely seen this guy before. He's the one who tried.
Rosie, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Please don't tell anyone. Polls do not.
It's a
vote.
repeat. It's totally a repeat.
That's just the way it is. How did Trump do
I
this?
walked away before when he was talking. Let's see if there's
blind political faith is
anything.
based on issues that even the undereducated can understand. He picked at long festering.
Yeah, he's going to tell us about the long history of the United States being a democracy.
We're at 5:50, which means people should be coming back online very, very soon. Euro News, USA Today, The Telegraph, but that's just a live results tracker, so we'll see just that right there. We can do a full replay of Trump's remarks. That's not a bad thing to do. Let's go ahead and do that.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, Sid. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. Results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting it outside, and just 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that, and somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible, but certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters, and that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely?
And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this.
It is interesting, given the fact that Trump did cancel his victory party, and well, he did in that speech. He declared victory. Well, he canceled his victory party like 3 or 4 days ago, so we don't really know why. His victory party was in New York because it was at. Before I turn your mic back on. Your mic's off at the moment, yeah. You're live, Sash, go.
I had some kebab. That was the nicest fucking kebab I've ever had in my life. Just some commentary.
All right, this is from the Kebab King or the Kebab Station over here. Yeah, Kebab Station. Ah, yeah.
I'm good.
It's the Kebab Station. That's on 207 Boy Vien, Ho Chi Minh City. One of the nicest kebabs available. I highly recommend
entire
them.
world.
I don't disagree with you. I've got a beef kebab from them sitting in my fridge as a welcome home present for me. You got to have a chicken. But the point that I was going to make to Trump's speech here was less about kebabs and more about the fact that he did declare victory, but he also canceled his victory party. And I wonder, I don't think Sash wanted that on mine.
Kebab station vote for Trump. We are voting for Trump, but I'm not a citizen of America.
It doesn't matter. The Democrats take non-citizens. We'll take them too. Like, it's just fine. Kebab station for Trump all the way. Yeah, you see it. All are red. Exactly right. Exactly right.
Is actually a vote for Kanye.
Yes, her blue
But
is a vote for Kanye.
But apparently, he's not running till 2024.
Yeah, but he's got to tell his supporters that. Like,
Yeah.
Here we all were going to the polls for like Kanye West in 2020, and he's
And
like,
Kanye-
nah, guys.
And Kanye's like, no, wait.
Next time.
Well, supposedly, he got the idea for running for president in the shower. Like, it just hit him one day. Running for president. And then he did it. And no, the ballots are full. Like, he did it not even in time.
Yeah, but he's Kanye West.
Yeah, he procrastinated on running for president.
I mean,
He's Kanye West.
Gary Johnson, anybody? Like, he did the same thing.
Really?
He wasn't on more than half the ballots. I mean, he was designed to lose, right? In the most contested election, with the most hated two politicians in 2016. If Gary Johnson ever had a chance to win, if the Libertarian Party ever had a chance to be relevant, they squandered that.
Yeah.
Why do they squander that if not because they're in the pockets of people who didn't want them to win? If there was a real Libertarian candidate in 2016, he could have taken the 50% of the vote easily.
Well, if
Let
there was a
alone the
real
5%
libertarian candidate, would he even run for government? Libertarians hate government. Like, that's the...
Yeah, but somebody's got to go
Yeah,
St. Luke
Ron
with their
Schwanz.
targeting computer.
Oh.
And stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
What we doing
so
here?
we in the morning, which means we should have some live casts coming back online now. I think Fox should be back. I don't think we need to keep going on Trump's speech. We know what he said. He basically declared victory pretty early on.
I was just gonna pull it up because all of the talking points are saying that his victory is unbacked by anything, and I was gonna pull up the map that we have on Politico as he was going through, but yeah, that works.
Let's take a look at this.
Okay.
We're going to speak to Never Trump Republican Senator Jeff Flake. But first, let's get some reaction from one of the icons of American political science, Dr. Larry Sabato of the Center for Politics at the University of Virginia. Larry, what is the story so far? What can we say at this point?
This is a nail biter. It really is. There are some very close states that will determine the presidential election, but there are also big chunks of vote that are out. In most cases, it's early votes. You'd think that would help Biden, but in some cases it hasn't. So this is very much up in the air. I think nobody would be foolish enough to call it, but I can guarantee you some fools will.
I'm definitely not going to ask you to call it, Larry. All it seems we know for sure so far is that Florida, one of the most overpolled states in the country, gave us a dramatically different result to what the polls suggested yet again in an election.
Yes.
Do you have any idea what went on in Florida?
I am.
Like never in my life have I not seen a winner declared on election night.
I mean, that's a valid point. Even in 2000, we saw Bush declared the winner, and then we saw the contention, right?
Yeah.
And here we are, totally just.
No, we're in limbo.
We're not, though. Right.
Okay, fair, but if the Supreme Court is gonna have the say,
The Supreme Court doesn't have the say, like who won the election. The Supreme Court will have the say when people go, hey, these votes are unfair in Pennsylvania, we can't count them. Then the Supreme Court will have the say. The Supreme Court won't weigh in. All indicators right now show a Trump victory.
Have you seen a House of Cards season 5?
Was that before or after Kevin Spacey was outed
Before.
as a child rapist?
Before.
Yes, then I saw it.
Basically, they had this situation where Congress ended up having to decide.
Yeah, but that's like fake. That's a TV show. This is different.
Okay,
fake.
fair.
Different TV show.
It's still fake though.
I mean, I don't disagree with you, but like, so is space. But
okay, that's.
I mean, it is. Come at me, bro.
I don't think space is fake, bro.
Yeah, but you got no proof that you put space in a jar and you bring it back to me, and then I'll believe you. But until then, I'm nothing.
Okay, would you change your mind if they offer commercial flights to space?
No.
Well, what if they gave it to you for free?
Definitely not.
Go, but I still wouldn't believe them. Maybe an experience I happened while they sent me to space would change.
No.
But
No,
that wouldn't change. Are you watching the elections? The election, American election.
Yeah, we are. That's what we're doing now.
Yeah, đúng rồi. Yeah, Trump thắng lại.
Trump.
Thắng lại. I'm calling it in Vietnamese, in Vietnam, Trump's the winner. I said he's won again.
We don't know yet. No one knows.
Yeah, no one wants
It's
to
6
say.
6 a.m. in America. So
No one wants to say, but
no, we probably won't know for 3 days.
That's way too long.
Well, like I said, you're not listening to me, Sash. We have the winner.
Okay, fair. By your measures, yes.
No, Sash. By the
By
media's measure,
theirs.
at any other year, we have the winner.
Okay, yes, I agree in that sense.
Okay.
But they can still screw him. That's my point.
Watch him try.
Look,
They're
right
going
here.
to screw him, dude.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
Right
How is
here,
he
right
not
here.
The winner? Look at it.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying he's going to get screwed.
They're gonna try.
Exactly, they're going
They're
to
gonna try and take Pennsylvania.
The entire debate is whether they'll succeed with screwing him or not.
I mean, but you're saying we don't have a winner, and that's just not true. Because if this was any other year, all these points with all these precincts reporting in,
I agree. I agree.
Look at this. Go back to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has 65% coming in.
Oh,
3
still?
million are for Trump. 2.3 million are for Biden.
Okay, then Trump's the winner.
Right. But they won't call it.
See, that's my point. They're trying to screw
But
him.
normally they call it with 30%.
Yes, I agree. I agree with that. What I'm saying is they're trying to screw him. And
But they're
I
just
think
the media.
they'll
They never matter. Legally, we have no winner until December 13th any year.
Okay, and that's my point. They're going to screw him, dude.
I try.
I think they will succeed.
And I think he will send them a middle finger right back.
And that's the debate.
Yeah. I think I am.
Where are you going? College friends?
Yeah, like.
They're not still in college. Calm down, Sash. They were in college.
Tell them to
she
come
was
here.
In college. What are you looking at?
It's only 6 o'clock.
Just ridiculousness
It's not
of
late.
not calling it when 95 or 94% is the same as last time.
No, Trump went a little bit higher.
I was looking at the percentage.
77,000 now.
I was looking at the percentage, and it's still 49.1%.
Yeah, but it's less than 10,000 before it was around 15.
Interesting. Okay.
So Trump's narrowed it.
What?
All right, go back to OBS.
You're okay. Don't worry.
We're at YouTube already, so just pull
You're
up
okay.
a YouTube stream back on where we were.
You look good.
This one? This one?
You look good.
Government. And if you look at the big challenges that we have to face, our looming debt and deficit, for example, dealing with climate change or immigration issues, those issues are only going to be solved when the parties come together. And it's unlikely that if one party controls the presidency and both chambers, that party will move ahead on any of these issues. They just won't assume the political risk involved. It has to be both parties kind of holding hands and jumping together.
Finally, Senator, let's just say when all the votes are counted, turns out the polls are wrong again, and Donald Trump has surprised us all with another election victory. What are the implications of that in your mind?
Well, for the party, I'm very concerned about what another 4 years will get us. And if we continue to see the decimation of the party down ballot, lost the House, likely lose the Senate, and in state legislatures as well, where redistricting will happen in the next 2 years. Who draws those lines? If we have bigger majorities on the Democratic side drawing those lines, that will favor the Democrats even further. So I don't think it's a good picture in terms of the world and our trustworthiness and reliability as a strategic partner and a trade partner. That's been in question, and I think the world is just kind of waiting us out, hoping that the old America, and that's very troubling.
Jeff Flake, a pleasure to talk to you again. Thanks for your time.
You bet. Great to talk to you again.
Who would have thought that Arizona is now more...
Pretty extraordinary, isn't it?
Yeah, 2020 is full of surprises. And nothing that we have an exclusive...
It's huge.
Yeah, Mr. President, how are you feeling? Woo!
woo. You know, it was never in doubt, folks. It was never in doubt. No doubt. Yeah, I wasn't worried for 1 second. Not even 0.01 of a second. Not worried at all. And I feel absolutely fantastic. So let's get started, all right? We're going to be locking up the Bidens, folks. All of them, all the Bidens. And they'll tell you it was me. It was me. We're going to lock the Bidens, Nancy Pelosi, and then we're going to throw away the key. I'm going to lock up the debate moderators. Bob Woodward, he's out Planet America. They'll be locked up. Anthony Green, him too. Chuck him in there, right in the cage.
Okay, now look, good old Johnny. We spoke to Lanny Chen earlier about polling. He talked about the big black eye that the pollsters have gotten. And look, we shouldn't go too early on this because if you recall in 28, it looked, oh, wow, this is really, the polls were wrong. And then, yeah, exactly. In the end, the Democrats won by like 9 points because after California, they had its votes and votes. California, by the way, took 17 days.
No, that's not it. That's not it.
What the fuck?
Wow.
So Democrats are up 1. They need 3 if they win the president, and they need 4 if they don't. So it's over.
They're completely tied there.
In the 50.
It's the same thing when you go to the president, though.
No, it's not.
It is. They've projected that Biden's leading, and they have all of these.
Oh, they do.
They have all of these that aren't called for Trump yet.
And you scroll up, and they're all eeping ahead for that blue Biden win.
Yep.
And just that little bit for the Trump win.
Yep.
Saying that 87 remaining electoral votes, over 50 of them will go to Biden.
Or not, but just saying. All of them Biden.
Absolutely hilarious.
Oh my. Wow. New data.
All right, go back. Let's watch live. We'll end this at 6:30 in 13 minutes. Click that live.
Donald Trump
bottom
needs
right.
Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania.
Add up. If you look, and also I remember Harry Anton was talking about the fact.
Buffering.
Economy. Yeah. These two are inside. There's two sides to every one of these. Like you might say, the reason why COVID is my most important issue is because I think it's a hoax. Yeah, there are all kinds of reasons. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to go too hard. I'm just saying that I wouldn't want to be a pollster right now. It seems to be.
Does prove yet again that we have two quite separate, conflicting information ecosystems in the United States. If you're a Democrat, you're worried about COVID, not so much the economy, shut it down if we need to save lives. If you're a Republican, you're saying we need to take some risk with lives because we need to get this economy and people's livelihoods back up and running. And they've got just such a different worldview in one country, which they're yet to reconcile on so many fronts. But we did speak to two experts about both of these issues. The pandemic with Dr. Maggie Nolan. She's in a COVID hotspot right now there in Wisconsin. And we also talked about the state of the economy right now with Professor Betsy Stevenson in Michigan. Take a look.
Well, unfortunately, we are breaking our state records. We have 241,000 cases so far, 2,100 deaths. We've been averaging the last week or so 5,000 new cases a day. You know, the result is our hospital capacity at about 85%. 87% of our ICU beds are full. This is really troubling, especially as we go into the winter.
To do it in front of a
There's
green
things about
screen,
this
but
search
they
that
didn't
are
put
very
anything
different.
behind her.
First, this surge, at least in Wisconsin, is bigger. Second, in the United States, if 42 states are seeing surges, even if they aren't as large as Wisconsin, mobilizing resources, personnel, we can't bus in people from surrounding states in the Midwest because they're all fighting their own battle. And this is going to be a problem with therapeutics, number of states seeing surge.
The U.S. economy is in pretty difficult straits right now. It depends on whether you're a glass half full or a glass half empty kind of person, though, how you see it. In fact, I guess I should have said 2/3 full or 1/3 empty, because we've recovered about 2/3
actually, they've turned into complete
the decline we saw at the very beginning stages of the pandemic. But that means we've got a third to go. And to put that in perspective, our GDP today is about 3% smaller than it was a year ago. And we've got almost 23 million people still receiving unemployment insurance. So a lot of people out of work. A big hole in GDP, and frankly, I think we've done the easy part. I think for
with the establishment Democrats.
Yeah, you see them siding with You see her siding with neoliberals more, not with the Republicans.
Fair.
She's still purely partisan.
That is true.
Oh yeah, you see her siding with like even Joe Biden endorsed her Green New Deal without knowing anything that was in it, as shown from debate number 1. But yeah.
But then he said he doesn't support the Green New Deal.
Yeah, well, yeah, but
someone probably told him.
I don't believe him.
His website or him?
Him and his website.
True.
Yeah, but if a liar tells you he doesn't support the Green New Deal and then tells you he's a liar and then tells you he does support the Green New Deal,
I think he'll still keep fracking in oil. I don't think he's that stupid.
He said,
to keep fracking.
Yeah.
That is true.
He's going to keep
fracking. But in the debates, he said he wouldn't.
No. He said he wouldn't, and then he said he would, and then he said he wouldn't, and then he said he would.
I don't think he's stupid.
And now he's been running on he will.
I mean, he's kind of stupid.
Oh, what they doing here?
31%
he's senile.
black in Georgia. Why are you pausing?
Oh, sorry.
Go back live. Unmute it.
A large Democratic vote expected to be amongst that. So it's a lot of ground to make up, but still not impossible. The Reverend James Woodall is the Georgia State President of the NAACP. He's a Democrat, intelligence analyst in the U.S. Army Reserve, and a Baptist minister to boot. We spoke with Reverend Woodall from Atlanta about his view of how the president's play for the black male vote in particular has been playing out.
How do you know?
I really don't believe Trump has had much of an impact that he nor pollsters say he has. I'm a black man, and I know black men. And majority of them are not voting for Trump. They're not voting for an agenda that is only focused on the 1%. They're not voting for people.
Did this black man just say, if you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black?
Did he really?
Man, I know black men, and they aren't voting for Trump.
Serve with in the United States Army. I know that they're more concerned about their
communities,
they're more concerned about their families, and some of their main motivation is not him as it relates. But it's more important to really talk about the issue about healthcare and the environment and those kind of things. And I personally, as an individual citizen, I know all too well the record that this administration has, and it's piss poor. And so, as a black man, it is unacceptable to continue to push a narrative that suggests that black men somehow are going to come out in droves in a historic turnout for Donald Trump. That's simply just not going to happen, and I will not stand for that either.
Now, of course, the nightmare scenario.
That black man has a Union Jack on his
tie. One of disputed ballots, lawsuits, recounts, maybe protests as well, and an election result ultimately decided by the courts. And it's certainly looking as though that could be exactly where we're heading. And of course, it has happened before, just 20 years ago.
Election Day, the day to choose a new president for a new century.
The 2000 presidential election had been unpredictable. Democratic Vice President Al Gore lagged behind Republican Texas Governor George W. Bush for most of the campaign. But then came what passed for an October surprise in those days, drink driving in the 1970s.
Years ago, I made some mistakes. I
I occasionally drank too much, and I did on that night.
The polls tightened on election night. TV networks started calling crucial swing states for Al Gore.
But I think, Bill, and you're the maven on this one, that generally networks do not call unless they have a pretty high degree of assurance, correct?
That is correct. We have a pretty high degree of assurance that Florida and Pennsylvania have gone for Al Gore.
But not so fast.
Stand by. CNN right now is moving our earlier declaration of Florida back to the too close to call column.
Then, 4 hours later...
George Bush is the president-elect of the United States. He has won the state of Florida, according to our projections. 25 electoral votes. NBC
They still declared a winner before they went.
First giving it to Al Gore, then taking it away on the part of the networks.
Gore called Bush to concede, but as the counting in Florida got closer, again, Gore called Bush back and retracted the concession. The next morning, the result was still unclear because a lot of the ballots were unclear.
Votomatic machines and conflicting rules about ballots and fuzzy rules about what is a vote.
It's slightly detached.
Democrats charge a confusing ballot layout led voters to think they were punching the ballot for Al Gore when they were actually voting for Reform Party candidate Pat Buchanan.
When the counting finished, Al Gore had won the national popular vote by over 500,000, but Bush led in Florida by 1,784 votes total. Florida law required a machine recount. That reduced Bush's lead to just 327 votes, but those counting machines couldn't read the presidential preference on 170,000 ballots. 60,000 of them were what's called an undervote, where the voter hadn't clearly punched through the box, leaving a hanging chad or a dimpled chad. The other 110,000 were overvotes, where the voter may have punched for Bush or Gore cleanly, but wrote in their name as well. Court cases flew. Gore demanded a partial hand recount in counties he expected to do well in. Lawyers for Bush and Gore fought over those chads and the postmarks on mail-in ballots as well. As the deadline to certify the results loomed, the Florida Supreme Court ordered a statewide hand recount. Then, 4 days later, the US Supreme Court stepped in.
Get it in your mind, first of all, the Supreme Court of the United States has reversed the orders of the Florida Supreme Court on a very narrow majority, 5 justices to 4.
It was over. George W. Bush was 537 votes in front, and that became his winning margin, not just for Florida, but the presidency as well, claiming the Electoral College with 271 to 266.